Black Earth Empire, hearing the Stone Patriarch's words, the expressions of the spirit immortal stone golems changed as they all inhaled. Although they all revered Xianxia, they felt that a legendary figure like him was too far away from them and wouldn't choose to believe Wang Baol based on a few sentences. But the Black Earth Empire was different. It was a huge empire that was said to not only have Star Domain Realm mighty figures but a Universe Realm mighty figure. At the same time, the number of cultivators subordinate to them was astonishing. After all, they chose to declare independence under the rule of the never-ending clan. That in itself showed their confidence in their strength. The most important thing was the Patriarch's definite tone that confirmed that the person just now was a member of the Black Earth Empire's direct line of descent. Although the Black Earth Empire was huge, they had few male offspring in their direct line of descent. The Black Earth Empire would go into a frenzy if any one of them were in danger. So as they inhaled, the spirit immortal stone golems immediately brushed away their refusal to comply. In fact, they felt fortunate that the Patriarch woke up. If not, their entire clan would be about to face a huge catastrophe. As the stone golems sighed with emotion, outside their civilization's star system, within the half-dermic battleship speeding through the cosmos, the Black Earth Empire direct descendant was looking towards Wang Baol with awe. "Daddy, you're amazing." Little Wu flattered Wang Baol sincerely. No matter how the Stone Golem clan felt, he really felt that he was going to die in that moment. Now that he dodged a bullet and remembered Wang Baol's previous actions, Little Wu's admiration grew even stronger. Enjoying Little Wu's gaze of admiration, Wang Baol coughed and said coldly, "Through this experience, I hope you'll learn something. Don't keep proclaiming that you're some prince. What if you say it so many times that others stop believing it but you yourself believe it? Wouldn't that be awkward? A man of ability wouldn't keep showing it off. Like me, for instance, when have you seen me showing off my background? Only when absolutely necessary will I expose a little bit. That's called keeping a low profile. Do you understand?" Wang Baol threw a look at Little Wu with a sense of profoundness he himself didn't understand. With that look, Little Wu shuddered. It was as though he was suddenly enlightened and immediately understood some principles. That was especially so when he remembered how he met Long Nanzi. At that moment, not only were his eyes filled with awe, he also became fanatic. He felt that Long Nanzi made a lot of sense. A man of true ability didn't need to proclaim it. "Thank you, Daddy. I understand now." Little Wu nodded heavily. He felt that him calling such a mighty figure Daddy was a good decision. As he admired Long Nanzi, he felt that he was very lucky to be able to meet him. Noticing Little Wu's gaze, Wang Baol felt very pleased. He secretly thought that he should find a chance to let Little Wu experience the power of the Tao scripture. Afterward, Little Wu would probably admire him more fanatically. "Oh well, I'm handsome and outstanding. With a random action, people will flock to me to become my lackeys. Seeing myself like this, even I'm envious of myself." After sighing with emotion in his heart, he threw out the donkey again. Afterward, he gave the half-dermic battleship an order to continue moving forward before he sat down cross-legged, arranging the loot from his expedition. The expedition to the Stone Golem civilization could be said to have been threatening but not dangerous. And after seeing the amount of loot he obtained, Wang Baol's heart still beat faster. For stone bamboos, Wang Baol licked his lips while his eyes shone. Thoroughly appraising the value of his loot, he felt that with the 4 stone bamboos alone, he could obtain an astonishing amount of resources. "I'll give one of them to this giant dragonfly." Thinking to this point, Wang Baol spread his consciousness and swept it across his stolen half-dermic battleship and felt that describing it as a locust was more appropriate. So he disassembled a stone bamboo, threw a portion up and said, "Big Yellow, this is for you." The moment Wang Baol spoke, a hole opened on the dermic battleship wall above him, and a suction force suddenly spread and absorbed that portion of stone bamboo. Afterward, the entire half-dermic battleship shuddered and sent a message expressing its gratitude and excitement. After doing that, Wang Baol was in high spirits. Raising his right hand and weaving hand seals with it, he controlled the half-dermic battleship to accelerate and speed towards the cosmos in the distance. Just like that, Time slowly passed, and 3 months elapsed. In 3 months, the cosmos that Wang Baol headed towards was already extremely far away from the Divine Eye civilization. At the same time, after his visit to the Stone Golem civilization, his luck seemed to have changed, allowing him to gradually obtain more loot during those 3 months. Although the loot he gathered afterward couldn't compare to what he obtained from the Stone Golem civilization, even when all added together, Wang Baol was still very happy. On one hand, the accumulation of resources gave him a special sense of satisfaction. On the other hand, the broadening of his horizons gave him a more comprehensive understanding of the cosmos. In those 3 months, he encountered 7 to 8 different civilizations. Among them, 5 were similar to Earth. If Wang Baol had harbored evil intentions, he could have easily caused the extinction of those civilizations. 2 of them were even worse, comparable to the Federation before the Spirit Inception era, and didn't possess much spirit chi. Wang Baol merely glanced at them from afar and chose not to approach, instead leaving immediately. Such civilizations probably held some archaeological value, but they would require a significant amount of time to explore. Moreover, staying too long in an area with little spirit chi felt suffocating, like a fish out of water. Although this wouldn't affect him much, Wang Baol still chose to give up after sweeping over those civilizations with his consciousness. Besides that, there was another civilization Wang Baol decided to avoid entirely. Using the Divine Eye civilization scanner, he discovered the presence of planet realm cultivators there. With that alone, there was no need for further evaluation. Wang Baol felt that he was already very rich and didn't need to go looking for trouble. Meanwhile, thanks to him continuously feeding his half-dermic battleship with stone bamboos, it had evolved to a certain degree over those 3 months. Although it couldn't yet be considered a true dermic battleship capable of fusing with Wang Baol, its aura alone was already extremely close to that of a dermic battleship. According to Wang Baol's calculations, if he had just half a stone bamboo more, Big Yellow could definitely become a true dermic battleship. It's a pity that my cultivation hasn't reached the spirit immortal realm, he thought. If it had, then once Big Yellow becomes a dermic battleship, I could convert it into dermic armor and boost my personal combat strength to a level equivalent to 2 spirit immortals. Wang Baol felt a tinge of regret. He couldn't help but start pondering how to incorporate the dermic battleship with the arch armor, reducing the usage requirements while maintaining combat strength. His instincts told him the theory might be feasible. But just as he settled down and began analyzing the idea, his half-dermic battleship arrived at a new star system. According to the scanner, this star system didn't display any color. However, the more it failed to display anything, the more cautious Wang Baol became. Still, he didn't retreat immediately, because the scanner indicated the presence of valuable resources in the star system. Even so, he remained on full alert. The moment Wang Baol entered the star system, just like when he first entered the Divine Eye civilization, a sensation like passing through a membrane struck him again. His expression immediately turned stern. He knew this indicated an area isolated from the outside world. Spreading out his consciousness to investigate, what he saw and felt made Wang Baol's eyes widen uncontrollably. This was an extremely unique star system, the likes of which Wang Baol had never encountered. In fact, to a certain extent, it completely overturned his understanding of planetary systems. Because within the star system was an enormous vine, so massive that its ends were nearly impossible to see. It stretched across the entire star system, and on it hung spherical fruits. There were dozens of fruits, and each one was a planet. As for the eternal star, or in other words, the entity possessing eternal star-level power, it was the giant vine itself. It supported life, sustained the planets, and brought light to the entire star system. This scene shook Wang Baol's soul. Beside him, Little Wu's eyes also widened as he spoke softly, a bit hesitant and clearly disturbed. I think I've heard of a similar vine civilization before. Somewhere. Noticing Little Wu's words, Wang Baol immediately turned to him with an inquisitive look. Feeling Wang Baol's attention, Little Wu perked up and started thinking hard. Very quickly, his eyes lit up. Daddy, I remember now. I've heard someone mention a nomadic civilization in the cosmos. Their defining trait was vines. These civilizations are matriarchal and travel around the cosmos. They like to exchange life essences with the opposite sex. At that point, Little Wu blinked and stopped speaking. Exchange life essences? Wang Baol was stunned. He felt that the statement was a little weird. He secretly thought that the exchange of life essences was extremely dangerous. Moreover, essences involved the core of one's soul and couldn't be easily traded away. Thinking to that point, Wang Baol was a little cautious and was about to control his dermic battleship to leave. But just as he was about to leave, a wisp of aura similar to that of the stone golem patriarch suddenly spread forth from within the star system. Not waiting for Wang Baol's expression to change, the second and third wisp of planet realm auras congruent to that of the sovereign patriarch also spread forth. Like a sun paired with two moons, they engulfed the entire star system. Luckily, the three mighty figures' auras were gentle, and their suppressive forces were restrained. However, they still shook Wang Baol's soul. Why are there so many eternal star realm individuals? Including this place, I've already met two during my journey. Wang Baol felt his mouth go dry. He was quickly pondering in his mind whether to continue using his senior brother's name or to try using his Tao scripture to scare them. Meanwhile, the three auras trapped Wang Baol there. As the nearest vine to him shook slightly, 7 to 8 silhouettes flew out from within the fruit planet under the vine and stepped onto a leaf. The leaf quickly spread and neared where Wang Baol was. Wang Baol blinked and secretly sighed. Since the three auras had trapped him, Wang Baol didn't dare to forcefully leave. So as he felt depressed in his heart, he tilted his head to stare at Little Wu. Little Wu felt confused after being stared at. After being stunned for a while, he didn't know how he bothered his daddy and felt indignant in his heart. Wang Baol also didn't know why he wanted to stare at Little Wu. But after doing so, he felt more comforted in his heart. After coughing, he stopped considering how to leave. Instead, he flew out of his dermic battleship with a flick of his body, gazing at the approaching leaf and the 7 to 8 cultivators atop it. Those cultivators looked similar to humans, but their ears were a little long, making them look like rabbits. Their bodies also looked very strong, with each of them having round waists and large arms. While the muscles on their bodies were like jumping mice and startled people, they also made it easy to neglect their gender. The 7 to 8 cultivators who looked like strong men were actually all female. As for their cultivations, their leader was a spirit immortal, while the rest of them were at least early-stage soul conduits. At the same time, not only did they not have any enmity towards foreigners on their faces, they were actually somewhat fanatical. After nearing, they all looked at Wang Baol. Being looked at like that by those females, Wang Baol felt a strange palpitation in his heart. Therefore, he quickly cupped his fists and spread his divine sense. Chun Qing Civilization Envoy, Long Nanzi, greets his fellow Taoists. The divine sense was the best way to break past the language barrier. Wang Baol learned this from his multiple expeditions. As his divine sense spread out, the vine leaf the females were on also stopped within the cosmos in front of Wang Baol. The spirit immortal female leader atop the leaf sized up Wang Baol as a smile appeared on her face. "Welcome to the Vine Civilization. You can call me Ling Shan." A smile was often the easiest and most direct communication method when strangers came into contact for the first time. Sometimes, it could convey many different meanings and was often quite effective. But because the smile was overly fanatical, Wang Baol couldn't help but feel nervous. So he tested the waters by asking a few questions. The several females from the Vine Civilization answered each and every one of Wang Baol's questions. Such sincerity made Wang Baol even more nervous. But he gained a deeper understanding of the star system more or less. The Vine Civilization was indeed a matriarchal civilization. Although there were male cultivators there, they were a minority in terms of both numbers and status. At the same time, the Vine Civilization was spread across the never-ending clan star domain like dandelions. They spread out to become tribe-like small civilizations of various sizes and were part of the few neutral parties. They didn't actively participate in battle, but if someone messed with them, all of the tribes would gather together to unleash a counterattack. This place was one of the Vine Civilization's many tribe star systems. Towards Wang Baol's arrival, they were very enthusiastic. They even invited Wang Baol to head to one of the planets to rest. At first, Wang Baol decided not to go. However, being engulfed by the auras of the Eternal Star Realm and Planet Realm mighty figures, he had no choice but to agree. He stored his half-dermic battleship, brought along little Wu and the donkey, and stepped onto the vine leaf. Worried that the donkey couldn't control its mouth and would eat something it wasn't supposed to, thereby bringing trouble to himself, Wang Baol thought for a moment and stored the donkey, who was visibly excited, into his storage bag. Little Wu is fine. This child doesn't eat anything he sees. Wang Baol coughed. As he was about to ask the females more questions, their gazes turned towards little Wu, and their eyes became visibly brighter. There were even some who were whispering to one another. This scene made Wang Baol feel displeased in his heart. As for little Wu, he was also visibly trembling with fear. Looking towards Wang Baol, he wanted to speak, but he stopped himself. Just like that, under the invitation of this place's female cultivator, Wang Baol brought little Wu to the nearest fruit-like planet. That place wasn't very different from a real planet. There were mountain valleys and rivers, the air was clear, and spirit chi was abundant. Green plants covered the entire planet, causing the place to be covered with fog perennially, as though it was a paradise. Through the fog, one could faintly make out many tree houses on the ground. Besides that, Wang Baol also saw the mountain ranges on the planet. They even contained some minerals that were extremely valuable in the Divine Eye civilization. There was such a huge amount of minerals that many were exposed to the elements. At the same time, many trees bore fruit. Although Wang Baol didn't do much research on elixir refinement, he still saw what some precious herbs looked like in the Divine Eye civilization's ancient literature. With a simple sweep of his gaze, he actually saw 7 to 8 different extremely valuable medicinal fruits. So rich, Wang Baol's heart beat faster. After blinking, he pondered about whether he could trade for some here. Bringing this thought with him, Wang Baol also saw some winged children on the way to the planet. Their little faces peeked out from the fog occasionally as they looked towards Wang Baol and company curiously before quickly going back into the fog. As they did so, sounds of frolicking spread in waves. This scene would make anyone's soul calm down unwittingly. Wang Baol also heaved a sigh of relief. He noticed that the general atmosphere of the Vine civilization was the same as what he scouted out previously. According to the records of the ancient literature that Wang Baol read in the Divine Eye civilization, when meeting such kind civilizations, so long as one didn't do anything taboo, they would normally not be in any danger. This was actually true. Wang Baol was invited onto that planet and entered a palace meant for welcoming guests on one of the mountain peaks out of the many mountains. When he entered, spirit fruit, wine, and other delicacies that Wang Baol hadn't seen before and couldn't name, but felt could be eaten were served by the Vine civilization's female cultivators. Those female cultivators still all had huge arms, round waists, and majestic auras. After becoming used to it, Wang Baol's previous feelings of shock and fear lessened. So after pondering for a moment, he cupped his fists courteously while speaking towards the spirit immortal female who received him. Senior Lingshan, is it possible to trade for some materials here? Hearing that, the spirit immortal female laughed. After raising her right hand, a jade slip appeared in her giant hand, and she passed it to Wang Baol. Fellow Taoist Long Nanzi, while our Vine civilization remains a neutral civilization, we also provide fair trade deals for visitors from all civilizations. So long as you have enough plant stones, you can exchange them for any of the items listed here. After hearing that, Wang Baol's eyes shone. After taking a look at the jade slip, his heart unwittingly beat faster. Truly, the types of items listed in the jade slip were so comprehensive that it exceeded his knowledge. He hadn't heard of many of the materials listed inside, and every type had a corresponding number of plant stones required to exchange for it. Could range from 1 to thousands and even to hundreds of thousands. The most expensive item of all was an eternal star pill. It was worth more than 3 million plant stones. Wang Baol blinked, raised his head to look at the female, and asked courteously, Senior Lingshan, may I know the exchange rate between plant stones and spirit stones? Faced with Wang Bao's inquiry, Ling Shan smiled and shook her head while saying, "Fellow Taoist Long Nanzi, spirit stones cannot be exchanged for plant stones. Plant stones are an item unique to the Vine civilization. There's only one way to exchange for them. That is, exchanging for them using your life essence." Through the thorough explanation of the Vine civilization's female cultivator, Ling Shan, Wang Bao's eyes grew wide, and he couldn't help but inhale. Taking a close look at the burly female cultivator in front of him, he mumbled, "You can do that?" Wang Bao felt that he had widened his horizons. Simply put, the only way for one to exchange for plant stones was for them to leave their bloodline within the Vine civilization. Because the Vine civilization was a matriarchal society, they were very persistent in looking for bloodlines. They searched for the bloodlines of all outstanding organisms within the universe and incorporated them into their own civilization, thereby causing their civilization to continuously develop, evolve, and achieve their maximum potential. Although Wang Bao saw this method as somewhat primitive, since the Vine civilization had eternal star realm mighty figures, it was obvious that it was on a much higher level compared to the Federation. So Wang Bao had no right to comment much. He could only sigh with emotion while thinking that, with the vastness of the universe and its uncountable amounts of different types of civilizations, many paths of progression that outsiders would struggle to understand would be formed. It was just that, after Wang Bao asked for the prices thoroughly, he looked at the jade slip in his hand and realized that to exchange for an amount of resources that he would find satisfactory, he required at least hundreds of thousands of plant stones. Even if he reduced his requirements and lowered all of his needs to the bare minimum, he would still need around 10,000 plant stones. If that was the case, the difficulty of obtaining materials would be increased infinitely. That was because a normal life essence could only be exchanged for one plant stone. "So, are you interested in a trade deal with the Vine civilization?" After telling Wang Bao everything he wanted to know, Ling Shan swept her gaze towards Wang Bao while speaking with her eyes full of anticipation. But after she finished speaking, Wang Bao wasn't given a chance to reply before her expression suddenly changed as though she was listening to something. It was as though a mighty figure had sent her a voice transmission. At the same time, Wang Bao also felt a gaze that came from the cosmos sweep across his body thoroughly. When Wang Bao became fearful, Ling Shan's expression changed to one of disappointment. When she lay her gaze upon Wang Bao's body again, she shook her head and sighed. "Fellow Taoist, your body is more special. I'm afraid you're unable to meet our requirements." After speaking tactfully, Ling Shan looked towards little Wu, who kept his head down from the start and seemed to be hiding beside Wang Bao. When she did so, her eyes shone brightly. "However, this fellow Taoist here meets the Vine civilization's requirements perfectly. If he is agreeable, we can quote a price of 2 plant stones for 1 portion of life essence." Once Ling Shan spoke, little Wu's expression changed completely. Wang Bao also had his eyes grow wide. "Daddy, save me." Little Wu's body trembled, and he was about to cry. Wang Bao also felt very displeased in his heart. He knew his condition and guessed that the Eternal Star Realm mighty figure should have more or less noticed that his body now wasn't his true flesh body. That was why Ling Shan spoke in that manner just now. However, he still felt that he was beaten by someone in a certain aspect. "Humph, this is because my flesh body isn't here. If it was, I think this Vine civilization would quote a price of 10,000 plant stones in exchange for a portion of life essence. After all, I'm the Federation president, junior brother of Chun Qing, and the only dark child of this generation." Thinking in this way, pride spread in Wang Bao's heart as he suppressed his indignance somewhat. Afterwards, he started analyzing Ling Shan's words. His eyes also gradually lit up as he looked at little Wu while shaking his head instinctively. "No!" Hearing that, little Wu was immediately moved. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and secretly thought that his daddy treated him well after all. But just as he thought that, Wang Bao's words entered his ears. "This foster son of mine has an incredibly huge background. He is the prince of the Black Earth Empire and is a direct descendant with an extremely pure bloodline. 1 plant stone isn't enough. There must at least be 5. Daddy, Don't be like this. I'm still a child. Hearing Wang Bao's words change, little Wu felt almost all of his hair stand on end. Many memories of what he heard regarding the Vine civilization in his homeland previously appeared in his mind. As his hair stood on end, he instinctively tried to escape. But Wang Bao was faster. In an instant, he neared little Wu and pressed on his shoulder. A genial smile appeared on his face. It also expressed anticipation and happiness. Little Wu, didn't you say you had 100,000 concubines at first? This small thing now is nothing to be worried about. I don't need you to use all the power you used to conquer 100,000 concubines. You just need to use 10% of that power. Go and obtain 100,000 plant stones for me. Daddy, hear me out. I really can't, Little Wu cried. As he did so, he grabbed onto Wang Bao's leg and wouldn't let go no matter what. His voice was wretched, and his expression showed extreme fear. Seeing that, Wang Bao became soft-hearted for a moment, sighed, and looked towards Ling Shan. This is my dearest son, so I only have one request. Do your best. Wang Bao sighed with emotion in his heart, and secretly thought that he was still too soft-hearted and couldn't stand seeing others cry. So after saying that, he waved his hands, tilted his head and said, I'm handing him over to you. Hearing Wang Bao's agreement, Ling Shan and the several female cultivators beside her immediately became excited. They discussed for a while and sized up little Wu again, even sending voice transmissions to their clan elders. After repeated confirmation, they were extremely satisfied with little Wu, so Ling Shan smiled slightly. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. This isn't the first time our Vine civilization has exchanged resources with humans. Rest assured that your son won't be put in any danger. My clan sisters in charge of this will be bringing him over. While speaking, Ling Shan raised her right hand, weaved hand seals and pointed. Immediately, a giant vortex suddenly appeared in the empty space beside her. As the vortex buzzed while spinning, as though a path was created out of nowhere, dozens of silhouettes with lithe and graceful figures walked out from it. These ladies all had skin as white as snow and looked extremely beautiful. Some even had heavenly fragrances fit for a national beauty. What made Wang Bao's pupils grow wide the most was that these ladies were all shy. They didn't seem to be faking it, but their disposition and other areas were all extremely pure. That greatly confused Wang Bao. He looked at those ladies, then looked at Ling Shan and company. His brain couldn't react to that so quickly. As for little Wu, he also stared with wide eyes and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Immediately, he stopped crying and put on a proper expression as he got up rapidly. After arranging his clothes, he bowed towards Wang Bao with cupped fists. Since Daddy has ordered me to do something, I must complete my mission no matter what. After speaking, he turned around quickly, as though he was scared that Wang Bao would go back on his decision, and walked towards that group of ladies on his own accord. His jolly steps made Wang Bao feel even more uncomfortable in his heart. But things were already as they were, and Wang Bao hadn't thought of stopping them. Under the accompaniment of Ling Shan, he was assigned a penthouse to rest. Before leaving, Ling Shan told Wang Bao that because the exchange amount was rather huge this time, he would have to wait for at least half a month. Towards that, Wang Bao expressed his understanding. So, in the next half a month, although he didn't see little Wu again, Wang Bao toured the Vine civilization under the accompaniment of its cultivators. Wang Bao was especially interested in the Vine civilization's artifact refinement. It just so happened that Ling Shan had a certain level of expertise in artifact refinement. Therefore, she shared her thoughts on artifact refinement with Wang Bao, and he did likewise during their casual conversations, and they both benefited from it. Just like that, half a month slowly passed. When Wang Bao finished touring almost the entire Vine civilization and increased his artifact refinement expertise through application, little Wu returned. While one couldn't exactly say that he looked completely different, he wasn't too far from it. Returning while being supported by two female cultivators. Little Wu had black eye bags and looked like his vitality was greatly sapped. The moment he saw Wang Bao, little Wu threw a jade slip towards him. Daddy, I've tried my best. Let me rest for a while. Seeing little Wu like that, Wang Bail was visibly moved and felt warmth in his heart. That was especially so after he saw the number of plant stones on the jade slip actually exceeded his requirements and reached 160,000. Seeing that, Wang Bail was even more touched. Even the two female cultivators who brought little Wu back felt amazed. Fellow Taoist over here actually completed the exchange amount 5 days ago, but he insisted on persevering just to make his daddy happy. Such willpower is extremely hard to find. Hearing their words, Wang Bail's expression gradually became weird, but he didn't think too much of it. After settling little Wu down, he immediately contacted Ling Shan and started exchanging. Very quickly, Wang Bail used up all 160,000 plant stones and purchased large amounts of precious materials. After finishing that, although little Wu was reluctant to leave, Wang Bail said goodbye to the Vine Civilization cultivators and left the star system. He stepped into the cosmos once again and continued speeding towards places even further away. On the following journey, as Wang Bail went further and further away from the Divine Eye Civilization, he slowly obtained more rewards. At the same time, as he continued feeding his dragonfly stone bamboos, it finally completed its evolution and reached the level of Dermic battleship. However, because Wang Bail hadn't reached the spirit immortal realm, he couldn't fuse with his Dermic battleship like Fairy Ling Yu did and cause it to become his own armor-like incarnation. Although the situation was as such now, Wang Bail had done research on how to resolve this problem. However, they were imperfect and he required more time to analyze and obtain a result. Besides that, the resources little Wu exchanged for through his huge sacrifice also made Wang Bail's forces get even stronger buffs in this period of time. For example, almost all of the battleships in his storage bracelet were upgraded by Wang Bail. Now, every battleship's explosive power was much stronger than before. That was especially so considering more than 100 battleships were specially designed by Wang Bail to have an explosive power equivalent to that of an all-out attack by a Soul Conduit Realm mighty figure. As for the rest, they all had an explosive power equal to that of a perfected stage nascent soul. There were even 10 battleships that Wang Bail reserved as his trump cards. Once they exploded, they would have an explosive power equal to that of a perfected stage soul conduit. Under Wang Bail's calculations, combining his battleship's power with his Divine Justice Shield and Dermic Battleship Locust, even if he met a Spirit Immortal, so long as his opponent didn't have a Dermic battleship, Wang Bail was very confident of defeating them. And even if his opponent had a Dermic battleship, Wang Bail was confident of dealing with them and leaving the battlefield at any time. So, it really is better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. Wang Bail felt a multitude of emotions. He felt that his decision to go on an expedition was very correct. And if he continued like this, he felt that when his army returned in the future, it would definitely astound everyone. Moreover, during his travels and under his consolidation, and especially after he was boosted by the pills little Wu sacrificed himself to exchange for, he was quickly and steadily getting closer to the perfected stage soul conduit realm. By the time I return, I hope to have already broken through the soul conduit realm and stepped into the spirit immortal realm. Then, if I could incorporate the arch armor with my Dermic battleship, my power would exceed that of others by a huge amount. Combining that with my divine armament, it wouldn't be impossible for an early-stage spirit immortal to suppress a mid-stage spirit immortal. Wang Bail had lofty spirits and soaring determination as he controlled the Dermic battleship. He brought the donkey and little Wu, who was full of vigor after recovering, along as he traveled forward. Maybe because little Wu had made a huge sacrifice for Wang Bail after recovering, although he still revered Wang Bail, he was obviously much more relaxed. When he was together with the donkey, he didn't suck up to it like before. Wang Bail did indeed feel that little Wu had done a lot for his previously, so he treated him more nicely. Although the donkey didn't know the details, it did follow Wang Bail since young. Hence, it was very sensitive towards Wang Bail's actions and faintly noticed this. Although it was unhappy in its heart, he tolerated it after considering his food source. After all, there was a certain portion of the resources little Wu traded for via his sacrifice that Wang Bail threw to the donkey as food. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the donkey, telling it to be nicer to little Wu. That way, they could still make Little Wu sacrifice himself in the future. Maybe because of that, the calm donkey also accepted Little Wu's change. Just like that, time passed again as the Dermic battleship sped through the cosmos. For months quickly elapsed. During these 4 months, Wang Baol went deeper into the cosmos, and his loot gradually increased. His battleships were upgraded once more, and his cultivation got even closer to the perfected stage Soul Conduit realm. When Wang Baol saw that he had already traveled for a very long time and was deliberating on whether to teleport back to the Divine Eye civilization, he came to a star system that still shocked him despite what he saw on his expedition. The vastness of that star system exceeded all the star systems Wang Baol had previously seen. In fact, with his simple judgment, that star system should be as big as tens of thousands of solar systems. As for eternal star suns alone, there were actually hundreds of them there. Traces of human intervention were also very clear. That was because, in the middle of the star system, hundreds of eternal stars were gathered to form an indescribably majestic array formation. Within the array formation was a giant market. The market wasn't formed by planets but was formed by an irregularly shaped Pangea. There were hundreds of planets that were around the size of Earth surrounding it. Any of them could shock Wang Baol, as he could see that they were all modified strongholds. The hundreds of planets all had different racial civilizations. It seemed as though they came here specifically to trade with others, causing the liveliness of this star system to exceed the total of all the other civilizations Wang Baol had seen on his expedition by a lot. Just for cultivators of various shapes and sizes alone, Wang Baol saw thousands. Some were humanoid, some looked like ferocious beasts, and some even looked like plants. Besides that, there were also many life forms like stone golems. What made Wang Baol especially shocked was that he saw a Dermic battleship without an owner, who had achieved sentience, fly in front of him. "Daddy, this place should be a Cosmos Trade Center." Little Wu's knowledge had come in handy many times on this expedition. After seeing the star system, he immediately spoke softly to Wang Baol. Wang Baol gazed at Little Wu with a sense of profoundness and began asking questions. Very quickly, he gathered from Little Wu that there were many markets of various sizes spread around the cosmos controlled by the never-ending clan to provide trade centers for cultivators from nearby star systems. There were many markets like this, and every one of them had extremely deep-seated backgrounds. That was especially so for some big markets. And this market was one of the rare big markets Little Wu talked about. "Daddy, the Pangea in the middle is the main market and the area of the organizer. The surrounding planets are both the strongholds of various clans and their own small markets. Cultivators who come here can go to any of them and trade for the items they want." Little Wu coughed and was very pleased with how knowledgeable he was. But he didn't forget who the daddy was, so he remained courteous when talking to Wang Baol. "Interesting." Wang Baol looked towards that Pangea and controlled the Dermic battleship to speed in that direction after thinking, nearing it quickly. After landing, he stored his Dermic battleship and started strolling around the Pangea. The place was a world where penthouses existed atop every mountain, every river, and within every ocean and desert. Some penthouses had many people in them, while others had fewer people in them. The items they sold all differed and were of a wide variety. Whether it was Dermic artifacts, pills, recipes, cultivation techniques, or materials, they all had many types of items. Wang Baol strolled around for 7 days. In those 7 days, he looked through most of the shops on the Pangea. He took a closer look at some of them while just taking a passing look at others. But no matter how he looked, the desire and envy in his heart had already reached a maximum. Truly, any shop was enough to make him extremely interested. "I'm still poor." If he hadn't come to this place, Wang Baol would have thought that he could be considered pretty wealthy. But after coming to this place, he truly understood what opulence was. This feeling continued until he came to a giant 3-storied penthouse that was built on the ocean and reached a maximum. The penthouse was atop the ocean's surface. It looked like it was constructed atop the ocean surface, but it also seemed like it was floating above the ocean. The entire palace was built using supreme-grade spirit stones as its base material. At the same time, it was also adorned with many items that Wang Baol couldn't even name. They caused the palace to be resplendent. Reflecting the light of the 100 suns in the heavens, it shook the surrounding cosmos. Of all the shops Wang Baol had seen, the palace had the most comprehensive selection of items. The palace stocked almost every item he had seen previously. At the same time, the cultivation levels of the people who went there were at least at the spirit immortal realm. In fact, Wang Baol even saw planet realms with courteous expressions that dared not act wildly due to their cultivation in the shop. All of this made Wang Baol choose between some items that previously caught his eye reluctantly while being extremely interested. As the palace's salesman looked at him calmly, Wang Baol sighed. Just as he was about to make a purchase, the salesman in front of him quickly raised his head to look behind Wang Baol. Taking a few quick steps, he bowed deeply with cupped fists in Wang Baol's direction. "Greetings, young master." When the salesman looked behind Wang Baol had already noticed it beforehand. When he turned his head to take a look, he saw an extremely familiar silhouette. He wore white robes, held a paper fan in his hands, and wore a square hat. He walked out of the palace and towards them, carrying himself with an extraordinary aura. That person was a youth, and his robes seemed to contain the laws of water. His robes floated as though there were waves atop them as he walked. The square hat on his head contained shocking waves and seemed to be able to suppress the surroundings like a divine armament. The paper fan in his hand was even more amazing. Although it was only half opened, eternal star realm level waves spread from within it. The moment he saw the youth, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and exclaimed in his heart, "Xianxia?" That person was Wang Baol's old acquaintance. Xianxia, the mysterious man who claimed that he was a businessman in the ethereal Dao College. Xianxia then later disappeared. He reunited with Wang Baol in the vast expanse Dao Palace and then disappeared again after that. That was until now. When Wang Baol saw Xianxia at this place, although he was shocked, he discovered that he didn't feel that surprised. It was as though he subconsciously thought that he would meet Xianxia at any point in time. "I'm afraid this person has an even larger background than I previously guessed." Wang Baol was deep in thought. On the one hand, he thought of the game that Xianxia popularized in the vast expanse Dao Palace. Now that he remembered it, whether it was his feelings then or now, he felt that the supposed wandering star was obviously a colony. Wang Baol pondered in his heart and remained cautious, but he didn't show it on the surface. He only turned his head to take a sweeping glance before turning around. But with that sweeping glance, other than identifying Xianxia, he also got a clear look at the divine armaments and dermic treasures on Xianxia's body. He wore a divine armament that was made in the shape of a face cloth on his head, had nomological robes on his body, and his paper fan contained the suppressive force of an eternal star realm cultivator. Any of those dermic artifacts would be enough to make everyone green with envy and wish to snatch it. But if they all appeared together on the body of one person, such greed would be mostly suppressed. Because someone who owned all three items at once obviously had an extraordinary status and position. It also meant that the person definitely had a horrifying background that could shake the heavens. Hence, he could wear all three items on his body so freely. Those three items made Wang Baol more sure of his previous judgment. But he had no intention of recognizing Xianxia. Wang Baol felt that it was best for him to avoid such a mysterious character. At the same time, he was now disguised as Long Nanzi, so he wasn't scared of being found out. As for Little Wu and the donkey, they were within the dermic battleship that had already been stored away by Wang Baol. So now, he could make use of this opportunity to indirectly understand Xianxia's background. For example, this shop, which could be considered the largest shop with the most comprehensive collection of items in this place, was obviously owned by Xianxia. If not, the salesman opposite him couldn't possibly call him young master so courteously. Based on that thought, Wang Baol continued to look at the materials around him after turning around. While discussing the price with that salesman, he put on a look that showed that he didn't care too much about Xianxia. The tone he spoke with was also different from how it was when he was in the Federation after being changed by his essence technique. Maybe because Wang Baol's acting skills were indeed superb, coupled with the uniqueness of his essence technique, But Xie Haiyang only took a cursory glance after entering the shop before he headed for the stairs leading to the second floor. On the way there, all the other salesmen greeted him. In fact, many customers there also bowed slightly towards him as a sign of respect. This scene made Wang Bao's heart skip a beat. He deliberated on whether to leave that place after a while and go to other shops to ask tacitly and indirectly learn about the background of this shop. While Wang Bao was pondering, Xie Haiyang had already gone up the stairs. However, just as his silhouette was about to disappear, right before he stepped onto the second floor, he stopped for a moment unnoticeably. He then continued walking, stepping onto the second floor afterward. As there were obstacles involved, and since the place didn't allow one to spread their consciousness to check, Wang Bao didn't notice Xie Haiyang's action. But from the slight pause in his footsteps, Wang Bao still felt that something was amiss. Therefore, he didn't stay for long. After choosing all of the items that caught his fancy, he picked out a portion from them and looked at how much he had. He tolerated the pain of spending and purchased them. But when he was checking out, the salesman looked thoroughly at Wang Bao's receipt, raised his head, swept his gaze towards Wang Bao, and spoke while shaking his head. "Fellow Taoist, there are many materials among the items you chose that our shop won't sell to any old customer. You need to spend a certain amount at our shop first before we can provide them to you according to their level." Wang Bao was stunned. After inquiring, his expression turned sour. Out of the materials he chose, most of them were like this. If he was unable to purchase them, he might as well not buy anything. That was especially so considering that there were 3 types of materials that he couldn't find previously in other shops. If he couldn't buy them here, then he didn't know when he would get a chance to buy them again. So the salesman's reply made him unwittingly furrow his eyebrows. "How about this? Our young master returned just now. Wait for me, fellow Taoist, I'll go up and communicate with him. Our young master loves making friends and is very easygoing. I believe he'll agree to sell those items to you." Obviously, the salesman could get a commission from Wang Bao's purchases. That was especially so considering that Wang Bao's order was decently large. So after thinking, he got Wang Bao to wait there while he turned around and went up to the second floor. Wang Bao didn't prevent the salesman from doing so. Instead, he stood there with narrowed eyes and waited silently, hoping to see how things would develop afterward. It would be best if things turned out successfully. If not, he would have to think carefully about how to handle the situation. Not much time passed, only around 100 breaths of time, before the salesman came down from the second floor smiling and spoke after reaching Wang Bao's side. "Fellow Taoist, our young master has agreed to let you purchase those items. He invites you to go rest upstairs. I'll prepare the materials you purchased for you." Wang Bao's expression remained the same as he took a close look at the salesman. He didn't notice anything strange, so he looked towards the stairs leading to the second floor again. After a moment, his eyes flashed slightly, and he suddenly laughed. "Very well." Speaking, he walked towards the stairs. The salesman was bamboozled by Wang Bao's sudden laughter and felt that it was strange for him to suddenly have a sense of profoundness. But he didn't think much of it. After sending Wang Bao to the staircase, he expressed that Wang Bao could go up alone and then went to prepare Wang Bao's items. Since he decided to go upstairs, Wang Bao didn't hesitate and quickly made his way up to the second floor. As he turned his head, he saw Xie Haiyang seated at a tea table drinking tea not far away. The environment on the second floor was more elegant than that of the first floor. Curio shelves with extraordinary dermic artifacts displayed on them surrounded the second floor. Meanwhile, there were 4 incense pots at the 4 corners of the rooms. Wisps of green smoke rose from them and circulated around the entire room. They had a pleasant smell and were somewhat beneficial for cultivation, since they could improve spirit qi circulation in one's body. Besides that, the floor was carpeted with a giant piece of leather. It was a type of ferocious beast skin that Wang Bao had never seen before. It seemed able to disperse warmth on its own, making the temperature of the entire second floor very comfortable. As Wang Bao observed the surroundings, Xie Haiyang also raised his head to observe Wang Bao. He looked closely at Wang Bao until Wang Bao tilted his head to lock eyes with him. Then, Xie Haiyang narrowed his eyes and laughed. Wang Baol didn't express any emotion. He wore a smile on his face that showed that he was meeting Xianxia for the first time as he cupped his fists and greeted Xianxia. "Thank you, young master, for agreeing to sell that batch of materials to me. How may I address you, young master?" "My name is Xianxia. There's no need to be courteous, fellow Taoist. You and I are old acquaintances, after all. There's no need for formalities, don't you think?" "Old acquaintances?" Wang Baol was stunned as he looked at Xianxia weirdly. He didn't speak immediately, instead, acting like he was searching his memory thoroughly. After a few breaths, he gave a forced smile. "I messed up my aura while cultivating recently. Maybe because some of my memories turned foggy, I can't really remember at the moment. I hope you won't mind. No matter what, I still thank you for allowing me to buy those items." Wang Baol didn't deny it. Being well-versed in human interaction, Wang Baol was clear that sometimes, if one was too persistent in denying something, it was akin to admitting the truth. After all, when normal people were met with these kinds of situations, most of them wouldn't try to clarify themselves so anxiously. That was indeed the case. Wang Baol's expression and words made Xianxia feel a hint of doubt. He didn't bring up the topic again. Instead, he raised his teacup while making small talk with Wang Baol. Seeing that Xianxia didn't recognize him, Wang Baol cupped his fists and prepared to leave. But the moment he turned around, his heart jolted, and he secretly cursed. He had still revealed himself. Almost as soon as Wang Baol noticed that, Xianxia's eyes lit up and he smiled while saying, "What a small world! Senior brother Baol, I trust you've been well." Wang Baol stopped, looked at the surroundings, then looked at Xianxia. His face didn't make him seem as though he was at a loss. Instead, it expressed an awkwardness one would feel when being called the wrong name. "Thank you once again, young master. I, Long Nanzi, must take my leave." He even coughed once, seemingly actively trying to help Xianxia resolve the misunderstanding caused by calling him the wrong name. Hearing that, Xianxia sighed and shook his head while feeling a multitude of emotions. "My apologies. I remembered wrongly. I thought you were a good friend of mine from long ago and was going to give you a discount. After all, it's not easy to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Since you're not him, forget it." Hearing that, Wang Baol blinked and suddenly spoke. "How many % off?" Xianxia gave Wang Baol what seemed like a smile before coughing softly and speaking with a mild tone. "Since we're old pals, you should get the best deals. How about a 20% discount?" Wang Baol's eyes brightened when he heard what Xianxia had said. He abandoned the idea of leaving and, instead, burst out laughing and approached Xianxia. He stopped 10 feet away from the ladder, then spoke loudly, his eyes shining with the joy of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. "Xianxia, fellow Taoist Xie, haha. It's been a long while since we last saw each other. I didn't expect to see you here. I was afraid of speaking to you earlier, but after looking closely for a long while, I could finally confirm that you're indeed Xianxia, my old friend." Wang Baol sighed, a distant look entering his eyes as he reminisced about the past. Happiness shone visibly on his face. So obvious was his pleasure that it almost seemed like an act. "Fellow Taoist Haiyang, I never would have imagined bumping into you here. Destiny is such a strange and mysterious thing, I feel. But that's also why life is so beautiful and amazing," Wang Baol said as he took a seat. After a round of hearty sighs, he blinked and said, seemingly nonchalantly, "Since this is your store and I'm getting a 20% discount on account of us being friends, I'll have to show my support and buy more stuff." Xianxia was stunned by Wang Baol's sudden friendliness, and hesitation flickered in his eyes. He eyed Wang Baol carefully, then asked suddenly, "What's your name, fellow Taoist?" "Eh?" Wang Baol froze momentarily. He remained smiling as he replied in the next instant, "I'm Baol, fellow Taoist Haiyang. Have you forgotten my name?" A strange look settled on Xianxia's face when he heard that, and the hesitation in his eyes deepened. He appeared to be doubting his judgment. He had felt a faint mark on Long Nanzi that he had left on some of Wang Baol's items in the latter's storage bag when he had been in the Federation. It was a mysterious mark. Even powerful cultivators wouldn't have noticed it without taking a deliberate, careful look. It had been passed down from his clan's patriarch. Members of his clan used the unique mark on clients they planned to invest heavily in. The mark allowed other members of the clan to recognize these clients easily. In addition, it also allowed them to appear whenever their clients were in need of their services. There were no ill intentions behind the setting of the mark. In fact, to a certain extent, it was a sign of blessing. The energy signature that was being given off by the current mark was very weak, though. If not for the fact that Long Nanzi was standing so near him, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to sense it at all. That was the reason for his doubt. Even though he had sensed the mark, he was unable to use the mark to determine Long Nanzi's true identity. The aura and vibes that Long Nanzi was giving off were drastically different from the client on whom he had remembered imprinting the mark. That had been the reason for his earlier test. He hadn't gotten a conclusive outcome from the first test. So, after picking up his cup of tea, he attempted a second test. Long Nanzi's reaction made him more certain of his guesses. After all, despite his travels across numerous civilizations, the Federation was the only one that had a custom of ending a conversation and having a guest take his leave simply by one's picking up his teacup. However, Long Nanzi's next reaction raised further suspicions. Long Nanzi's admission had come too easily. It was clear that he had done so intentionally and had done so in order to get a discount. After some time, Xianxia decided to give up guessing. He stared at Wang Baol and asked openly, "Senior Brother Baol, what's your last name?" "Ah." Wang Baol pretended to look stunned and confused. He seemed unable to understand how his old acquaintance could have forgotten his family name. He was secretly pleased, though. He had no idea how Xianxia had seen through his guise. Regardless, he had no intention of revealing his true identity and hadn't wanted to admit to knowing Xianxia in the first place. The man had picked up his teacup and lured him into taking his leave unwittingly, which ultimately exposed his guise. Someone else might not have made a connection, but Wang Baol knew Xianxia to be an extraordinary character. He knew that Xianxia would notice something. That had been why Wang Baol had improvised and switched from being on the defensive to being on the offensive. He put on an act of pretending to be an acquaintance for the purposes of getting a discount. He knew that his plan worked when Xianxia asked that question. After the moment of surprise and incomprehension, Wang Baol allowed a dark look to settle on his face as he stood up in anger. "Fellow Taoist Haiyang, I really didn't expect to see you here today. Your departure had been unexpected. Besides, I never thought you might appear in such a place. But there's really no need to insult me by saying that you've forgotten my last name. Is there? Acknowledge me as an old friend or don't acknowledge me as one. The choice is up to you. I'm not the sort of person who's desperate for a 20% discount." Displeasure flashed across Wang Baol's face. He turned away, showing his intention to leave. However, he didn't do so in a hurry. He had to give the other man a chance to speak. After all, 20% was still an extremely attractive discount. He had allowed for some ambiguity in his words. He had mentioned that Xianxia's departure had been unexpected. That could be interpreted in many ways. If Xianxia had left in an ordinary fashion, Wang Baol could mean that he had been surprised at the departure. If the former had left in a bizarre or mysterious fashion, then surprise was even more warranted. The way he phrased his words left Xianxia in a bind. Xianxia got to his feet hurriedly and tried to stop Wang Baol. "Brother Lu, please don't go. Lu Baol, your temper hasn't changed at all. I was just joking with you. About my departure, you must remember what I told you when we first met. Where there's business to be done, that's where I'll go." The tight look on Wang Baol's face softened. He turned and gave Xianxia a look. He couldn't believe the alien. Xianxia was still trying to test him. He had even given him a different name, Lu Baol. It made him sound rich, though. Only those born with dashing good looks deserved such a name. Nevertheless, the name didn't fit his style at all. Wang Baol had no intention of revealing his true identity, though. After some thought, he decided to neither deny nor acknowledge the name. Instead, he lifted his hand and pulled out a jade slip, then handed the jade slip over to Xianxia. "Fellow Taoist Haiyang, Let's leave that aside for a moment. Could you help me with the purchase of some materials? Here's the list. Xianxia blinked when he heard that. He took the jade slip from Wang Baol and glanced through the list. A smile appeared on his face. No problem at all. But my old friend, we must separate business and friendship. Even with the discount that I've given you, the total cost of these materials is going to be sky high. Can you really afford to pay? Wang Baol remained calm on the outside as he sighed secretly on the inside. He knew that he wouldn't be able to afford the materials. An overwhelming sense of poverty crushed him then, making him feel just a bit smaller. His skills at keeping up appearances were top-notch, though. Even if he couldn't afford the materials on the list, he would still be able to get a 20% discount on what he had selected earlier. In addition, he might be able to erase whatever suspicions Xianxia still harbored about his identity. A serious look settled on his face then. Brother Haiyang, do you trust me? If you do, Lu Baol, will write you a promissory note right now. Just treat this as extending credit to me. Just this once. Xianxia's facial muscles twitched. He looked closely at Wang Baol again. The doubt he had was preventing him from making a judgment call. Wang Baol's acting skills had been put to good use. If he had denied his identity right from the start, Xianxia would have caught him lying straight away. But the more he admitted to their friendship, the more uncertain Xianxia became. Xianxia pondered for some time. Then his eyes flashed. He looked around before whispering, Brother Baol, I have a business proposition. Would you be interested in it? There's an element of danger involved in the deal, but it's minimal. Should you succeed, the rewards awaiting you will be great. They'll be enough to get you all the materials you want and leave you with sizable wealth after that. A business proposition? Alarm bells started ringing in Wang Baol's head, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. That's right. Don't worry, my friend. I'm talking about a mission that's been issued by a mysterious and powerful cultivator. He's extremely powerful and has a grudge against the Never-Ending Clan. However, because of some unknown reasons, he's unable to strike at them directly. He hasn't been able to let go of his grudge despite the years that have passed. So, from time to time, he issues missions in various cities, gathering cultivators and getting them to wear specially made masks, then teleporting them to a random planet where they are to hunt down Never-Ending Clan cultivators. He has issued more than 30 missions so far. He takes charge of the teleportation to and from the planets, as well as the cleanup. The cultivators that he gathers are responsible for killing the Never-Ending Clan cultivators. The cultivators get nothing if they are killed. But, if they survive, they'll be rewarded with red crystals. The number of red crystals they are awarded is determined by the number of Never-Ending Clan members they manage to hunt down and kill. Red crystals are the hard currency used in the Never-Ending Dao domain. 300 red crystals should be enough to get you everything on your list. Red crystals. Wang Baol started thinking. He wasn't clear what these crystals were, but the fact that they were being used as hard currency meant that they must be rare. That it was a rare resource whose value was recognized by everyone meant that its value had something to do with its use for one's cultivation. He had guessed right. Xianxia soon explained to him the reason for the red crystals' worth. The crystals were mysterious items that could speed up one's advancement in cultivation once a cultivator reached the planet realm. The origins of the crystals were mysterious and unknown, and only the Never-Ending Clan could produce them. A fixed number of crystals were produced and circulated throughout the Never-Ending Dao domain. The clan had technically gained complete control over the economy in the Dao domain. No one knew how these crystals were made. Even refinement masters found the dissection and analysis of the structure of the crystals a challenge. There are rumors, though, that the crystals have something to do with the extinct dark sect. Someone even postulated that the crystals are created from the blood of the dark sect's heavenly Dao. Xianxia gave Wang Baol a considering look then. He hadn't tried to be tactful at all, revealing those postulations nonchalantly. Those casual words took on a different note when Wang Baol heard them. He had his suspicions about Xianxia. He had always wondered why Xianxia treated him differently from the others. He recalled their initial meeting at the Ethereal Dao College. Xianxia had been very friendly then, but that had been because of his instincts as a businessman who never turned down any potential business. After that, Wang Baol had ended up on Mars and then spent time in the vast expanse Dao Palace on the Ancient Sword. When he met Xia Haiyang again, the man had changed. He had become slightly different from who he had been before. Now, with what Xia Haiyang had just said, the man was obviously showing his cards to Wang Baol. Wang Baol understood immediately. Xia Haiyang was telling him the reason he had given Wang Baol such preferential treatment. Wang Baol wasn't going to just take his word for it, though. He didn't spend time wondering why Xia Haiyang knew he was a dark child. Instead, he appeared as if he had known about Xia Haiyang knowing all along. That inspired another bout of uncertainty in Xia Haiyang. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Haiyang took a deep breath and smiled wryly. "Fellow Taoist, let's not beat around the bush. It doesn't matter if I've met you before. I'm just a businessman. You can rest assured when you do business with me. I never take advantage of others, and I never do harm to others either. What I do is purely business. Take this, for example. I've recommended this mission to you so that you can earn enough red crystals to purchase the materials on your shopping list. I'm not going to hide the fact that the referral gives me the right to claim 10% of your reward. But that won't be coming out of your pocket. The Flame Patriarch will be paying me separately. I've recommended 5 cultivators to join the mission. The application will remain open for another 3 days. After that, they will begin teleporting participants. The Flame Patriarch is the powerful cultivator I mentioned earlier. He is extremely powerful, enough so to reign supreme over a domain. The Never-Ending Clan finds him a troublesome opponent as well. But the price they would need to pay to exterminate him is hefty. The Never-Ending Clan's facing some internal turmoil now, and no one's willing to take on such a task. There's some danger involved, but based on previous missions, we know that the Flame Patriarch isn't just going to send all of you to die. The planet that he's chosen is likely only presided over by a planet realm cultivator. The enemies you face will be less powerful than that. There may be spirit immortal realm cultivators amongst them, but you'll be able to avoid them if you take the necessary precautions, Xia Haiyang said with a wave of his hand. He hadn't hidden any information from Wang Baol at all. He wasn't interested in testing him or making any more guesses about his identity. If the man before him was truly Wang Baol, he would have told him the truth anyway. That was the only way to prove his trustworthiness. Besides, Xia Haiyang was a firm believer in practicing honesty. That was how one should lead one's life. That was why he didn't see a need to deceive the man before him even if he wasn't Wang Baol. After he was done sharing all that information, he turned towards Wang Baol and waited for the latter's reply. Wang Baol fell into a bout of contemplative silence. He wasn't going to take up the offer immediately. He inquired about a few other details, then got Xia Haiyang's contact details. After that, he bade farewell and went on his way. He told Xia Haiyang that he would give him an answer in 3 days. Xia Haiyang watched Wang Baol leave, then returned to his seat. He stared at the wisps of smoke rising from the cauldron next to him. There was a look of contemplation in his eyes. He didn't react to the sudden figure that had appeared soundlessly behind him. The intruder had a blurry outline to his figure, and his facial features looked indistinct. He stood there quietly, with his back slightly bent and his fists cupped, as if awaiting instructions. So be it. Why fixate over whether I've met him before? It's good to make new friends. He might become another important client who I should be investing heavily in, Xia Haiyang said, laughing as he picked up the scrolls on the table and began reading. The blurry figure standing behind him said softly, "Young master, do we remove the mark that the guest has left on our servant?" "There's no need for that," Xia Haiyang said coolly without looking up. As Xia Haiyang uttered those words, the tiny grain of gray dust stuck on the shoulder of the servant who had attended to Wang Baol earlier downstairs shook. Wang Baol had given that servant a pat on his shoulder before making his way out with a smile. He had since put some distance between him and the store. When the dust shook, he stopped in his tracks momentarily, then quickened his pace. The energy signature given off by his essence technique shifted. A wisp of it split away, landed at Wang Baol's feet, and transformed into an insect that crawled into the ground and hid away. He He entered multiple stores. When he left each store, his physical appearance would be transformed. He left traces of his essence technique in the stores. His energy signature changed as he walked amidst the crowd and left traces of his energy signature on the people he passed. He located an inn in the market after he was certain that no one was following him and paid a hefty sum for a room. Then, he sat quietly in the room, a look of contemplation on his face, as he considered everything that Xianxia had told him. He seems to have sensed the spiritual essence that I left behind. It doesn't matter. If what he said is true, then I should consider taking part in the mission. It's just killing someone. In fact, this is exactly what I need if I want to advance my cultivation and quickly achieve a breakthrough from the spirit immortal realm to the planet realm. To kill. An icy glint flashed across Wang Bao's eyes. After a bout of contemplative silence, he swept his eyes across the room before suddenly shuddering, then vanishing into thin air. He had used his essence technique and transformed into a winged insect. He found a slitted opening in the window and flew out. His essence technique remained activated as he flew, and his insect form soon split into numerous winged insects that spread throughout the market. The spiritual essence that he had left behind on his way to the inn transformed, taking on various forms, such as that of a winged insect, an ant or dust. They were his ears, hearing everything and collecting every bit of information. Only Wang Bao, who possessed the essence technique, could have conducted such an information-gathering exercise. It was quite effective. Within 3 days after eliminating huge chunks of useless data, he had managed to consolidate information on the Flame Patriarch. The information that he had gathered helped him verify what he had learned from Xianxia. After consolidating the information he had gathered and assessing it, Wang Bao gathered the spiritual essence that he had sent out. At that point, it was almost the end of the 3rd day. He picked up his jade slip and sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Fellow Taoist Haiyang, I'll do it. Xianxia had been awaiting news from Wang Bao. He burst out into laughter when he heard Wang Bao's reply. He trusted his guts. Even if the man wasn't Wang Bao, his instincts told him that this man was going to be an important client in the coming days. He displayed extraordinary enthusiasm when he got the voice transmission from Wang Bao, making arrangements for the latter's application. He rushed to get it done before the deadline, ensuring that Wang Bao got a placement. Bao, you're in luck. You just made it. The mission starts in 2 hours. Where do I report? Wang Bao asked. You don't have to go anywhere. You'll know what to do in 2 hours' time. I'll just share something with you first. There's really almost nothing that the Flame Patriarch is incapable of achieving. He's almost infallible, really, Xianxia said. He ended the voice transmission with those ambiguous words. Wang Bao raised his eyebrow, and a considering look entered his eyes. He didn't spend a long time thinking, though. 2 hours later, his divine sense were suddenly violently stirred. Then, in the blink of an eye, blue strands suddenly appeared out of nowhere and gathered before him silently. They pooled together and transformed into a gruesome-looking pig-faced mask. The mission starts when you put on the mask. The cold, emotionless voice of an old man rang out from the mask as the mask came into being. The words reverberated across Wang Bao's divine sense, and in the mind of his true form, which was currently resting in his coffin on the main Divine Eye planet. In one of the distant corners of the main Divine Eye star was land that many had thought had suffered a meteorite's landing. It was a deserted land, barren of everything save an enormous crater. Any plant life that had grown here had withered and died, and an aura of death permeated the air and prevented beasts from venturing close. The uniqueness of this piece of land had drawn the attention of many cultivators. However, no matter how much the cultivators who came hunting searched the land above and even below ground, they went away with nothing. It was as if no one could see the coffin even though it was lying right there. So, even though everyone had their own guesses about the place and believed that the meteorite was behind what was strange about the land, they started paying less attention to the area as time passed. But now, Wang Bao's avatar stood inside an inn in the market as a pig-faced mask hovered before him. The voice that had rung out from the mask had managed to traverse vast distances to reach his true form lying inside a coffin deep underground. It had reverberated in his head. The voice sounded so clear, almost as if someone had spoken into his ear. Wang Bao's true form opened his eyes instantly, and they were filled with shock. The fact that the Flame Patriarch's voice could penetrate the walls of the coffin meant one thing, that he was probably as powerful as Wang Bao's senior brother. Someone else had been stirred by the voice. The mask that little Missy dwelt in, which Wang Bao kept on his true form, shook faintly. Little Missy appeared to be on the verge of waking up. The turn of events sent Wang Bao's true form into a contemplative silence. A long moment later, his eyes fell shut again. A vast distance away, in the inn, Wang Bao's avatar remained shocked. After checking out what had happened to his true form, Wang Bao took a deep breath and extended a deep bow towards the pig-faced mask in front of him. He straightened his back, raised his arms, and held the mask. There was a moment of silence where hesitation flickered in his eyes. In the end, he chose to put on the mask. The instant he put on the mask, a strong power surged from it. It didn't bother inspecting Wang Bao. Instead, it enveloped him fully, then gave him a hard yank. Wang Bao could feel himself losing complete control of his body with the sudden yank. At that same instant, he disappeared from the room in the inn. Everything had happened without a sound. There had been no energy signatures indicating teleportation had taken place. No one had noticed anything. A powerful array formation had been set up around the inn, but it had posed no challenge to the teleportation. It was as if Wang Bao had simply vanished. In the next moment, when Wang Bao could finally see again, he had arrived at a completely foreign world. It didn't seem right to call it a world. This place was filled with ruins that extended all the way to the horizons. Felt ancient. Everything seemed old and ravaged by time. Stars filled the skies while ruins littered the lands. Wang Bao stood on the ruins of a building that had originally been shaped like a hook sword. Such ruins could be found everywhere around him. Multiple figures, all wearing different masks, continued to appear. Some of those masks were shaped like the heads of cows, fish, and horses. There were many more, which were of beasts that Wang Bao had never seen. There were more than 200 of them. As soon as they appeared, they started surveying their surroundings and assessing the other participants. Wang Bao reeled back. He had done a sweep and realized that he couldn't sense the aura coming off anyone. He couldn't discern their levels of cultivation either. He could see them perfectly with his eyes, but they were blurry figures to his divine sense. Not completely non-existent, but indistinct nevertheless. It's the mask. Wang Bao touched the mask on his face contemplatively. He was able to reach some basic conclusions from the looks that everyone was giving. For example, most of the participants' eyes were filled with violence and wildness. They appeared hostile, seeming as if they were used to killing. The fact that they had chosen to participate in this mission indicated that they were men of extraordinary abilities. They must have their reasons for signing up. After all, the rewards that the Flame Patriarch was offering were enough to tempt Wang Bao. Others must also be equally tempted. As they all sized one another up, light erupted from the ruins around them suddenly. The light was faint. If it had come from a singular spot, few might have noticed it. But they were all shining at the same time, like fallen stars. The light did resemble starlight, spilling from every corner and gathering before everyone. Because the lights had been faint at first, they didn't seem particularly bright after they gathered into a single spot of light. However, as the lights continued to gather, the sphere of light grew increasingly blinding. An incredible power built up inside the sphere of light, stirring the lands and enveloping the world. Everyone, including Wang Bao, was awestruck. They looked down hastily, as if in the presence of a deity. Even the most defiant of them instinctively toned down and made a show of respect and deference. Wang Bao did the same as well, keeping his head down while wondering who was the more powerful one between the entity before him and his senior brother, Chunqing. He had a feeling that his senior brother was still the stronger one of the two, but probably only by a slight margin. The only aura that can overpower and crush it is probably the aura unleashed from reading the Tao scripture. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and continued thinking as he kept his head down. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how weak he truly was in the grand scheme of the universe. He didn't even deserve to be called an ant. That would be undeserved flattery. Damn. Honestly, I'm really weak. The conclusion made Wang Baol feel quite uncomfortable. He wondered if there was any other way to put it so that he might feel better about himself. It was then that an old, emotionless voice drifted out from the blinding sphere of light hovering before everyone. Firstly, the mission has begun since you landed on this planet. It will last 24 hours. When the 24 hours are up, I will send those still alive back. Secondly, the mission objective is to kill never-ending clan members. You will be graded according to the number of kills you have and the level of cultivation of those you have killed. When you return, you will receive red crystals that correspond to your grade. Note this, there is no limit to the number of red crystals that can be awarded. Thirdly, the mask hides your identity. It also tracks your location and allows me to teleport you back. In addition, I've cast a spell on every mask that acts like a curse. It can weaken a cultivator whose level of cultivation is below that of the perfected Eternal Star Realm, causing a drop in their level of cultivation. The more badly injured your target, the greater the effect of this curse. However, it can only be used once and will only last 15 minutes. A final reminder, do not lose your masks. You're on your own if you do. Once the aged voice inside the sphere of light was done talking, it didn't give anyone a chance to react before shuddering violently. The sphere of light dissipated and filled the entire world. Everyone, including Wang Baol, shuddered. The masks on their faces shimmered, and they were pulled backwards with a yank. In the blink of an eye, everyone vanished again. The mission had begun. The second teleportation appeared to take a longer time than the first. He had no idea how much time had gone by. It was like having an out-of-body experience. Then his body started shaking, and his mind woke, as if from a long, deep sleep. He opened his eyes, and what appeared before him were red skies and white lands. The skies were blood-colored. That was because the sun was blood-red. The desert lands were white. They didn't take on the cast of the skies and instead seemed to retain their own natural colors. It was a stark contrast. In addition, the winds and the surrounding plant life were vastly different from what Wang Baol recognized. The winds weren't invisible. They were indistinct, mist-like entities that blew across the deserts. As for the plants, they were black. It seemed to be a defense mechanism that they had developed against the crimson-red sun. As soon as Wang Baol was able to see clearly, he immediately moved away from the other cultivators. Most of them did the same. They moved back and widened the distance between them and the others. Wariness and hostility shone fiercely in their eyes. They were like venomous snakes baring their fangs as they tried to show how dangerous they were. They wanted the rest to know that they weren't to be trifled with. There were a few who didn't move. They stood there, seemingly filled with confidence. A tall, muscular-looking man dressed in a green robe looked at the cultivators standing near him with a condescending gaze. A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. I don't care if we're all participants of the same mission. Just remember, don't follow me and don't fight me for my target. Otherwise, I don't mind killing a few more people. The green-robed man was wearing a bull-faced mask that gave him a fearsome look. His eyes glistened murderously and with a coldness that seemed to send the temperature around him dipping. It was a look that made one instinctively step back and avoid any conflict with the man. Wang Baol blinked, and his gaze landed on the man. Before he could look away, the man noticed his stare. He appeared to have something against the pig-faced mask that Wang Baol had on. He glared back and then sneered. The last time I joined this mission, I found the man who wore that exact mask annoying, so I killed him. You interested in meeting the guy? Wang Baol raised his eyebrow. He had just arrived at this place and hadn't yet familiarized himself with the terrain. He didn't want to get into a fight now. Besides, they were on the clock. If not for that, with his temper, he would have sent a kick flying towards the man's face. Of course, There was also the fact that he couldn't tell what level the man's cultivation was at. Wang Baol snorted secretly and left without saying a word. With a single bound, he was off and away. The muscular-looking man snorted when he noticed Wang Baol leaving. Scorn flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Gutless cow. What he had intended to say was gutless coward, but he didn't get the chance to utter the final syllable before Wang Baol unleashed a sudden burst of speed. Even though the mask concealed one's energy signature and thus prevented others from discerning one's level of cultivation could still be determined from the speed that he or she was capable of. Besides, Wang Baol was capable of reaching extreme speeds. He might only be at the late-stage soul conduit realm, but the sudden burst of speed he had unleashed was almost equal to that of a perfected soul conduit realm cultivator. It made the man with the bull-faced mask swallow his final syllable as he stared in shock. The cultivators around them realized what Wang Baol's speed revealed about his level of cultivation. A contemplative look appeared on their faces before many of them started speeding away into the distance at varying speeds. Even the slowest of them was at the early-stage soul conduit realm. There were 4 who were extremely fast, unleashing the speed of spirit immortal realm cultivators. These 4 spirit immortal realm cultivators had been discreet and had blended in with the crowd. Their sudden display of power had the man with the bull-faced mask sweating profusely. There are spirit immortal realm cultivators this round. I didn't expect that. He suddenly regretted his earlier boasting. After a moment of fearful embarrassment, he quickly moved away and raced off into the distance. The more than 200 participants who had arrived swiftly spread out and disappeared into the white desert. It was a barren land with sparse vegetation, most of which was withering and on the verge of dying. The life of this planet and its spirit chi appeared to be draining away rapidly. As Wang Baol ventured deeper into the desert, he could sense more clearly how spirit chi was slowly draining away from the planet. Despite his recent arrival on the planet, he could feel the level of spirit chi plummeting during the short period of time he was there. With the rate that it's going, it'll only take 3 to 5 days before this planet dies completely. Shocked, Wang Baol picked up his pace and headed further into the distance. He was ready to inspect the area when suddenly, a faint voice echoed in his ear. "Outsider, help me." It was a voice that was extremely old and ravaged by time. It sounded extremely weak and seemed to belong to an old man on his deathbed who was using his last breath to call out for help. Shock flickered across Wang Baol's face, but he didn't stop moving. Instead, his speed picked up as he headed in a different direction. He unleashed his divine sense and allowed them to sweep across the land, inspecting both the skies above him and the lands below him. But he found nothing. The faint, weakened voice vanished after its fleeting call for help, not calling out again. That caught Wang Baol's suspicion instantly. A hallucination? That's impossible. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. After a moment of consideration, he stared down at the dried land and began to wonder if what he had heard had been the planet's voice. He hadn't heard of such incidents, but this seemed like the best possible explanation for what had just happened. Another explanation was that a powerful cultivator who was unimaginably stronger than Wang Baol was hidden somewhere around here and had done that. Regardless of which was right, Wang Baol had no intention of lingering. He unleashed a burst of speed again and left hastily. He headed off into the distance and traveled for 15 minutes before he saw the edge of the desert and ruins bordering the desert. The architectural style of the ruins was different from that of the Federation and the Divine Eye civilization. It was a style that favored the pyramid shape. Skeletons, dried up and preserved by the arid desert climate, could be seen scattered amidst the collapsed buildings. They looked humanoid except bigger. This had clearly been some form of a residential area, perhaps the location of a sect. But it had suffered a massacre. From the skeletons scattered around the area, the massacre had been a recent one. Maybe a month ago? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he looked around and then suddenly transformed his physical appearance. An additional 4 arms and 2 heads grew out from his body, and his pig-faced mask also transformed into something else. He no longer looked like one of the cultivators participating in the mission, having transformed into a member of the never-ending clan. He coughed slightly, then tried uttering a few words in the never-ending clan's language under his breath. Once he got used to speaking the language, he started moving again. This time, he abandoned his earlier cautious approach and charged ahead brazenly, leaping across the desert. He was about to speed up as he reached the plains when his eyes flashed suddenly. He looked to his right. A loud roar erupted from the horizon, and the sounds of horrible laughter rang out. 7 never-ending clan members appeared, laughing as they raced along. The one in the center of the group had a slender young man in his grip. He held the young man by the forehead and had cast some sort of spell over his prisoner. Wisps of green smoke were escaping from the young man's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, entering the never-ending clan member's palm. The never-ending clan member's face was filled with glee, while his prisoner's face was laced with agony. Veins pulsated fiercely on the young man's face while his eyes glistened with pain and hatred. The group had noticed Wang Baol the moment he had turned his eyes in their direction. They stopped in their tracks. One of them eyed Wang Baol's attire with slight suspicion in his eyes before yelling at him. "Which team are you from?" Wang Baol didn't answer the question. He studied the group carefully and concluded that only 2 out of the 7 of them were at the Soul Conduit realm, with the rest being at the nascent Soul realm. The most powerful of them appeared to be their team leader, but he was only at the mid-stage Soul Conduit realm. Wang Baol nodded with great satisfaction, then said, "I'm from your team." As they froze upon hearing his words, Wang Baol attacked. He surged forth with incredible speed, transforming into a mist that enveloped them. He was too fast. Only the team leader managed to react in time and retreat hastily, shock coloring his face. The rest, including the early-stage Soul Conduit realm cultivator, didn't get the chance to escape. They were instantly enveloped by mist, withering away as their vitality was sucked dry by the arch armor and their souls taken by the demonic eye art. They had no chance to scream out in pain before. They perished in the mist and were destroyed, in both flesh and spirit. The team leader, who had retreated in time and appeared to have avoided the mist, couldn't escape his fate. A large arm reached out from the mist and grabbed his head, like how he had grabbed the young man's head. A voice from within the mist uttered, "Soul Search." The team leader's eyes widened as he released a cry of terror and pain. He cried out once. Then he too was enveloped by the mist, his voice silenced completely. A long while later, the mist gathered and transformed back into Wang Baol's physical form. A strange light shimmered in Wang Baol's eyes. He had gained quite a bit of information on the planet through the Soul Search. He knew that after the massacre that had taken place on this planet a month ago, most of the never-ending clan members that had been stationed on the planet had left. Only one camp remained on the planet. It had approximately 300,000 cultivators, who were charged with cleaning up and running the planet. The camp was quite a distance from where Wang Baol was now, but with his speed, he should be able to reach it within 2 hours. He also knew that the cultivator with the highest level of cultivation in the camp was a late-stage Spirit Immortal Realm never-ending clan member. He also knew that there was only one Spirit Immortal Realm cultivator in camp. A Planet Realm cultivator had been in charge, but based on what the dead team leader had known, the Planet Realm cultivator had matters to attend to and had left the planet a month ago. An army camp. Wang Baol licked his lips as he assessed his current level of cultivation. It had gotten stronger from the earlier bout of killings. He looked down at the dying young man. Gratitude shone in his eyes. His lips parted. He seemed like he was trying to tell Wang Baol something, but he didn't manage to get anything out before life gradually drained from him. Wang Baol sighed as he stared at the young man. With a wave of his hand, he sent a sea of sand rising into the air and then down again, over the young man. Having given the young man a burial, he turned away and headed off again. He took on the appearance of the team leader and raced straight for the army camp. Red skies lay above him, and white land rested beneath his feet as Wang Baol dashed ahead, disguised as the dead never-ending clan team leader. He ran brazenly, breaking the sound barrier repeatedly and leaving a series of thunderous booms in his wake. His speed increased as he shot across the sky and approached the camp. He was 15 minutes away from reaching the camp when another team of never-ending clan warriors appeared before him. They stopped at the sight of Wang Baol. After looking him over and verifying his identity as a fellow warrior, they cupped their fists in greeting. Wang Baol blinked. They were too close to the camp now. Even though his mission objective was to kill these never-ending clan cultivators, it would be to his advantage to start the killing when he had slipped into the camp. He would be able to make use of his essence technique to conceal his true identity. If he attacked here and now, it might spark unnecessary investigations into the attack. Wang Baol controlled his murderous urges. He glanced at the group coldly, then sped past them without slowing down. This wasn't the only group of never-ending clan cultivators that Wang Baol met on his way to the camp. He came across 7 to 8 teams in the next 15 minutes. The first few teams had greeted him when they had seen him. The rest had mostly ignored him. Wang Baol wasn't interested in attacking them, so he continued advancing based on the memories that he had acquired in his soul search. Finally, the camp appeared ahead of him. The never-ending clan camp looked quite unique. Above the land, 9 enormous spheres floated in midair and gave off black light. From a distance, they looked like 9 black holes sucking in the surrounding light. According to those memories, there are 9 separate dimensions in the 9 spheres. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he watched never-ending clan cultivators enter and leave the 9 spheres. He focused his attention on the highest sphere. He could feel faint spirit energy coming from the sphere. Wang Baol quickly retracted his gaze. With a single step, he rushed forward and headed for the 5th sphere. That was the branch that the dead team leader belonged to. As he stepped into the sphere, the power of an array formation stirred and swept across him as a check was performed on his identity token and his soul's aura. The power from the array formation receded after the check was done. Wang Baol had passed the check. Senior Brother's essence technique is really quite useful, Wang Baol thought gleefully as he entered the dimension inside the sphere. A vast land lined with mountains unfolded before his eyes. There was no sun in this dimension, yet the lands weren't subsumed in darkness. The skies appear to give off light. Simply built halls could be seen squatting amongst the mountains. There appeared to be some kind of logic to their locations. Shouts and cheers could be heard from the halls from time to time. Basically, there are typically 9 armies stationed at a never-ending clan camp. Each army sphere hosts an army. Each army is made up of more than 100 smaller teams, and every team has its own hall that serves as a base for the team. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he took in the sight before him and assessed the situation silently. He had taken on the appearance of the dead team leader and was now part of the 5th Army. The team leader was a top performer when compared to the other team leaders and seemed to be one of the 10 strongest cultivators in the 5th Army. That had been why some of the never-ending clan cultivators had greeted him with respect on his way there. In this case, let's start with the 5th Army then. An icy glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. His appearance shifted drastically as he raced ahead. He had turned into a mosquito before anyone could notice his transformation and flown into a nearby hall. He heard laughter ringing in the air as soon as he entered the hall. There were a dozen never-ending clan members inside. They were standing around in a circle, laughing. In the circle were 2 native cultivators that had been maimed. Their eyes were red, and they were tearing into each other like mindless beasts in a ring. The scene didn't stir any bit of compassion in Wang Baol. He wasn't that kind or sympathetic of a person. This wasn't the Federation. He didn't feel obliged to protect this world and its people. Regardless, the murderous tinge in his eyes did deepen a slight shade. He flew towards the group and darted into the ear of one of the never-ending clan cultivators swiftly. He shot out of the other ear in the next moment, a wisp of blood mist trailing behind him as he headed for his next target. He was too fast. Before the 2 fighting cultivators realized what had happened, the never-ending clan members around them shuddered. Blood erupted from one ear of each of the never-ending clan members, and their eyes had widened in shock and confusion. Afterward, their bodies had withered swiftly before the fighting cultivators' eyes. They then fell to the ground, sucked completely dry. An invisible force swept over them as they fell, shattering their corpses and turning them to fine dust that scattered across the floor of the hall. The two native cultivators stared dumbly at the sight, shock filling their eyes. Then their vision turned dark, and they passed out. Wang Baol appeared next to their unconscious bodies, then quickly transformed his appearance to that of one of the never-ending clan cultivators that he had just killed. He then smoothed his robes, strolled out of the hall, and headed for the next one. Lather, rinse, repeat. With Wang Baol's level of cultivation and the essence technique's gift of transformation, he went through 36 halls within half an hour, leaving a trail of slaughtered never-ending clan cultivators in his wake. After he was done with one hall, he would take on the appearance of another cultivator and repeat the cycle. His many kills got his demonic eye art all worked up. It was giving off strong lust and hunger. Wang Baol didn't try to restrain it. He needed its vitality and fervor. He needed that to speed up the advancement of his cultivation so that he could break through to the next cultivation realm. But he knew that killing on such a massive scale was going to get him exposed more quickly. It would become easier to track him and lock down his location. That was why he quickly took on someone else's appearance and left the army sphere for the next. The days must have passed too peacefully for the never-ending clan. Perhaps they had been seeing a dearth of challengers, or perhaps they had crushed all rebelling forces on the planet. Whatever the reason, the lack of danger meant that the never-ending clan camp was slow to react to the sudden situation. After 2 hours, when Wang Baol had decimated numerous teams in almost all of the army spheres, someone finally realized something was amiss. An investigation unfolded instantly, followed by swift feedback. Commotion spread across the entire camp, and alarm bells blared in the air, sending the cultivators into shock. News of an intruder who had infiltrated the camp and secretly killed a large number of their warriors spread like wildfire. When the news spread out, Wang Baol was in the form of a nascent soul realm cultivator in the Third Army. He had been on his way back to his base hall. As soon as he stepped inside, he caught the solemn looks on the faces of the never-ending clan cultivators in the hall. Someone was rattling off at top speed. An intruder has broken into our camp and is slaughtering our people. How is that possible? The camp's array formation didn't sense any intrusion at all. Wang Baol heard that and noticed how numerous voice transmission slips had started vibrating. He allowed a shocked look to settle on his face as he pulled out his voice transmission slip swiftly and pretended that it was vibrating as well. He gasped, incomprehension and fury coloring his eyes before he barked out to the never-ending clan members around him. "I've received a message as well. Damn it. How did this happen? Who's the foolhardy idiot who's done this? Could it be the cursed survivors? How dare they do this to the never-ending clan?" Other cultivators of similar status didn't suspect anything as they discussed the matter in shock and disbelief. The officer in charge of his hall, the leader of the small team, and a soul conduit realm elder frowned and barked. "What's with the panic? They're just remnant survivors. What can they do?" His soul conduit realm cultivation surged outward alongside his words, driving everyone in the hall into an instinctive silence. At that very moment, an incredible presence filled with fury erupted on the planet. It came from the 9th Army Sphere. A spirit immortal realm power flooded the camp, including the hall, and an old voice tinged with murderous fury reverberated inside everyone's minds. "Put the camp on lockdown, search the grounds, and find the hidden intruder. I want to know which fool is defiant enough to attempt this." Thunderous booms erupted around the planet as soon as the Elder's commands descended. The camp was in instant full lockdown. Murderous auras erupted from the cultivators in the halls as they charged out and began the hunt. Wang Baol was amongst them. There was a dark, furious look on his face. Together with the never-ending clan members around him, he started searching in earnest. In fact, he appeared to be putting a lot of effort into it. He pointed at one corner and shouted, "Team leader, something's not right here. The energy signature here seems chaotic and doesn't match the energy signature of our never-ending clan members. I'm guessing that an intruder passed this area." Wang Baol's words caused him to be looked upon highly, so the group of people searched thoroughly in the surroundings. Although they didn't obtain much, Wang Bao's conscientiousness still made the subordinate team leader nod his head. Searches like this were being carried out within the entire army camp. There were even some perfected stage soul conduit cultivators who appeared and increased the comprehensiveness of the search. In fact, the consciousness of the perfected stage spirit immortal was there all along. It swept through the entire army camp again and again as it tried to find traces of the invader. However, not only were Wang Bao's attacks rapid, but he also had the transformation of his essence technique. Although he couldn't help but leave behind a few clues, it was almost impossible to find him in a short period of time. Wang Bao was also not worried about this. Before he went to the army camp, he already thought about that. He believed that even if the army camp was sent into lockdown, it would definitely not be for long. Because there would be other things that would catch the never-ending clan's attention. Then, it would disperse their attention and even cause them to change their target. It was indeed like that. 1 hour after the army camp was sent into lockdown, as information was sent from the outside world into the army camp, the spirit immortal mighty figure guarding the place and all of the leaders of the branch teams knew one thing. There was an intruder from the outside world who descended upon this planet and had shocking power. This wasn't the first time similar events had happened. But the group of descenders described in the information sent, coupled with the fact that they were all wearing masks, immediately made many never-ending clan mighty figures think of the Flame Patriarch, all wearing masks and descending in waves. That's the Flame Patriarch. Damn it. Why has the Flame Patriarch chosen to attack here of all places this time? As the information spread, it immediately caused a lot of commotion within the never-ending clan. They weren't really scared of this attack, but the fact that it involved the Flame Patriarch made many think of some rumors from before. Wang Baol pricked up his ears and asked around. After getting an answer, he also expressed shock and shouted angrily with the people around him. Since the entire army camp was in an uproar because of the attack, the spirit immortal from the 9th Army Sphere finally showed himself. He looked old and skinny, but the light in his eyes was chilly, and his body was somewhat shrunken, giving people the feeling that the stench of death was dispersing from his body. But if one looked closely, they could vaguely sense that there seemed to be a horrifying disturbance in his body that, once unleashed, could suppress and kill everyone in the surroundings. His voice was also full of maliciousness as it echoed everywhere. Since some descenders are already here, we'll keep them here. Mobilize all branch teams to search the whole planet. For every invader you kill, I will personally note down your contributions and ask the army commander to give you great rewards. While speaking, the late-stage spirit immortal elder flew far away with a flick of his body. It seemed as though he was getting involved in the search personally. Meanwhile, the commanders on every army sphere passed down orders as well. They divided up the entire planet and assigned all branch teams to start searching. Wang Baol was among them as well. He followed a branch team as they left the army camp and all unleashed their speed in midair to rush towards a specified position. As all of the branch teams spread out, the army camp became quiet. No one noticed that there was a shining disturbance in midair. The spirit immortal realm cultivator that seemed to be leaving transmogrified his silhouette again. With a dark expression, he carefully searched the empty army camp again. In the end, doubt and confusion appeared deep in his eyes. I can confirm that the one who performed the assassinations in the army camp was one of the descenders. I can also confirm that there was a very small number of them. It's extremely possible that there was only one person. However, has this person already left, or does he have a special way to hide his aura? The spirit immortal never-ending clan member sighed and furrowed the eyebrows on all 3 of his heads. Looking at the land, he wanted to speak but stopped, then shook his head. If I bother the army commander, who's at a crucial period in his cultivation, because of this, I'll definitely cause him to be extremely unhappy. And normally speaking, the descenders arranged by the Flame Patriarch only attack for 24 hours. The spirit immortal elder became silent. Others thought their army commander, who was at the planet realm, had already left. But actually, the elder was clear that the army commander didn't leave. He was actually doing something extremely important. So after thinking deeply, the elder retracted his gaze and decided not to bother the army commander. After all, 24 hours would pass by very quickly. Thinking to that point, the elder truly left with a flick of his body and joined the search. Even though he felt that the incident would end in 24 hours at most, the elder naturally had no liking for the descenders who dared to provoke them. If they didn't provoke them with the assassinations, it would have been fine, and he wouldn't have cared. But the descenders killed someone in his own army camp. So if he could find and kill them, not only would it relieve his anger, it would also be a huge contribution to the never-ending clan. Thinking in that manner, the elder accelerated. Meanwhile, the descenders, who didn't know that someone had poked a hornet's nest, were all spreading out and starting to look for targets to various degrees. But very quickly, someone discovered something amiss. That's odd. This planet has been mostly executed. Using common sense, there shouldn't be so many of them being mobilized. Or maybe there exists a strong local resistance force here. Some hidden descenders were hunting for the individual never-ending clan members scattered around. They all looked at the sky, where waves of never-ending clan members were flying past, with fear. Their scalps went numb, and they were all shocked. While these descenders were all nervous, Wang Baol was following a branch team of the Third Army. He was sashaying about and engaging in small talk with a never-ending clan member beside him. He spoke the dark sex language very fluently, and other never-ending clan members didn't suspect anything when they heard him speak. But through this small talk, the strict ranking system of the never-ending clan showed itself. Towards Wang Baol, who had the lowest cultivation level in the team, others seemed to be communicating with him. But the coldness deep in their eyes wasn't hidden at all. It was like an instinct. If one's cultivation level wasn't enough, one's status wouldn't make the cut. This was expressed more obviously via the branch team leader's behavior. He didn't care about his subordinates. Wang Baol also naturally wouldn't care about this. They had been flying for some time, and he felt that the time was right. After looking at his surroundings, Wang Baol's body suddenly exploded without warning. It became a cloud of mist and engulfed everyone with astonishing speed, not giving the surrounding never-ending clan members a chance to react. There were no shrill cries of pain or struggle. The entire process was over in a few breaths' time. In the next moment, when the mist gathered again, one couldn't see the corpses of the other never-ending clan members. But after gathering, Wang Baol transformed to look like another never-ending clan cultivator. Feeling that the will of the demonic eye art was getting increasingly active in his body and was about to scream, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, and his body changed after that. He had one less head, and he broke off an arm, making himself look like a wretched mess. He then sped off towards the distance while continuously looking back with an expression that showed both anger and fear, as though someone wanted to murder him. As he put on the show for a very long time, Wang Baol was so used to it that it was incredibly realistic. He didn't care that there wasn't a single person beside him and even spat out blood from time to time. Alas, he still felt that it was a little fake, so he used a portion of his essence to transmogrify into a silhouette behind him. This silhouette had a bull mask. It was the arrogant man from before. Just like that, as he chased himself, Wang Baol kept trying to escape. After 20 minutes, he finally saw another branch team at another coordinate. "Be careful, everyone. We've been ambushed by a group of descenders. Our team leader died in battle, and the others either escaped safely or died trying. The descender wearing a bull mask that's behind me has been chasing me for a long time." Wang Baol spoke pitifully and spat blood again while rapidly nearing the branch team. Meanwhile, as the members of the branch team all looked over coldly, the bull-masked man that Wang Baol transmogrified had a change in expression and stopped giving chase. Instead, he turned around and tried to escape. It would be fine if he didn't try to escape. That way, the group of never-ending clan cultivators would definitely have some suspicion. But, upon seeing the bull-masked man try to escape, those never-ending clan cultivators' eyes flashed. Their leader didn't even look at Wang Baol as he led people to give chase. And just as they neared Wang Baol and gathered, Wang Baol's body exploded again. His body turned into mist and spread rapidly, engulfing everyone in an instant as though he wished to absorb them. In the next moment, Wang Baol, who had a different look, licked his lips, let out a shrill cry, spat blood, and continued escaping. "Help! Someone help me!" Behind him, the bull-masked man let out villainous laughter and kept giving chase under Wang Baol's control. The self-acted and directed chase was happening on the foreign planet. At the same time, deep in the boundless parameters of the universe, there existed a star system filled with flame. The vastness of the star system's boundaries was extremely astonishing. In fact, it was as big as tens of thousands of divine civilizations. At that place, flames seemed to burn eternally. Looking ahead, the boundless cosmos was like a sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, there were an astonishing number of planets. Those planets were of various sizes and were all burning without exception. If one looked carefully, countless life forms could be seen living on the burning planets. Whether it was plants or animals or ordinary people or cultivators, they could be found everywhere, making the planets extremely lively. Meanwhile, in the lively center of the star system, a mountain floated in the cosmos. It was as though all of the fire seas had this place as their core. It was as though the mountain was the source of the flames. Its red color was like blood and could make anyone who saw it shudder with fear. There was also a small hut at the peak of the mountain. It looked ugly and was built using grass, but it was able to maintain its green color under the indescribably high temperature, the grass showing no signs of wilting. It was obviously extraordinary. Within the hut, there was an elder sitting cross-legged. The elder wore red robes and had a head of red hair. Although there were wrinkles on his face, he looked very strong. That was especially so considering that the light within his eyes seemed capable of making the surrounding cosmos lose all its color despite them being half-closed. There was a bronze mirror in front of the elder, and the mirror reflected the planet Wang Baol was on. As the elder checked, the images in the mirror kept changing. Every time the image changed, a masked silhouette would appear. Those silhouettes were obviously the descenders, and the identity of the elder was obvious. He was the Flame Patriarch. The masks of the descenders, including Wang Baol's, not only contained the power to hide them and a curse they could use once on an enemy, but they also had two functions. On the one hand, they could record the number of kills. On the other hand, they allowed the Flame Patriarch to clearly see what happened to every descender no matter how far away they were from him. And that was where his interests lay. In the past, every time a mission started, the Flame Patriarch loved to observe the battlefield as though he was watching a live stream via the masks. Every time he saw a never-ending clan member die a horrible death, he would feel very happy in his heart. At this moment, he was also doing that. While feeling very satisfied, he rapidly looked through all the masks. But very quickly, when the mirror reflected Wang Baol's silhouette, he swept a glance at the bull-masked man chasing Wang Baol and then looked at Wang Baol, who was crying in pain while escaping, with surprise in his eyes. So he raised his right hand and flicked it down, rapidly looking through all of Wang Baol's experiences after coming to this place, as recorded in his mask. Slowly, the Flame Patriarch's expression became extremely weird. Chasing himself with himself? Interesting. This transformation technique looks very familiar. It's the essence technique of Chun Qing, who loves acting like he's very youthful. This brat, what's his relationship with Chun Qing? The Flame Patriarch raised his eyes. He had always disliked Chun Qing because he felt that Chun Qing was older than him but always liked assuming the appearance of a youth. However, he didn't know why, but he found Wang Baol pleasant to the eye after seeing him kill so many never-ending clan members. It's a little exaggerated, but it's still pretty interesting to watch. The Flame Patriarch muttered and decided not to watch anyone else. He prepared to watch Wang Baol for a little while more. And just then, the bull-masked man Wang Baol transmogrified to chase himself let out a roar. "Handsome feller in front. Stop running." The bull-masked man's angry roar echoed within the hut and in the surroundings of where he was. As for that sentence, it made the Flame Patriarch's face twitch. This shameless aura is exactly the same as Chun Qing's. The Flame Patriarch humphed. As he continued watching, The Wang Baol in the image was speeding in midair while feeling a multitude of emotions in his heart. Even my killer can see my handsomeness. Life is so difficult. Wang Baol seemed to forget that it was a self-directed play. At that moment he was very invested in his act, but very quickly his expression changed slightly. He realized that the silhouettes of two branch teams appeared in the sky ahead. Wang Baol didn't know why the two branch teams, which had a perfected stage soul conduit among them, were gathered together, but he narrowed his eyes slightly and still charged towards them while letting out a shrill scream. You've gone too far. This is the territory of the never-ending clan, yet you still dare to be so arrogant here. I'll definitely destroy both your body and spirit. The words of the bull-masked man behind him also changed immediately. That brat in front, you're done for. The chase between the two was naturally seen by the never-ending clan members. Their perfected stage soul conduit realm leader was a middle-aged man. His gaze was icy as he looked at Wang Baol, then looked at the bull-masked man behind him. He didn't say a word, and because of that, the other never-ending clan members also merely sized up Wang Baol and the bull-masked man without attacking. Even though the bull-masked man put on his previous act by changing his expression and trying to escape, the perfected stage soul conduit only gave a slight signal for a cultivator beside him to give chase. He ignored Wang Baol as he brought his men along and continued moving forward. The never-ending clan is way too cold. Wang Baol had a headache. He knew that his bull-masked clone looked real but actually didn't have much combat strength. He gauged that someone would suspect something shortly and that bringing it along with him would draw suspicion. So as he sighed in his heart, he flew towards the never-ending clan members like an uninvited guest. At that point, the Flame Patriarch seemed bored with Wang Baol and decided to go look at others. But before he could do so, Wang Baol said, "Army Commander, I have something to report." In the image, the middle-aged perfected stage soul conduit turned his head to look at Wang Baol after hearing him. He was about to speak when he suddenly narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand to grab a never-ending clanmate to shield him in the next moment. The moment he did so, Wang Baol's body exploded and became a huge patch of mist, spreading towards the surroundings with astonishing speed. Immediately, he engulfed that group of people. But the perfected stage soul conduit reacted quickly enough in the end. He used the cultivator in front of him to shield himself and infused his cultivation into that cultivator's body, causing it to explode. He then used the explosive force to retreat and avoid being absorbed by Wang Baol. "Who are you?" As he retreated, the perfected stage soul conduit had an intense killing intent in his eyes. He weaved hand seals with all 6 of his arms, forming layers of golden runes that then became a halo. The layers shone outside his body, turned rapidly, and buzzed. That was the first time Wang Baol was met with such a situation in his many attacks after coming to that planet. But he didn't stop. The mist instantly rolled and transmogrified into a giant head, then let out a roar. "I'm your daddy." The waves Wang Baol unleashed only had power equal to that of a late-stage soul conduit cultivator, but they dispersed a terrifying suppressive force equal to that of an early-stage spirit immortal. He quickly charged towards the retreating perfected stage soul conduit. The perfected stage soul conduit had eyes full of surprise as he raised his right hand and took out a jade slip instantly, which dispersed teleportation runes. He was about to crush it, but at that point in time, Wang Baol's eyes flashed unnoticeably. He quickly analyzed in his mind and concluded that he wasn't confident of making his opponent stay before he teleported away unless he used his dermic battleship. The seemingly violent mist head actually turned around and escaped rapidly as the jade slip unleashed its maximum power. This scene caused the perfected stage soul conduit to be somewhat confused and made the Flame Patriarch's eyes light up while watching the live stream. That was especially so because when Wang Baol escaped, he still had a strong aura that made people feel that he was a dominant overlord, seemingly because he didn't wish to arouse the suspicion of others. However, the more he did that, the more he made people suspect whether he was exposing himself unwittingly while trying to cover his tracks. The perfected stage soul conduit was feeling that way now. His first reaction was that something was amiss. He kept deliberating in his heart about whether to teleport away as he originally wanted to, or to chase and kill Wang Baol. If he gave chase, he was scared of falling into a trap. If he didn't give chase, he wouldn't forgive himself for letting this opportunity to make a huge contribution to his clan slip away. And according to his judgment, Wang Baol was most likely weaker than him. If not, he wouldn't have chosen to ambush them previously. As the two thoughts appeared in his mind at the same time, Wang Baol's silhouette was about to escape. However, the waves he dispersed didn't decrease. Instead, because he was scared of being chased, they increased. Seeing that, a cold glimmer flashed between the eyes of the perfected stage soul conduit. Enough with your acting. As he spoke, the perfected stage soul conduit never-ending clan member suddenly gave chase. Seeing the never-ending clan member give chase, the flame patriarch, who was watching the live stream, raised his right hand and flicked down. He retrieved a flame fruit and ate it while watching enthusiastically. At the same time, on the planet that the flame patriarch chose, the words of the never-ending clan member who decided to chase after Wang Baol spread. When he gave chase personally, he didn't put away the teleportation jade slip he was grabbing. Instead, he prepared himself to teleport away at any time. As his body charged out, he also unleashed his maximum cultivation. His perfected stage soul conduit cultivation made his speed extremely fast, and it rose continuously. When he caught up to Wang Baol, his aura had reached its peak. As he raised his palm, the halo formed by the runes outside his body all left his body and formed a giant golden fist. It attacked towards Wang Baol with a suppressive force seemingly able to cover the sky. Die! You! Wang Baol had a shocked expression. Under the suppression of the fist, even his aura became unsteady. It was as though a veil was lifted up, revealing the late-stage soul conduit cultivation disturbances that truly belonged to him. So the never-ending clan cultivator laughed evilly and increased the power. He unleashed 120% of his power and infused it into the fist formed by his divine power, which then landed in front of Wang Baol. The moment the fist landed, translucent crystal chips shone as they appeared everywhere on Wang Baol's body and formed a membrane, which was like a water veil, in front of him. Hence, the fist landed in front of Wang Baol and not on him. The attack of that perfected stage soul conduit never-ending clan member landed on the membrane at that moment. In the next moment, as the membrane trembled, an extremely strong reflection force spread out and exploded forth from the membrane like a blow from an early-stage spirit immortal. It crashed towards the shocked, never-ending clan cultivator, who was about to crush the teleportation jade slip, but found that it was already too late to do so. As for Wang Baol, all of the shock and fear on his face disappeared. Replacing it was a look of helplessness. Turning around, he looked at the never-ending clan member, who was engulfed by the reflection force storm, and sighed with emotion. Why? I had already let you go. You're despicable. Before the never-ending clan cultivator could even finish his sentence, he was covered by the storm formed by the reflection force. His arms were torn apart, and his body turned to dust in an instant. He only left behind his storage bracelet and the teleportation jade slip, which were grabbed by Wang Baol after he reformed his body. Just as he was about to check them blissfully, his expression suddenly changed, and his body retreated instantly. He retreated very quickly. At that moment, his life instinct was almost activated, as even the arch armor transmogrified on his body in an instant to form a defensive barrier. The dermic battleship was taken out by Wang Baol to shield himself as well. Meanwhile, his divine justice shield was also activated to cover his entire body for the very first time. One could say that in that short moment, Wang Baol's cultivation and everything else on his body was being unleashed in a frenzy. If not for the fact that the Tao scripture needed time to activate and couldn't be used in time, Wang Baol would have shouted it out. The pig mask's curse also needed time to be activated and wasn't suitable at that moment. As for why he was in such a frenzy, it was because his intuition and all the cells in his body seemed to be screaming and telling him that there was a giant, indescribable danger descending. The danger shocked Wang Baol and caused him to, without hesitation, crush the teleportation jade slip he obtained after killing that never-ending clan member. And just as Wang Baol crushed the jade slip and retreated, a heaven-shaking and earth-rumbling late-stage spirit immortal disturbance descended. It became a fist and landed where Wang Baol was previously. Even though Wang Baol dodged early, the fist was extremely weird. It seemed that so long as it was unleashed, it would definitely hit its target. In the next moment, an illusory shadow of the fist appeared and ignored Wang Baol's dodge, landing on his body. Immediately, the dermic battleship Locust, which just appeared in front of Wang Baol, let out a shrill cry and unleashed its early-stage spirit immortal cultivation to resist with its full power. But as rumbles sounded, the dermic battleship Locust's body trembled and started collapsing from the point of collision. This affected half of the dermic battleship's body, and the donkey within it immediately spat blood. Little Wu's body also trembled. Although he didn't spit blood, he let out a shrill cry of pain, the likes of which he had never let out before. In the end, after being heavily injured, the dermic battleship let out a shrill cry and devolved into dermic light, returning to Wang Baol's storage bracelet. But that late-stage spirit immortal's fist didn't stop. After repelling the dermic battleship, although its power was decreased, it was still strong. It landed on Wang Baol's body and collided with his divine justice shield. The spirit-killing power was fully unleashed like never before. The divine justice shield, which was refined to its maximum potential by Wang Baol, was useful against soul conduits, early-stage spirit immortals, and even mid-stage spirit immortals. But in the end, it wasn't powerful enough and collapsed when used against a late-stage spirit immortal. The collapse wasn't without a purpose. When it collapsed, almost 70% of the late-stage spirit immortal's power was reflected back onto the fist by the divine justice shield. The sound created was heaven-shaking and earth-rumbling. Wang Baol's whole body trembled as he spat blood, and he didn't have time to check it. As the arch armor blocked the remaining waves, his body's concealment dissipated as well, revealing his original silhouette, which was wearing a pig mask. But he couldn't care about that at the moment. Without even turning his head, Wang Baol made use of that force to charge forward rapidly. It was at that moment that the teleportation formed by the crushed jade slip appeared. It wasn't that the teleportation appeared slowly. In reality, the teleportation was very fast. From the moment Wang Baol crushed the jade slip until the teleportation was activated, only 1 to 2 breaths passed. Truly, the fist of the late-stage spirit immortal was faster than him. But in the end, Wang Baol bought enough time through the collapse of his divine justice shield and via blocking with his dermic battleship. At that moment, his body teleported away, and after he disappeared, a silhouette walked out from the void in midair above where Wang Baol was previously. The person's appearance looked like the cultivator who chased after Wang Baol's bull-masked man clone, but his appearance changed quickly, and he exposed his original appearance in the end. He was the late-stage spirit immortal elder within the never-ending clan army camp. The elder's expression was ugly. As he lowered his head to look at his right index finger, his index finger broke inch by inch. It even affected the rest of his hand. And in the end, his entire palm became a bloody mess. He has tricks up his sleeve and can even transmogrify himself and his aura so seamlessly. At the same time, he's capable of retaliating so strongly. This disciple must not remain here. The killing intent in the elder's eyes was intense as he followed the teleportation disturbances with a flick of his body, chasing over as he disappeared in an instant. All of this was seen clearly by the Flame Patriarch. Seeing the turn in the course of events personally, a tinge of admiration appeared in his eyes. Not bad, he reacts pretty quickly. I originally thought that Brat's essence body was going to die here. I didn't expect him to be able to escape without using the curse. And he seems very courageous. That shield is also pretty interesting. The Flame Patriarch laughed and was no longer interested in looking at other people. He finished his flame fruit, so he got another and prepared to see whether Wang Baol could escape successfully in the end. As he watched, Wang Baol, who had appeared somewhere else on the planet via the teleportation jade slip, spat out a big mouthful of blood. However, he had no time to feel sad about his losses. At that moment, he instinctively wanted to use that time to unleash the curse. But he was very unwilling to do so in his heart. If he used the curse now, it wouldn't reach its maximum effectiveness. At most, it would buy him a bit more time before he got caught. But if he used it at a crucial point in time, it could possibly give him a chance to retaliate and kill his opponent instead. God damn it, I won't use the curse. I'll find a chance to catch him by surprise and kill that old bastard. Viciousness and signs of frenzy appeared in Wang Bao's eyes as he transformed into mist and split into 7 to 8 wisps to speed in 7 to 8 directions. At the same time, there were 2 other wisps, one of which became a pebble that camouflaged between the other rocks on the ground and remained stationary. The other wisp dug into the ground and sped deeper into the earth. As for his true essence body, it turned into a speck of dust and was blown around by the surrounding wind. It made use of the wind to float into the distance. It wasn't very fast, but he could travel forward continuously. The moment he finished doing all of that, a disturbance suddenly appeared at the place he had teleported to. As a spirit immortal aura spread, the late-stage spirit immortal never-ending clan elder chased over. As he swept around with his divine sense, the elder had a nasty expression on his face. After locking onto those 7 to 8 silhouettes, he was about to give chase, but suddenly his gaze flashed. Cunning. He humphed and didn't immediately give chase. Instead, he raised his right leg and slammed it down. Immediately, the surrounding land in a 100-mile radius was smashed to pieces. Using that to sense the disturbances underground, he split into 7 to 8 silhouettes and chased after the auras of Wang Bao he had locked onto. As for his true body, it dug into the ground and chased Wang Bao's divine sense, which was quickly digging deeper into the earth. When the late-stage spirit immortal never-ending clan elder chased into the ground, Wang Bao's essence body, which had turned into a speck of dust, immediately teleported. Using his late-stage soul conduit realm cultivation, he instantly teleported far away. When he landed, he turned into a bird and let out waves of cries alongside a flock of birds flying past in the sky, flying towards the distance with the flock. Not stopping there, Wang Bao, who was still worried that he would be caught up to, transformed again after noticing that his divine sense deep underground collapsed and that the other divine senses that he spread out all disappeared consecutively. He turned into a feather and floated down until he landed on the surface of a river. Then he turned into a rock. After sinking to the river bed, he turned into a fish and quickly swam away using the river current. After 15 minutes, when Wang Bao had already left that place, the bodies of the flock of birds all trembled as they collapsed and died together. Beside their corpses, the gloomy, aggrieved, never-ending clan elder suddenly transmogrified. After sweeping around the surroundings and not finding Wang Bao, the anger in the never-ending clan elder's heart had already reached its peak. As a spirit immortal chasing after a soul conduit, the fact that the soul conduit escaped made him lose his reputation. What made him even angrier was the fact that he fell for a trap just now. This disciple specializes in transformation. The never-ending clan elder gritted his teeth. Although he had an inkling of this previously, after gaining a deeper understanding of Wang Bao, he felt a deep sense of helplessness and couldn't help but growl. He spread out his divine sense in a 1,000-mile radius and, not caring about the consequences, formed an impact with his consciousness. Wherever the consciousness went, all life trembled and broke apart. But it didn't include Wang Bao. Before the never-ending clan elder appeared, he had teleported away again in his fish state, leaving that place. When he appeared again, he was already quite far away. Moreover, he transformed again, assuming the appearance of a never-ending clan cultivator and speeding away. That wasn't Wang Bao's last transmogrification while escaping. While on the road after that, he sometimes transformed into small harmless beasts running on the ground. He also transformed into insects hiding in some cracks at other times. There were even times he assumed the appearances of other descenders. Using this method, he increased the distance bit by bit every time. Even though the distance increased wasn't very much, under continuous stacking, the distance between the two finally got to a point where it was hard to give chase. Just like that, the late-stage spirit immortal never-ending clan elder gave chase many times, but he still couldn't catch Wang Bao. He even completely lost Wang Bao's trail. Faced with that, The late-stage Spirit Immortal gave an order and sent a notice to all never-ending clan branch teams, telling them to search all areas for the man wearing a pig mask. Even if that method wasn't really effective, it was better than doing nothing. At the same time, the Spirit Immortal never-ending clan elder thought in his heart that the branch teams were all bait. Once that pig head appeared and killed someone, he could then catch his trail again. All of the planet's never-ending clan members moved under the Spirit Immortal Elder's orders, searching frenziedly, and bringing with them an intense killing intent. And such searching was a previously unseen catastrophe for other descenders. In reality, the entire never-ending clan was looking for the pig head. At the same time, due to the orders of the Spirit Immortal Elder, they all took precautions against one another. Hence, the sense of frustration in their hearts was also very intense, to the point that they attacked the moment they met a descender. It was best if they beat them to death, and if they couldn't, they would ask them where the pig head was. Because of that, the descenders all felt hatred in their hearts. But they truly didn't know where the pig head was. Therefore, in many areas on the planet, sieges and killing occurred often. This made all of the descenders feel bitterness in their hearts, and it also left them with no choice but to give up on the mission. They started hiding continuously as they bided their time and waited for the mission time to be over so that they could teleport away and escape that dangerous place. At the same time, the hatred in their hearts increased, and they all had the same thought. That was, to look for the pig head after returning and kill him. This scene was witnessed from start to finish by the Flame Patriarch. On the one hand, he felt that Wang Baol using his transformation to escape showed his quick-wittedness. On the other hand, he felt an interest that he had never felt before upon seeing the hatred that the other descenders felt towards Wang Baol. And while the planet descended into chaos, Wang Baol, who caused it all, felt pride in his heart as he transformed into a bird again. He then landed in a forest and stood on a tree branch, raising his head to look at a group of never-ending clan cultivators who flew past him in the sky above. This is bad. There are only 10 hours left before time's up. Wang Baol had a headache. On the one hand, he went on the mission to earn red crystals. On the other hand, he wanted to make use of the demonic eye arts killing to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. Previously, everything was going fine. He was earning red crystals while killing never-ending clan members, all while pushing his demonic eye art forward. One could say that he was feeling great. The demonic eye art itself had also already reached a certain level, causing Wang Baol's cultivation to increase a lot and reach the peak of the late-stage soul conduit realm. According to Wang Baol's calculations, he felt that if he went on like that, he could definitely achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation before the end of the mission. After all, the cultivation levels of the never-ending clan cultivators were all extraordinary and brought him many gains. Now I'm screwed. Wang Baol was a little depressed. Standing on the tree branch, he pecked his feathers while thinking about how to handle his current situation. And as he was thinking, suddenly, an extremely abrupt voice echoed in his brain. "Help me! Help me!" The appearance of that voice made Wang Baol's body jolt and caused his eyes to go wide. He immediately flew up and looked at his surroundings. Instinctively, he spread out his divine sense and swept it through his surroundings. However, it returned empty-handed, and his expression turned ugly as a result. Even as the voice got weaker and completely disappeared, the extremely cautious Wang Baol didn't notice any abnormalities in the surrounding forest. In the end, he landed on the tree branch again and narrowed his eyes. The second time, Wang Baol thoroughly remembered the voice that appeared in his mind. After judging that the sound was obviously clearer than before, he felt that it was too weird. At the same time, he felt the same as he did the last time, faintly feeling that the sound came from somewhere underground. Is it only audible to me, or can everyone hear it? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. As he pondered, he raised his head to look into the distant forest. At that moment, at the forest's boundaries, as Wang Baol looked in that direction, a burly man wearing a bull mask was unleashing his full speed as he charged into the forest. After stepping into the forest, the burly man's expression turned ugly. He kept turning his head to look behind him, though he didn't decelerate as he sped deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, under the concealment of the mask, his aura quickly camouflaged with his surroundings. If Wang Baol didn't lock onto it previously, it would have been hard to find him. Is that guy? Seeing that familiar silhouette, Wang Baol laughed. He also saw that there were two teams of never-ending clan members chasing behind the burly man. There were actually two late-stage Soul Conduit realm cultivators among them, and there was even one perfected stage Soul Conduit. This guy might have also disturbed a hornet's nest. Why is he being chased by so many never-ending clan cultivators? After noticing all of that, Wang Baol was a little shocked. Amidst his shock, the bull-masked burly man rapidly went under a big tree. He then unleashed an unknown technique, and his original extremely concealed aura actually completely disappeared in an instant. Moreover, he was obviously right there, but the never-ending clan members seemed to not see him despite walking right in front of him. This astonished Wang Baol a little, so he narrowed his eyes and flew over with a flick of his body. He landed on a tree branch above the burly man's head and prepared to take a close look. Very quickly, Wang Baol noticed that the burly man seemed to be holding something in his palm. The never-ending clan pursuers returned empty-handed after searching, then sealed all teleportation and chased further away. Only then did the burly man finally take a deep breath. It seemed like he couldn't maintain his state for long. After a moment, he opened his palm and revealed what he was holding onto, an emerald green leaf. The leaf looked very ordinary, seeming no different from normal leaves. However, considering it could make a person's aura completely disappear, it was definitely no ordinary leaf. Wang Baol's eyes lit up as he pondered about whether to greet the man and convince him to lend him the leaf. It was then that the burly man spat out a thick blob of phlegm towards the soil beside him. That damned pig head. I've done this mission so many times, and I've never seen the never-ending clan go so crazy. That pig head deserves to die. When I return, I'll definitely rip his tendons and crush his bones. Speaking softly with a vicious look and while gritting his teeth, the burly man prepared to leave with a flick of his body. But at that moment, the bird standing on the tree branch above him suddenly chirped loudly after shooting a slanted glance at him. The cry was extremely loud. While it spread towards the surroundings, the bird flew up and flapped its wings. It acted like it got shocked into flying. After quickly leaving the tree, it also made the other birds within the forest get shocked one after another, and many flew away. Damn it! The expression on the burly man's face changed. His eyes opened wide as he suddenly raised his head and stared at the bird that Wang Baol had turned into. While killing intent spread in his eyes, he also moaned in his heart. Obviously, there were limitations to his hiding techniques, and he couldn't use them continuously. At that moment, he unleashed his maximum speed and went far away with a flick of his body. But he was still too late. The moment the loud cry of the bird version of Wang Baol spread out, it was immediately heard by the never-ending clan members in the distance. Instantly, those never-ending clan members unleashed their speed and charged there. Not long after, the bull-masked burly man was caught up to by the never-ending clan, and fighting instantly ensued as rumbles echoed around continuously. This bull-masked burly man could be so arrogant previously because he was indeed quite capable. Under the combined attacks of 3 soul conduits, he only unleashed perfected stage soul conduit disturbances, but his combat strength wasn't weak. He was just slightly disadvantaged. Despite that, he managed to kill 4 to 5 never-ending clan members. He had numerous methods and could often barely survive just by taking out some seemingly ordinary small items. In the end, after taking out a statue and having it self-destruct, he actually broke through the deadlock and escaped in an instant. If Wang Baol wasn't there, with the tricks of the burly man, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to escape. However, he was unlucky, so, as the burly man put some distance between him and his pursuers and concealed himself again, a snake hissed at his hiding spot as though someone had disturbed its sleep, and the result of the snake hissing was that the never-ending clan noticed again and charged over instantly. The burly man was about to go crazy. He felt that it was all way too weird. His luck had met with a never-before-seen catastrophe, as though the entire planet hated him, and everything was ostracizing him. That's absurd. The burly man growled in his heart, having no choice but to grit his teeth and fight. In the end, after killing a few never-ending clan members again, there were only those 3 soul conduits left. He fought through his heavy injuries and spat blood, even activating the curse in his mask and reducing the cultivation of that perfected stage soul conduit, heavily injuring him. Afterwards, he threw out a pile of white bones. As the white bones were unleashed and formed a seal, the burly man finally pulled away again and escaped. When he left the area, the burly man prepared to teleport away, but the land had been sealed by the never-ending clan previously. Unable to teleport, he found a marsh with no trees and took out a cape there. After covering himself with it, one could see with their naked eyes how he camouflaged into the surroundings. This guy had so many items? Standing on a tree in the distance, Wang Baol saw all of that. His eyes turned brighter as he flew there. Meanwhile, the seal formed by the bull-masked burly man's white bones was finally blasted open by the 3 never-ending clan soul conduit cultivators. As their killing intent spread, the 3 never-ending clan soul conduits, who had realized the bull-masked burly man was hard to handle, had extremely ugly expressions as they all charged out and started searching again. Judging by their vicious gazes, they wouldn't let the matter rest. And under the thorough searching of the 3 never-ending clan members, the caped burly man held his breath and carefully shifted his body. He planned to use his current state to pull away once more, enabling himself to teleport. He moved forward carefully to avoid a late-stage soul conduit never-ending clan member who flew past him. It was then that, suddenly, he raised his leg and paused. Under his foot, a black frog crawled out from the marsh. The frog was wide-eyed as it stared blankly at the burly man. The burly man's heart jolted, and he wanted to crush the frog with his foot to kill it. But he didn't dare to do so. That was because the 3 never-ending clan members were still searching in the surroundings. In fact, the perfected stage soul conduit he injured was less than 100 feet away from him. Once he stepped, he would definitely be noticed. Also, he had suffered heavy injuries and couldn't handle more fights. Once he was noticed, it was extremely likely that he would die. But if he didn't step on it, the bull-masked burly man's heart jolted again. Truly, he saw in the frog's eyes that it was a mutant and that it seemed to notice him. So the burly man cried as he put his hands together and begged the frog not to croak. Meanwhile, he slowly shifted his foot to land it on another position. The moment his foot landed, the frog suddenly opened its mouth and let out a loud croak. The croak immediately spread towards the surroundings. After attracting many gazes, the burly man's concealment was rendered ineffective due to an unknown reason. Hence, another round of fighting began. Ah! The burly man let out a growl towards the sky. He was indignant and furious in his heart, and that sense of weirdness made him feel suspicious while going crazy. Truly, he wasn't the only one who found it suspicious. The surrounding 3 never-ending clan members felt the same way. Although they didn't know the details of what happened to the bull-masked man, they knew that he would be noticed by some beast every time he tried to hide. One only needed to think deeply to notice that something was amiss. So, they looked like they were fighting, but in reality, the 3 never-ending clan members were already cautious towards their surroundings. In fact, that perfected stage soul conduit had already opened his voice transmission ring and was about to tell the spirit Immortal about the weird happenings. Wang Baol saw all of this and couldn't help but sigh. This isn't fun anymore. While muttering in his heart, Wang Baol flicked his body and turned into mist with a poof. Instantly, he spread and swept through the surroundings, engulfing 2 never-ending clan members, whose expressions changed completely and who were preparing to retreat. And although the cursed perfected stage soul conduit was prepared and escaped the boundaries of the mist, a black eye suddenly manifested within the mist that Wang Baol had turned into. He didn't even have time to send a voice transmission or continue escaping. That eye was the demonic eye. Once the demonic eye appeared, the body of the perfected stage soul conduit never-ending clan member trembled violently, and his thoughts seemed to be frozen. If he hadn't been injured previously, he could have barely resisted it and completed his voice transmission or teleport away. But after being cursed and heavily injured, He had no way to retaliate under the demonic eye. As his vision blurred and the sense of danger in his heart exploded forth, his body was absorbed by the mist that Wang Baol had turned into. His entire world turned black, and he never awakened again. After killing the 3 never-ending clan members, the mist shrunk, and Wang Baol turned into a black bird again, landing on the head of the trembling bull-masked burly man. He lightly pecked the burly man's skull and coughed. "Little cow, did you scold me just now?" The burly man's body jolted as he finally understood everything. After hearing the voice of the bird on his head, he already completely understood the reason and knew the bird's identity. Although he didn't know why Wang Baol could transform into various appearances, the scene of him turning into mist and killing the 3 soul conduits just now had completely awed the burly man. Moreover, his injuries were heavy, and he could no longer fight. His life or death could be said to have been in Wang Baol's control. And the stinging pain coming from his skull made the bull-masked man beg for mercy while shivering. "Senior, I was wrong. So long as you let me live, you can make me do anything. I'm willing to use all of my possessions to exchange for your mercy." The burly man was a decisive man too. Although he was trembling and shocked, he threw his storage bag to one side without hesitation. He then threw out a storage bracelet, even flipping his shirt to show that he didn't hide anything. Such straightforward behavior made Wang Baol quite happy. So he checked the storage bag and storage bracelet in front of the bull-masked man. After seeing the large amount of materials and small trinkets stored within it, he inquired thoroughly. For example, the leaf could truly make someone's aura completely disappear, but it could only be used once a day. He also asked about the cape and other items. In the end, Wang Baol also saw a jade box in the storage bracelet. The jade box was sealed and couldn't be activated. Faced with Wang Baol's inquiries, the burly man dared not hide anything from him and told Wang Baol everything truthfully. He obtained the item previously by chance but couldn't open it. He judged that only the power of a spirit immortal could open it. Seeing how cooperative the bull-masked burly man was, Wang Baol kept all of the items while feeling very satisfied. Thinking, he didn't make life difficult for the bull-masked burly man. He only pecked his head and left a mark before flying away with a flick of his body. This scene was witnessed from start to finish by the Flame Patriarch. He grinned. "If he makes me happy when I watch him, I can still give this brat some rewards." Speaking, he took out another flame fruit and ate it with gusto. Right now, he had already stopped watching other people and was prepared to watch Wang Baol's livestream from start to finish. And in the livestream's image, Wang Baol, who had already flown away, suddenly stopped and disappeared in the next moment, returning back to the forest. Seeing that, the Flame Patriarch got even more interested. As he looked, he saw the bull-masked burly man within the forest. The burly man noticed that Wang Baol had left at that moment and struggled as he climbed up. But the anger in his heart caused by the heavy injuries on his body and the loss of his dermic treasures made him feel as though his entire body was out of energy. He sat there and stared blankly for a while as fury and indignance slowly appeared in his eyes. In the end, he raised his right hand and slammed it down beside him as he growled. But, not waiting for him to speak, Wang Baol's faint voice sounded from behind him. "Seeing how you've shown filial respect to your daddy by giving me so many items, I'll speak first without waiting for you to scold me." The bull-masked burly man's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately turned his head and inhaled. He stared nervously and fearfully at Wang Baol, who had already left but returned for an unknown reason. He had turned into a bird and was standing on a tree branch. "Senior, let me explain." The bull-masked burly man was about to cry and quickly tried to resolve the issue, but Wang Baol, who had turned into a bird, rolled his eyes and spoke coldly. "There's no need to explain. I came back to give you a gentle reminder that the never-ending clan's spirit immortal should be arriving soon. That old guy loves to destroy everything in 100-mile, maybe even 1,000-mile radius the moment he arrives. So, be careful." After he spoke, Wang Baol threw a deep, profound look at the bull-masked burly man before flying into the distance quickly with a flick of his body and a flap of his wings. Seeing Wang Baol fly into the distance again, The bull-masked burly man was already in no mood to analyze whether Wang Baol had really left or not. What appeared in his mind was Wang Baol's final words. The more he thought, the more fearful he became. In the end, he gritted his teeth and unleashed an unknown spell. After that, the injuries on his body mostly healed in just a few breaths. Without hesitation, the burly man leaped up, his face becoming unnaturally red as he unleashed the maximum power he could unleash at that point in time. He sped into the distance and immediately teleported after leaving the area. In fact, he was still worried, and when he reappeared in the distance, he sped forward again and teleported many times. When he was thousands of miles away, he heard dull rumbles sounding behind him, and it felt as though the earth was trembling. At that moment, his breathing hastened as he escaped again. Truly, behind him, the place that was once a forest had already become a crater. In a radius hundreds of miles from the forest, everything had been obliterated by the late-stage spirit immortal never-ending clan elder, seemingly in a bid to vent his anger. Although Wang Baol didn't see those things personally, he could mostly guess what happened in his heart. At that moment, he was already at an even further away area. He found a cave, burrowed in, sat cross-legged, and looked at his loot. The sheer amount of possessions the bull-masked burly man had made Wang Baol extremely satisfied. As for that sealed jade box, the bull-masked burly man's cultivation wasn't enough, and he found it hard to activate. But Wang Baol had a dermic battleship. Even though his dermic battleship had previously been heavily injured, Wang Baol wasn't short on stone bamboos and had already fed his dermic battleship many stone bamboos as he escaped. Now, although his dermic battleship hadn't fully recovered, it no longer had any major issues. So, by using his dermic battleship's early-stage spirit immortal power, Wang Baol successfully opened the box. He saw inside it 4 black daggers. The 4 daggers looked very ordinary, and there was nothing unusual about them. Even though there was a weak blue glow on their blades as though they had poison on them, people wouldn't be too bothered by it after seeing it. Even when Wang Baol held a dagger, it was like holding a child's toy. He almost used his finger to test its sharpness. But as his finger was about to touch it, Wang Baol's expression suddenly changed. After forcefully controlling his actions, he thoroughly recollected his mental state just now and slowly inhaled. His expression became extremely stern. This dagger is very weird. The black color can already catch people's attention. Moreover, the jade box it was stored in required the power of a spirit immortal to be activated. And the venom on it, all of this shows that these 4 daggers are extraordinary and pose a certain degree of danger. How could I close one eye to this sort of danger? It's not even closing one eye. While the sense of existence of the daggers sharply decreased, it also affected my judgment, causing me to ignore it subconsciously. Even if I noticed it, I would instinctively feel that there wasn't much danger. After Wang Baol analyzed it, his breathing quickened as he suppressed the strong feeling in his heart to ignore the daggers. He then held the dagger and sliced it lightly towards the wall beside him. With just a light touch, the stone wall was sliced open easily like a piece of tofu. It would be fine if it was just like that. What made Wang Baol inhale was that the edges where the stone wall was sliced open immediately rotted, and numerous small holes appeared as though it was corroded. That made Wang Baol's hairs stand on end. Although he didn't really do deep research on poison, he knew a bit. So he understood that poisons that could affect living things weren't much. Those poisons that could even affect non-living things were the really powerful ones. Because, to a certain extent, they couldn't even be considered a poison. Instead, they contained a sort of nomological power and could change an object's form and essence. The domineering force they represented could ignore defenses. Wang Baol shuddered, and after judging thoroughly, he had a faint intuition that the 4 daggers weren't only special assassination weapons and that the extent of their power could threaten even spirit immortals. If not, they wouldn't have been sealed within a jade box that only spirit immortals could open. So Wang Baol cautiously placed the dagger back into the jade box. After resealing it, he stored it in his storage bracelet. Afterwards, he sat there, his eyes shining faintly. There's not much time before the mission ends. I can't keep going on like this. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, and a cold glimmer flashed between them. A killing intent grew increasingly intense in his heart. I can't let a late-stage spirit immortal ruin my plans. The never-ending clan still deserves to be killed. I'll just have to think carefully about how to carry it out and how to escape once I get noticed. In fact, I have to think about how to create chances for retaliation. Although there's almost no chance for me to retaliate, Wang Baol touched the mask on his face, and decisiveness appeared in his expression. After killing the 3 Soul Conduit never-ending clan members, he already felt that under the propelling of the demonic eye art, his cultivation had reached a maximum point of activeness, and he was very close to achieving a breakthrough. Under Wang Baol's calculations, he felt that so long as he killed enough, he could achieve a breakthrough here and reach the perfected stage Soul Conduit realm. So Wang Baol gritted his teeth, opened his storage bracelet, and started arranging his items. The item he had the most of in his storage bracelet was self-destructing battleships. Those battleships had a huge effect during cosmos battles. But in conflicts between cultivators, they were unsuitable due to their size. So what Wang Baol had to do first was disassemble 30% of his battleships, take out their core components, and create dermic artifacts similar to self-exploding beads. Because all of the battleships were created by Wang Baol, and since he had enough puppets to assist him, the process didn't take very long. Wang Baol used a certain level of sacrifice in exchange for a large number of self-exploding beads. It's a shame I don't know how to set up array formations. After storing all of his self-exploding beads and calculating how much time he had before the end of his mission, Wang Baol sighed with emotion. He felt that one would only feel like they lacked knowledge when they needed it. He secretly thought that he had to do some research on this area in the future. He didn't look to completely master it, but he wanted to learn how to set up some powerful array formations. With that decision in mind, Wang Baol started planning. His plan was very simple: to lead the spirit immortal away, then find a chance to infiltrate the army camp and start murdering. After all, not all of the never-ending clan members were activated, and there were still some reserves in the army camp. Wang Baol had personally seen that, so he had quite a clear target. The only difficult thing was figuring out how to make the late-stage spirit immortal never-ending clan elder believe him and really be led away. You must lose a fly to catch a trout. Viciousness appeared in Wang Baol's eyes as he raised his right hand and grabbed his left arm. With a hard pull, he tore it off. Even if it was only his essence body, it still hurt. Persevering through the intense pain, Wang Baol weaved hand seals and used his essence body's arm as a core to form another avatar. The avatar was very different from the ones formed by his divine sense previously. In fact, no matter how one looked at it, it was very realistic. Truly, it was indeed that way. To a certain extent, it could be considered Wang Baol's avatar. Even his thoughts were like this. The new avatar's thoughts and actions were all controlled by Wang Baol. At that moment, he controlled the new avatar to transmogrify a pig mask and head into the distance with a flick of its body. Meanwhile, his essence body also sped in the direction of the army camp as it weaved hand seals and transmogrified a new arm. At the same time, Wang Baol split his attention in order to control the avatar transmogrified from his arm, having it repeatedly appear in the outside world. Because this avatar was different from his previous divine sense, it couldn't be maintained for long. But if he chose to burn it, it could still maintain an extraordinary combat strength. Therefore, the fighting and escaping after meeting the never-ending clan was very realistic as well. Hence, the avatar was naturally locked onto by that spirit immortal as he sped towards it at his maximum speed. As the spirit immortal got involved, Wang Baol's true essence body was holding the leaf and cape as he unleashed his maximum speed and neared the army camp. Wang Baol was very clear that the avatar transmogrified from his arm could only be considered expendable in a sense. Upon unleashing its full power, it could only exist for 2 to 4 hours. But the 2 to 4 hours was enough. After all, there were less than 4 hours left until the end of the mission. Nonetheless, he still had to seize every minute and every second. So, as he neared the army camp, Wang Baol wasted no time and charged in after transmogrifying into a never-ending clan member. As for who he transmogrified into, he chose after heavy deliberation. He didn't transmogrify into an ordinary never-ending clan member. He also didn't choose the soul conduits he met previously. After all, no matter who he transmogrified into, as most of the never-ending clan members were searching outside, anybody's return would arouse suspicion. And Wang Baol already knew that his ability to transform was known by the entire never-ending clan. So, he could choose not to transmogrify and charge inside, but this method had its pros and cons. Moreover, just one mistake would cause him to expose himself more quickly. His other option was to transmogrify and buy himself time to a certain extent, thereby maximizing his loot. Wang Baol chose the latter. In fact, the one he chose to transmogrify into was the late-stage spirit immortal never-ending clan elder. Doing so seemed to be extremely risky. After all, if someone sent a voice transmission to the late-stage spirit immortal, they would immediately know the truth. In reality, it was darkest under the light. On the one hand, it was perfectly logical for a spirit immortal to return, and no one dared ask the reason why. On the other hand, there weren't many never-ending clan members who could come into direct contact with the spirit immortal and confirm his location with him via voice transmission. Even if they could check through the cultivators beside them instead of sending a voice transmission directly to the spirit immortal, not many never-ending clan members could do that. After all, the never-ending clan had an extremely strict class system. Thoughts such as suspicion rarely appeared in the minds of lower-ranked never-ending clan members. But that wasn't an absolute. Wang Baol's actions weren't innately absolute. So after making a decision in his heart, Wang Baol transmogrified into the appearance of that late-stage spirit immortal never-ending clan elder. His expression was extremely ugly, and killing intent spread faintly from his body. He put on a hostile look as he flew towards the army camp. Although the army camp had array formations, Wang Baol had previously tested the strength of the essence technique many times. Once he transmogrified into the appearance of someone, he could completely mimic their aura as well. So unless the army camp's array formation could reach the eternal star realm, array formations which worked by sensing one's aura had no effect on him. As he sped forward, Wang Baol stepped directly into the army camp with an ugly expression on his face. The moment he stepped into the army camp, some never-ending clan members immediately went up to greet him. They were all extremely courteous. Some of them were about to speak, but after noticing Wang Baol's gloomy expression, they all inhaled and didn't dare to speak. Bunch of trash. Wang Baol mimicked the late-stage spirit immortal's voice and used pure never-ending clan language to scold them. He humphed and ignored the never-ending clan members surrounding him as he flew towards the pavilion within the army camp. Seeing that, the others all lowered their heads. They only dared raise their heads again after Wang Baol left. The nervousness in their hearts also became more intense because of Wang Baol's gloomy expression previously. At the same time as he entered the army camp, Wang Baol also spread his divine sense. With a sweep of his consciousness, he found that there were only several thousand cultivators left. Moreover, there were no soul conduits. The highest cultivation level among them was the perfected stage nascent soul realm. This made him pretty unhappy. He felt as though he had expended a lot of energy in exchange for not many rewards. After all, he was extremely close to achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation. Although killing nascent soul cultivators could improve the demonic eye art, the improvement was very little unless he killed an extremely large number of cultivators. Even killing off all of the never-ending clan members in the army camp wouldn't have much effect. That old fogey thinks too highly of me. He actually activated all soul conduits to search for me. This gave Wang Baol a headache as he felt a strong sense of losing his capital. This caused his mood to become as terrible as his previous expression. But within the army camp, he still carried out his plan cautiously. He broke off 5 fingers and formed 5 avatars. He gave 4 of them a black dagger and made each of them kill a never-ending clan member and transmogrify into their appearance. He made them carry self-exploding beads and had them place the beads everywhere around the army camp. As for Wang Baol's essence body, it kept pondering while feeling very horrible. In the end, he went to the storehouse of the army camp. The place was considered a place of strategic importance and was guarded by two perfected stage nascent souls. The storehouse itself was also defended by array formations. Hence, they wouldn't be worried about losing anything. But to Wang Baol, the defenses didn't pose a problem. He walked towards the storehouse while assuming the appearance of the late-stage spirit immortal elder, so no one dared to block him. Very quickly, he entered the storehouse using the special qualities of his essence body and saw the almost infinite amount of resources placed within it. When Wang Baol saw those resources, he inhaled, and his eyes became as wide as saucers. Even his mind was shaking. This was despite him being considered quite knowledgeable after his battles. Truly, the sheer amount of resources in the storehouse and their value was unable to be calculated by Wang Baol despite him only taking a sweeping glance. So his eyes couldn't help but turn red, and he quickly started looting. It didn't matter even when his storage bracelet and storage bags could no longer hold any more items, as the storehouse also had storage items. Just like that, after 15 minutes, and when Wang Baol had hundreds of storage dermic artifacts on his body, he finally moved all of the items in the storehouse. I'm more suited to plundering after all. Staring at the empty storehouse, Wang Baol's eyes shone. At that moment, he didn't feel like killing anymore. He turned around to leave the storehouse and the army camp. But just as Wang Baol was about to walk out of the storehouse, his expression suddenly changed. One of his avatars that had transmogrified into a never-ending clan member sent a piece of information. The real late-stage spirit immortal never-ending clan elder had returned. That caused Wang Baol's eyes to narrow as he charged out of the storehouse rapidly. At that moment, only one perfected stage nascent soul was left out of the original two. Wang Baol didn't know where the other went and had no time to check. His eyes flashed, and not giving the perfected stage nascent soul never-ending clan member time to react, he turned into mist and swept past his body. The never-ending clan member melted. When the mist gathered in the next moment, Wang Baol had already taken on the never-ending clan member's appearance. As he flew rapidly out of the army camp, a long rainbow appeared in the sky and descended upon the army camp, bringing with it a heaven-shaking aura. The one that arrived was the never-ending clan's late-stage spirit immortal elder. His expression was even gloomier than that of Wang Baol, and it seemed as though his anger had already reached a maximum. With just a gentle touch, he seemed able to blast and kill everything. As for the disturbances in his cultivation, it appeared to be unstable, as though it was forcefully suppressed. That was because after he gave chase previously, he felt something amiss the moment he saw the pig-masked man. After he killed it, he noticed that he had fallen for a trap. As he sped away frantically, he got ambushed by 4 spirit immortal descenders. In their battle, he killed 2 while the other 2 escaped. Meanwhile, he had also suffered heavy injuries. It was just that his injuries weren't as serious as they looked now. He continued searching for the pig-masked man to no avail afterward, then headed straight for the army camp. He felt that the darned pig-head could have lured him away and hid in the army camp. Although he didn't find anything amiss with a sweep of his divine sense, considering Wang Baol's transformation ability, he instinctively felt that he might have been cheated. In fact, on the way back, he had already analyzed it. If the pig-masked man was really hiding in the army camp, then he probably wanted to ambush him aside from wanting to kill. So, he purposely revealed his injuries. That was because, under his analysis, after his injured self returned to the army camp, whoever was closer was a greater suspect. With that thought in mind, the late-stage spirit immortal realm never-ending clan cultivator quickened his pace and landed in the camp. His return sent waves of confusion, suspicion, and anxiety rippling across the never-ending clan army. The cultivators wondered what was going on. The last commander had just returned, and now another one had made his appearance. How were they to know which was the authentic one and which was the fake? It'd be fine if the previous one were the real commander, but if the real deal were to be the latter, then they were going to be in serious trouble. Similar thoughts appeared in everyone's minds. The crowd was filled with anxiety and nervousness. The late-stage spirit immortal realm elder immediately caught the shifts in their expressions, and a sense of foreboding uncurled inside him. Could it be that His breathing quickened, and he unleashed his divine sense and activated his late-stage spirit immortal realm cultivation. Spirit energy swept outward like raging tornadoes as he growled. Did the pighead disguise himself as me and enter the camp? The sudden unleashing of his cultivation and his questioning tone erased all suspicions from everyone's minds. They recalled that the previous commander hadn't displayed such power at all. The realization sent shudders through their bodies. Shock rippled through the crowd. Amongst them were Wang Bao's avatars. They had similar looks of disbelief and horror on their faces. Wang Bao's main avatar, conjured via his essence technique, was hidden in the crowd as well. He stood near the spirit immortal realm elder. Uneasiness and hesitation colored his face. He seemed as if he had something to say to the elder. He lifted one foot up, intent to make his way to the elder and extend his greetings. Before Wang Bao could make further moves, a never-ending clan cultivator nearby appeared to recall something after experiencing the burst of power from the spirit immortal realm elder and hearing what he had asked the army. The look on his face darkened. He cried out, then quickly approached the elder. His moaning didn't stop as he made his way towards the elder. "Commander, someone took on your appearance and entered the warehouse earlier." The late-stage spirit immortal realm elder twisted his head around swiftly before the cultivator could finish what he had planned to say, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He raised his right palm and struck suddenly, as swift as a flash of lightning. The force behind the blow was incredible. The sudden release of late-stage spirit immortal realm cultivation sent the heavens and earth shuddering. Winds started howling as clouds rolled back. A power that could level mountains gathered and formed a handprint that landed on the perfected nascent soul realm never-ending clan cultivator. The attack had come too swiftly and had descended with incredible power. Even Wang Baol would have struggled to evade it. As for the nascent soul realm cultivator, he stood no chance at all. They had been standing too near each other when the elder had attacked swiftly and without mercy. A thunderous boom reverberated in the skies. The perfected nascent soul realm cultivator didn't even get the chance to scream out before his body was crushed, and his flesh was turned to dust. His body and soul were utterly destroyed. Even his blood turned to dust under the force of the attack. The scene sent shock rippling through the minds of every never-ending clan cultivator who was present. They stepped away from the elder instantly. Wang Baol widened his eyes and gasped. Luckily, he hadn't reached the elder in time. His avatars hadn't approached the elder either. Even though he might be able to survive a slap from the elder, it would still leave him with some serious injuries. He's merciless. He doesn't even care if it's one of his own. He'll kill them just the same. Wang Baol gasped. A dark look had settled on the late-stage spirit immortal realm elder's face. He had just realized that the cultivator he killed wasn't an avatar of the pighead or the pighead himself. He had been a member of the never-ending clan. The resentment and frustration inside him grew, and his anger spiked. It was then that an idea flashed across Wang Baol's mind. He immediately sent one of his avatars towards the elder. The avatar raced towards the ladder with a mournful look on his face, then fell to his knees and started wailing. "Commander, please calm down. This isn't an oversight or weakness on our part. It's the damn pighead. He transformed into you and then proceeded to empty the entire warehouse." "What did you just say?" The elder's eyes bulged when he heard that. He marched right up to Wang Baol's avatar, his eyeballs looking like they were ready to pop out of his head. He was clearly extremely affected by what he had just heard. The sheer thought of being robbed of their military resources sent spikes of pain through his heart. He growled and sent his divine sense surging outward again, extending them towards the warehouse. He needed to see it with his own spiritual eyes. It was then that Wang Baol's avatar looked up suddenly, a black dagger appearing in his hand. If not for the fact that everyone could see it clearly with their eyes, no one would have realized or registered its sudden appearance. Wang Baol's avatar plunged the dagger straight into the elder's thigh. The strange dagger self-destructed and, with the force of the explosion, blew apart the protections enveloping the elder and pierced straight into his physical body. Poison surged into the elder's body through the wound. Everything had happened so quickly that no one had been prepared for it at all. The late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Elder's eyes widened with shock and fury, and rage erupted from his person as he turned his face skyward and howled furiously. He unleashed his full cultivation, summoning a tornado that enveloped Wang Baol's avatar. The attack turned Wang Baol's avatar to dust, and an uproar swept across the crowd of never-ending clan cultivators around the elder. Wang Baol's primary avatar, the one he had first created with his essence technique, stood amongst the other never-ending clan cultivators, looking equally stunned and furious. The elder continued howling, and his cultivation-powered tornadoes continued rampaging within the hall. As everyone descended into frenzied madness, a series of loud explosions suddenly sounded in the air. The earth seemed to be swaying, the camp shaking. The sound of explosions rose from multiple locations, the force of which rippled across the camp. Multiple waves of spirit energy collided and merged into greater waves of spirit energy, culminating in an incredible force that sent the earth shaking and the skies quaking. For army spheres blew apart and plunged from the skies, shattering upon impact as they crashed to the ground. The camp descended into unprecedented chaos. Amidst the chaos, a never-ending clan cultivator rushed towards the late-stage spirit Immortal Realm cultivator with an anxious look on his face. While the latter was still reeling back in shock at the destruction caused by the series of explosions around him and from the destruction of multiple army spheres, the never-ending clan cultivator pulled out a black dagger and lunged straight at the spirit Immortal Realm cultivator. Another sneak attack? The spirit Immortal Realm elder snapped his head back. His eyes were glimmering with murder as he shot his right hand out and caught the attacker. It was then that another never-ending clan cultivator came charging at him, whipping out another black dagger and thrusting it towards him. That was hardly the end of it. Some distance away, a fourth never-ending clan cultivator turned raving mad all of a sudden. Instead of charging at the elder and attempting to assassinate him, he turned the other way and started running. He was trying to escape amidst the chaos that had descended upon the camp. The series of shocking events sent the other never-ending clan cultivators reeling. They were still in the midst of a stunned daze. They had just witnessed repeated assassination attempts, followed by an attempted escape. They howled furiously and started going after the cultivator who was trying to escape without even thinking. The elder had crushed the avatar that he had caught earlier and had similarly exterminated the third avatar that had tried to creep up on him. He looked up and stared at the back of the cultivator currently running away in the distance. Never-ending clan cultivators were charging past him in pursuit. Suddenly, a never-ending clan cultivator in their midst pulled out a black dagger and thrust it at the elder. The sneak attack caught the elder by surprise, despite the latter being on guard. The dagger sliced into his arm. The elder lifted his face skyward and unleashed a terrifying roar as fresh poison flooded into his body. "I'm going to kill you." He no longer cared if he was killing his own. Tornadoes rose around him and wiped out all never-ending clan cultivators that dared come near him. All that remained in a 1,000-foot radius around him was blood and death. The elder charged out and started going after the escaping cultivator. The remaining never-ending clan cultivators reeled back in horror at the mass destruction that had just occurred. No one dared to approach the elder. Wang Baol's primary avatar was still hidden amongst these cultivators. The earlier 5 avatars had been lesser avatars, those of his primary avatar. His primary avatar had a look of terror on his face. He was quivering in fear and shock alongside his comrades. Privately, though, Wang Baol was brimming with a sense of smugness. The spirit Immortal Realm never-ending clan cultivator might be powerful, but he wasn't very smart. Wang Baol secretly formed a hand seal. The remaining self-exploding beads that he had hidden in the camp exploded instantly. The explosions shook the heavens and earth. 3 army spheres caved in and went crashing to the ground. This appeared to be an attempt to stop the spirit Immortal Realm cultivator from continuing his pursuit. The spirit Immortal Realm cultivator became increasingly relentless in the face of the increasing number of obstacles in his way. He had thrown everything to the wind in his pursuit and thus caught up instantly. Die! Wang Baol's primary avatar narrowed his eyes as he blended in effortlessly with the never-ending clan cultivators around him. While the latter were spreading out and chasing after another one of his avatars, he was retreating discreetly, waiting for the right moment to take on another disguise and make his escape. He knew that even though the late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Elder was currently wounded and poisoned, the injuries that he had sustained were still minor. He hadn't been weakened to an extent where Wang Baol could confidently beat him in a fight. Even if Wang Baol were to make use of the curse that the Flame Patriarch had given him, he still foresaw a tough battle ahead of him. Wang Baol assessed his odds, then eyed the look of fury on his enemy's face. The elder looked ready to eat him alive. He eventually decided to not take the risk, even though he hadn't yet killed as much as the demonic eye art required of him. Besides, he still had to think of the entire army camp's worth of resources that he had on him. He decided to leave with what he had already gotten. That was the safest way out. "I'll spare your life this time," Wang Baol said. He didn't think that he was running away from a fight. Not really. He was about to make his escape when the late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Elder's divine sense came sweeping across the area from a distance. It enveloped the entire area and formed an overwhelming force that momentarily froze Wang Baol in place. In the distance, the late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Cultivator had just sent his palm smashing into the ground, crushing Wang Baol's fifth avatar. The elder then snapped his head back as he hovered in midair. His eyes glimmered with murder as he surveyed the army of never-ending clan cultivators before him. His army of never-ending clan warriors shuddered as they caught the madness glowing in his eyes. They could tell that their commander was treading a thin line now, straddling the line between sanity and complete madness. Their breathing stuttered at the murderous glint in his eyes, and they could feel death breathing down their necks. Their instincts were right. The spirit Immortal Realm Elder could no longer differentiate between friend and foe. He couldn't tell which was a true never-ending clan cultivator and which was the cursed pighead disguised as one. He didn't know how many avatars the pighead had planted in his army. But his instincts were telling him that his enemy was right there, hidden amongst his people, and the best way to find him was to kill everyone. That was the surest way to find his enemy, but doing that was just pure madness. He might be blind with fury and teetering on the edge of insanity, but this was something that he wasn't yet prepared to do. There was something else. His enemy seemed to have the ability to transform himself into a dead body as well. That meant that he might still fail to find the damned pighead even after killing everyone. Unless he destroyed everything. If he were to destroy the entire camp and everything within miles of the camp, he would surely be able to get his hands on the pighead. The thought festered inside the elder's mind. The glint of violence in his eyes hardened as the murderous aura around him intensified. The never-ending clan cultivators around him began to tremble. They could tell that something horrible was going to happen. Rage and helplessness washed over them. Wang Baol stood amongst them, his heart racing rapidly. This is impossible. Has this old man lost his mind? He's not going to destroy his entire army just to kill me, is he? I haven't done anything so bad as to warrant that, have I? Wang Baol was no longer so confident of himself. The fear in his eyes was genuine now. The gears in his head spun furiously as he considered his options and how he was going to get out of this alive. Amidst Wang Baol's panicking, as the other never-ending clan cultivators trembled in fear, the spirit Immortal Realm Elder suddenly let loose a mindless, crazed howl and stretched his right hand into the sky. Oh no! Horror flashed across Wang Baol's face while shock filled the looks of the never-ending clan cultivators around him. They retreated instinctively, and many of them started wailing. "Commander, please calm down. Commander, we just have to wait another 2 hours. The descenders will leave then. Please, don't act rashly." Their words fell on deaf ears. The elder's eyes were red with madness, and his face was contorted with fury. The look on his face said that he had gone over the edge and that he was going all out to kill the enemy. His upraised hand swooped through the air, and a handprint smashed into the ground. The attack didn't land on the army of never-ending clan cultivators. Instead, it had landed right smack in the middle of their camp. The blow sent cracks splintering across the ground, and winds whipped in the air and swept across the land, sending never-ending clan cultivators stumbling back. The earth groaned and creaked as the ground caved in. Then, from the crack of the earth emerged, all of a sudden, a coffin. The coffin appeared to be black at first glance. However, a closer look would reveal that it wasn't black at all, but the color of dried blood, a dark purple that stained the entire coffin. Cracks started appearing on the coffin, and they swiftly increased in number until the coffin finally broke apart moments later. A terrifying roar thundered in the air as a skinless corpse climbed out of the coffin. The heavenly Tao blessings. That's our camp's heavenly Tao blessings. Gasps of shock rose into the air as soon as the never-ending clan army caught sight of the corpse. The late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Elder might have lost his mind, but he hadn't reached the stage where he was willing to slaughter his entire army. He knew that he would be as good as dead if he did that. In the eyes of the never-ending clan, such an act would amount to an unforgivable crime. This was a price he wasn't willing to pay to kill one man. But his hate for the pig-headed Wang Baol had reached a feverish peak as well. That had been why he had chosen to destroy the camp's heavenly Tao blessings. Every planetary-level military camp in the never-ending clan was given its own coffin. During times of crisis, destroying this coffin would unleash a spell that would affect every clan member within a certain radius. The spell acted like a form of blessing as well as a means of teleportation, sending these clan members to the nearest location under the never-ending clan's control. Few knew its origins. They only knew its name, and it was called Heavenly Tao Blessings. It was something that should only be unleashed as a last resort. The late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Elder thought that this was exactly the kind of situation that warranted the use of the Heavenly Tao Blessings as a last resort. He was going to use it to kill the cursed pighead who had stolen the army supplies and caused such great damage to the camp. He was going to use the Heavenly Tao Blessings' unique feature to search the area and find those whom the coffin didn't recognize as clan members. The person who failed the coffin's test would be the pighead in disguise. If no one fit the bill, then he was just going to destroy the entire place after the coffin had teleported every clan member away safely. Everything was being put swiftly into motion as the elder ran through his plan in his head. Immediately after the elder had summoned the coffin and the skinless corpse had emerged howling, the latter split apart without any warning. Beams of red light erupted from the corpse's body and streamed towards the never-ending clan cultivators around the corpse. The beams of red light moved so quickly that none of the never-ending clan cultivators could dodge in time. Within seconds, the light had fallen on the forehead of every never-ending clan cultivator. It transformed into a mark on their foreheads, released a teleportation spell, and sent them away. The same thing nearly happened to the late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Elder. However, he managed to interrupt the teleportation forcibly with his powerful cultivation. He allowed his divine sense to flood the lands and lock down the area as he searched for whoever was left behind. Shock overtook Wang Baol. He hadn't expected something like that from his enemy. With no time left to think, he activated his essence technique and tried to conjure a red mark on his forehead. But this time, the essence technique, which had always done what he had instructed it to, failed to conjure anything up. It wasn't a match for the corpse's powerful spell. This was the first time it had failed Wang Baol. Wang Baol reeled back in shock. There was no time for him to come up with a strategy, so he immediately started chanting the Tao scripture under his breath. The late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Elder's gaze landed on Wang Baol. Their eyes met. If looks could kill, Wang Baol would have died from the murderous look the never-ending clan elder was giving him. The elder radiated pure madness and violence. "You're the one!" His voice echoed in the air as he charged. The force of his charge left storms in his wake, which swept across the lands and destroyed everything in their path. Only complete destruction could appease the endless hatred he had towards the cursed pig-headed man. Wang Baol grimaced. Regardless, he didn't hesitate at all when faced with the enemy's sudden charge. He retreated instantly. The time he had gained during his retreat allowed the Tao Scripture's power to descend upon the planet. Wang Baol turned his head suddenly, and pride and defiance glimmered in his eyes as he shouted into the skies. Save me, father-in-law! Boom, boom, boom. The skies were transformed. Winds howled as clouds rolled back. In that instant, the entire planet shuddered. The never-ending clan elder reeled back in shock. The flame patriarch, who was observing the battle from a distant part of the cosmos, almost choked on a flame fruit. His eyes widened. They had never been so big. He got to his feet instantly, gasping in shock as incredulity shone in his eyes. This aura. One might imagine the shock that the late-stage spirit immortal realm never-ending clan elder was feeling compared to the surprise that had overtaken the flame patriarch. The never-ending clan elder was thunderstruck. Horror flooded his mind as his organs were crushed under the weight of all that power. His soul felt like it might rip apart at any moment. The sudden aura that had descended upon the planet was so powerful that it sent tremors rippling across the entire world. It was as if something in the deepest end of the universe had suddenly awoken and was making its way towards them. That was the feeling that seized the never-ending clan elder. It was what Wang Baol felt too. Please don't wake up for real. Wang Baol prayed fervently. Ever since the last time he had chanted the Tao scripture and felt the overwhelming power the chanting had summoned, he had tried to keep himself from using it again. He was worried that if he continued using it during battle, he was going to awaken the presence that was slumbering at the other end of the universe one day. Of course, he hadn't been left with much choice this time. As everyone remained stunned by his sudden call for his father-in-law, Wang Baol quickly turned tail and escaped into the distance at full speed. He disappeared with a single bound and reappeared tens of thousands of miles in the distance. Then, without even a moment of rest, he did that again. The never-ending clan elder trembled as he watched Wang Baol escape. He dared not give chase. The sudden aura that had descended upon them was too powerful, and he felt like an ant in its presence. A single thought from the powerful presence would flatten him. It caused fear and awe to swell inside of him. Besides, he had heard what Wang Baol had said. He had called for his father-in-law to save him. Icy fear coursed through the never-ending clan elder's blood as he considered what those words meant. As he stood immobilized by fear, Wang Baol was sprinting away from him as quickly as possible. They were already separated by more than 1,000 kilometers. Everything happened almost instantly. Within 5 seconds, Wang Baol had uttered the Tao scripture, unleashed its power, and then made a run for it. The immense power of the scripture gradually faded away as Wang Baol escaped. Soon it was as if it had never appeared at all. The late-stage spirit immortal realm elder was momentarily stunned when he sensed its complete disappearance. Then, a dark look settled on his face, and a raging fury set his eyes aflame. He had never been so mad with rage. You tricked me. The realization that the earlier powerful presence had been an illusion that his enemy had conjured dawned on him. It had been an extremely convincing illusion, but Wang Baol's continued escape after that was proof that everything had been a setup. The feeling of being duped yet again sent the never-ending clan elder howling at the skies. His hair was loose and in disarray. With a sudden swoop, his right hand grabbed the corpse that had been summoned through the heavenly Tao blessings and cast a spell that Wang Baol had never heard of. The corpse's eyes opened wide as flames enveloped it, burning it down to a red thread. Soon, remnants of its final blessings faded away as the red thread merged into the abyss. The leader took a step forward and chased after the red thread. His eyes were washed aglow with murder, while the aura of violence surrounded him. At this point, he no longer cared if he were to kill his own people by mistake, as there was only one thought in his mind. It was to dice the cursed pighead into 1,000,000 pieces. There was no way he was going to move on if he didn't. The thought would haunt him and affect his cultivation. While the never-ending clan elder chased after Wang Baol, the flame patriarch, who had been observing the fight through Wang Baol's mask, was still recovering from his earlier bout of shock. He remained solemn even after sensing the disappearance of the presence that had been summoned by Wang Baol's scripture. Compared to the never-ending clan elder, he didn't think that he had somehow been tricked. His eyes were wide as he looked up slowly, not at the planet that Wang Baol was currently on but into the depths of the universe. He was staring straight at the source of that unimaginably terrifying power, or so his guts were telling him. There lies a world beyond the never-ending Tao domain. The Flame Patriarch murmured to himself, then fell silent. One has to be at least at the universe realm in order to summon such power from the outer domain. Can't forget the fact that he has Chun Qing's essence technique. This kid. The Flame Patriarch retracted his gaze after a moment. Then, he turned his eyes towards the screen in front of him and looked at Wang Baol with a look of consideration. Something else had stirred when Wang Baol had uttered the Tao scripture. Lying deep underground on the main Divine Eye planet, inside a huge coffin, on Wang Baol's true form, the mask in which little Missy was dwelling trembled slightly. It seemed to be showing signs of waking up too. Wang Baol was oblivious to what was going on with the Flame Patriarch and little Missy. He had been widening the distance between him and the never-ending clan elder for some time, but he could still feel a sense of danger tugging at him. He shifted and reappeared in the distance, then did it again. The sense of danger didn't abate. It persisted even after he used his essence technique and took on another guise. The feeling of being targeted didn't weaken. In fact, it intensified instead. What's going on? Wang Baol grew uneasy. He sprinted away again, narrowing his eyes and forming a series of hand seals with both hands. Then, with a wave of his hands, a loud boom thundered in the heavens as he unleashed the full power of his demonic eye art. Instead of being activated inside his body, an enormous black eye appeared behind Wang Baol. The dark eye emanated a cold, dispassionate aura. It widened under Wang Baol's instructions, then turned itself onto Wang Baol. A transformation came over Wang Baol. With the aid of the demonic eye art, he could now see a thin red thread that had appeared out of nowhere and was now stuck on him. It seemed to be growing out of his body, extending outward and into the abyss. Wang Baol's heart rose to his throat, and the gears in his head started spinning furiously. He knew very well that he wasn't going to be able to escape as long as the thread remained bound to him. Sooner or later, his enemy was going to catch up to him. He had only two options before him. He could continue to run to try and gain more time until the 2 hours were up. The mission would end then, and his mask would teleport him to safety. Or he could stand and fight to the death. If he won, Wang Baol had a feeling that the fight was going to help him break through his current cultivation realm. If he lost, though, then that would be the end for him. He didn't spend much time on his decision. Ferocity and madness lit Wang Baol's eyes. He had gone for the second option without hesitation. With the first option, there was a great chance that he might not be able to outrun his enemy until the time was up. A fight would be inevitable if his enemy caught up with him. He would rather not be forced to battle after exhausting himself from all that running. He would very much rather attack now and fight to his last breath. Let's do this. A glint of mad violence entered Wang Baol's eyes. He stopped running, turned around, and dispelled the illusion he had cast over himself. The pig-headed mask appeared over his face as he raised his right hand and formed a hand seal. Then, he followed the instructions that the Flame Patriarch had told him and unleashed the curse resting inside the mask. Time was needed to set the curse. Wang Baol didn't have the luxury of time, but he had enough to release the curse. Blood veins began to surface on the mask as he continued performing a series of hand seals. They grew in number, filling the entire mask and finally forming a blood-red flower over it. It was a 7-petaled flower, and on each petal, a faint imprint of a human face could be seen. Together, they showed the full range of core human emotions, from joy to anger, then sorrow followed by bliss. It was a disconcerting sight to behold. There were 2 dark holes on the mask where one's eyes should be, and Wang Baol's eyes shone brightly through the openings. Wang Baol made sure that his curse was ready to be released, then lifted his left hand into the air, forming another hand seal. A black eye, summoned via the demonic eye art, appeared behind him. He wasn't done yet, as this wasn't enough. A thought popped into his head, and black flames erupted from his person and rose to the skies. The dark fire. He was ready now. Wang Baol steadied his breathing and focused. His eyes were bright with a murderous glint. The curse that was going to weaken his enemy's cultivation was like divine power from the heavens. With it, he could move planets and shift stars. The destructive power of his demonic eye art held the strength of the earth. With it, he held power akin to a mighty, monstrous army. The madness and violence coursing through Wang Baol's blood was proof of man's will. With it, he would drain the earth of its seas and flood the heavens. A soundless explosion erupted around Wang Baol, the force of its aftershock lashing at him, sweeping clouds back and sending tremors through the earth. Somehow, he had unwittingly set up the stage for a deadly battle. A mysterious atmosphere settled over the battlefield, one which Wang Baol seemed oblivious to. The late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Elder who had been charging towards Wang Baol should have sensed it, but someone had interfered with his senses. He had been blocked off and couldn't sense the hidden danger ahead of him. That someone was the Flame Patriarch who was watching Wang Baol. He had seen Wang Baol make his choice. After all that he had seen from Wang Baol, the Flame Patriarch couldn't help the sense of growing approval he felt towards him, his eyes shining with praise. Even if we disregard any connections he has with the outer domain and with Chun Qing, that boldness of his alone is worthy of praise. That's why I'll help you just this once. Let's see if you can make something of this chance. It'll be the start of many opportunities to come if you succeed this time. The death trap was inexplicable and mysterious. It appeared to bind Wang Baol's spirit energy and consciousness together, and weave the two with the natural energies of the planet. The result was an invisible and intense power permeating the air that threatened to slay everything within sight. This power was invisible to one's eyes but could be perceived through a sweep of one's divine sense. No walls stood around Wang Baol, yet the winds stopped right outside the battlefield that he had set up. Without the winds blowing, no dust could drift in and settle on the ground either. The battlefield had somehow been sealed and cordoned off from the rest of the world. It had transformed into a domain of its own. Wang Baol couldn't have done that alone. Even if luck happened to be on his side, even if he were to achieve resonance between his will to kill and the power in his spells, it would still be almost impossible for him to unleash enough power to make his own domain. But the pig-headed mask he had on him was no ordinary mask. The death trap that had been laid and the violence-filled power in the air were all mainly due to the mask. Should the strange violence in the air unleash its full power, its force would send the heavens and earth quaking. Skies would be drained of their natural colors, and winds would howl while clouds rolled back. The stage would be set for someone's inevitable death. Just as the Flame Patriarch had said, he had just helped Wang Baol out. The favor that he had extended didn't start then. It had begun since he had his eyes on Wang Baol. In fact, he had done the crucial deed of interfering with the never-ending clan elder's divine sense, so that the elder remained oblivious to the death trap until he had stepped into it. He had also made the elder forget some things that he shouldn't forget. An enormous demonic eye appeared behind Wang Baol, its sight on the entire battlefield around him. Dark fire rose around him and flooded the battlefield like a sea of black flames. Wang Baol looked strange and terrifying to behold, a harbinger of death. The flower that was sprawled across his mask appeared to come alive. It began to blossom. As it reached full bloom, as Wang Baol stood ready and waiting, as every weapon in his arsenal was locked and loaded, every spell and mystic technique charged for an attack at full blast, a spatial distortion appeared above the empty field 140 feet ahead of him. Without any warning, the late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Cultivator, the commander of the never-ending clan army, emerged from the vortex. His face emerged from the vortex first and was followed by his body. As his features and the outline of his form grew increasingly distinct, he took one step forward and prepared to charge. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye, from the appearance of the spatial distortion to the never-ending clan elder's entrance. As a late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Cultivator, the never-ending clan elder had his own bag of tricks. Just as his foot was about to land on the ground, his eyes suddenly widened. He realized how strange and different Wang Baol looked. The black eye looming at Wang Baol's back, the black flames burning around them like hellfire, and the strange and terrifying flower shimmering on his face. Everything the never-ending clan elder saw made his heart skip a beat. It was then that an unimaginably strong sense of danger erupted in his head. It felt as if the heavens were collapsing on him, and as if the earth had just risen under his feet. It felt as if the two were moving towards each other rapidly like two palms in a clap, heading towards him in a loud and terrifying smack. His heart stuttered, and fear and shock flashed across his face. He was filled with disbelief. His divine sense was telling him that he should leave immediately. What unsettled him was the lack of any warning signs before this sudden explosion of danger assaulting his senses. Someone's interfering with my divine sense and playing with my mind. All this while, I've forgotten about the curse that's hiding inside the Descender's mask. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him. His heart raced as he retreated hastily, but it was too late. An icy glint had flashed in Wang Bao's eyes as soon as the late-stage spirit Immortal Realm Elder had appeared in the domain. In the next moment, the mysterious flower on Wang Bao's mask exploded. Demonic eye, draw out his pain, Wang Bao yelled. The heavens and earth shuddered. The winds started howling, and the clouds boiled in the skies. The enormous black eye looming behind Wang Bao had barely been open a moment ago. Yet, upon hearing Wang Bao's command, it snapped wide open. A soundless roar reverberated in the skies as the elder's reflection appeared inside the black eye. Instantly, the elder could feel hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts exploding in his head. Shock vibrated through his violently shuddering body as he realized that his body had become bound by an invisible force. He was immobilized, unable to budge a single inch. That wasn't the end of it. He stood bound and reeling in shock as an agonizing pain shot through his right palm. It had been crushed to bits during his earlier fight with Wang Bao, but it had fully regenerated after the fight. Present, it felt as if the pain that the elder had suffered and forced aside was being drawn to the surface. This wasn't what the demonic eye art was meant for. However, as a form of spell, the binding effect that the demonic eye art had on the enemy affected the latter's whole person. As the spell spread, injuries that had been suppressed or weren't fully healed would be revealed under the all-seeing eye of the demonic eye art. Damn it! Agony and fury flashed across the never-ending clan elder's face. He quickly unleashed his cultivation in an attempt to free himself. At the same time, the looming sense of danger that he had been feeling was getting increasingly stronger and fueling his unease. Because of the difference in their levels of cultivation, the spell could only hold the elder frozen for a moment. But Wang Bao was clearly ready to fight to the death. As he roared, blood veins appeared in the enormous demonic eye looming at his back. The demonic eye seemed to be unleashing its full power, giving all that it had to sustain the bind over the elder. As the never-ending clan elder fought to free himself, Wang Bao thrust his right hand into the air and pointed skywards without any hesitation. Dark fire, draw the poison out. The sea of black fire around them rose to the skies, and fiery waves began circling the elder rapidly, transforming into a fiery tornado. It was like watching a dragon spiraling into the air, roaring as it spewed dark fire. A deadly fire that seemed capable of turning everything to ashes, into the sky. Because of Wang Bao's level of cultivation, his dark fire wasn't yet powerful enough to kill the late-stage spirit Immortal Realm cultivator. However, the dark fire contained the power of death, and therein lay the key to this attack. While of a different source, this poison shared similarities with the poison Wang Bao had lined his black daggers with. In fact, Wang Bao had intentionally fused a little bit of dark fire with the black daggers that his avatars had injured the elder with. The eruption of the dark fire instantly activated the poison that the never-ending clan elder had been suppressing all along. The rampant surge of poison in his body brought streaks of black to the surface of the never-ending clan elder's skin. These black streaks seemed alive. As they swam across his skin, his blood and flesh began to rot. The rotting flesh spread across his body, and the various places conjoined with one another to form a seal of poison. No! Shock and terror flashed across the never-ending clan elder's face as an unimaginable sense of danger erupted in his head. Every cell in his body was screaming, shrieking mindlessly at him to run away immediately. If he didn't, he was going to die. The threat of death wasn't coming from the fierce pain in his right hand or the corrosive poison burning in his veins. It was coming from the cursed pighead in front of him and the blood-colored flower shimmering on his mask. I'm not accepting defeat. The late-stage spirit immortal realm never-ending clan elder howled madly. As he struggled, his two other heads and remaining forearms burst out of his body. He had been driven to reveal his true form. It was of no use. Release the curse. Wang Bao's head snapped up suddenly. His eyes glowed with an intense ferocity as he roared and unleashed the divine power that was going to turn the tide of this battle. The blood-colored flower on his mask shattered, morphing into countless blood-colored threads that streamed towards the late-stage spirit immortal realm elder at an impossible speed, appearing before him almost instantly. They transformed back into a flower that then landed on the elder's face. The curse exploded. Horror filled the elder's eyes as the blood-red flower printed itself over his face. He couldn't stop his screams of terror and pain from piercing the air. Red mist started to rise from the imprint on his face. Then more red mist began to stream out from his right hand. It was a bizarre sight to behold. The two streams of mist flowed towards each other and formed a hideous-looking red dragon. It wasn't huge, was three-legged, and had one horn. Its form and the scales on its body were clearly defined. The blood-red dragon opened its jaws and transformed into a red sword that went swinging straight at the never-ending clan elder's forehead. It didn't matter what kind of barriers or protection the elder had in place. It circumvented them all. Every defense that the elder had fell apart with the red dragon around. The curse weakened his cultivation, which allowed it to unleash its full power without obstruction. As the sword came slashing at the elder, his right hand, which had been previously injured during his battle with Wang Bao, started to rot. The pain in his screams intensified as the rotting persisted. At the same time, his cultivation began to show signs of instability, and his spirit energy wavered. As the red sword slashed right through him, his cultivation plunged from the late-stage spirit immortal realm to the mid-stage spirit immortal realm. It felt as if his cultivation had been forcibly and violently robbed from him. As it happened, the heavens and earth themselves seemed to be affected. But if one were to look more closely, they would realize that the curse wasn't as powerful as it appeared. While the curse was indeed strong, the reason for its seeming prowess was the elder's weakened right hand. It had been destroyed once. Even though he had regenerated the hand again, he didn't have the luxury of time to heal it completely and had done so hastily. Even though it appeared fully healed, it was still suffering from its earlier injury. Such an injury should have been insignificant, but the curse magnified the extent of the injury and fed on it. The result was the burst of power that allowed the spell to weaken the elder and drop his level of cultivation to the previous cultivation realm. That wasn't the end of the spell. The blood-red flower on the elder's face exploded again amidst his screams of pain, spurting out thick clouds of red mist. Thicker clouds of mist began to stream out from other parts of the elder's body. They fused together with the mist that had been released from the mask and transformed into a second blood dragon. The second blood dragon looked more hideous than the first. It morphed into a second sword as it roared and sent its blade descending on the elder's head. The elder shuddered violently amidst a series of booming explosions. He couldn't dodge or block the attack, only able to watch helplessly as the blade fell and went through his body. His organs began to rot alongside the skin across his body, and he seemed to have shriveled within an instant. After, rotting flesh fell off his body, bursting into black mist. The black mist came from the poison that Wang Baol had lined his black daggers and attacked the elder repeatedly with. The elder had suppressed the poison and stopped it from spreading, but he hadn't had the time to force it out of his body. The curse fed on the poison in his body now, erupting once again and sending his cultivation plunging once more. He went from the mid-stage spirit immortal realm to the early-stage spirit immortal realm, and an unprecedented wave of weakness washed over him. The feeling of his body being robbed of its strength and vitality made the elder shudder, while fear and horror filled his eyes. An intense, unprecedented threat of death loomed over his head, and his trembling body retreated hurriedly. He no longer cared for anything except his escape, no longer having the will to fight. But this was a battleground that Wang Baol had painstakingly set up. He had released the curse in the mask, the curse which could only be used once in the entire mission. He had brought out the biggest guns in his arsenal. How could he let his enemy escape so easily? He might have done that if his opponent were a late-stage Spirit Immortal Realm cultivator. But he was now at the early-stage Spirit Immortal Realm. He could win this fight. In fact, he had to fight and he had to win. He had to use everything that he had to kill his enemy. This was his only chance to do so. He knew very well that while the curse couldn't be reversed while it was in effect, it didn't mean that the outcome of the fight was set in stone. The curse only lasted for 15 minutes. Wang Baol wasn't confident that the curse could suppress the elder's extremely powerful cultivation for the full 15 minutes. What he knew for sure was that once his opponent recovered from the curse, he was going to be faced with a tough and deadly fight. He was going to be forced into a passive position. In fact, he might not be able to outrun his enemy and survive until the time for teleportation came. That's why I have to kill this old man. Wang Baol's eyes turned red as an aura of madness and murder erupted from his person and rose to the skies. He unleashed his full cultivation, not caring if he used up his full strength. The release of power sent winds whipping through the air as he leaped off the ground and dashed towards the elder, as swift as a lightning bolt. He was moving so fast that he left thunderous booms and after images of himself trailing in his wake. Numerous doppelgangers of Wang Baol popped up instantly, and then merged into a single Wang Baol standing in front of the never-ending clan elder, his fist flying out in a hard punch. Wang Baol put the full power of his cultivation behind that punch. Behind that blow was every bit of energy and will he had in him. It was powerful enough to send the heavens and earth shifting, the winds howling, and the clouds rolling back. But his enemy was no ordinary character. Even though his cultivation had been weakened to the level of an early-stage Spirit Immortal Realm cultivator, his true cultivation was at the late-stage Spirit Immortal Realm. Therefore, hidden within him were wells of power. Furthermore, he was still at the Spirit Immortal Realm. After the brief shock that he had felt at Wang Baol's sudden charge at him, the elder suddenly thrust his left hand into the air. He stared at Wang Baol with eyes lined with red veins as he turned his left palm onto himself and smacked himself hard on his forehead. A green light erupted from his forehead, enveloping the elder as Wang Baol approached and transforming into a giant tree. With its thick trunk and thick crown of leaves, the giant tree resembled the Japanese pagoda tree. An ancient aura surrounded the tree. Wang Baol's astute senses told him that this was a dermic battleship that the elder had hidden inside his body. An incredible protective barrier, one that the curse couldn't breach, formed around the elder as the dermic battleship emerged. Wang Baol's fist seemed to be hitting air. A loud thud sounded upon impact, but nothing budged. You wretched creature, your desperate actions are a timely reminder. I recall that the curse that you descenders are equipped with comes with a time limit. It won't be long before the power of this curse fades away. When that happens, you're going to be begging me to kill you. I'm going to strip you of your skin and bones, set your soul aflame, and make you suffer without rest. I'll destroy your home planet and have you experience the pain of losing your entire clan. Vengeance glimmered in the elder's eyes as he hid within the protective embrace of the giant tree. He had never experienced such humiliation and defeat since he had risen to the Spirit Immortal Realm. Wang Baol had driven him to unleash the dermic battleship that he had been cultivating inside his body. He had been nurturing this dermic battleship for 30 years, and based on the mystic technique that he had used to groom the dermic battleship, he only needed another 30 years to upgrade it to the next level. The upgraded dermic battleship would have helped him tremendously in his breakthrough to the planet realm. But he had just unleashed the dermic battleship. That was 30 years' effort down the drain. All that effort had gone to waste. How was he supposed to remain calm? But his choice to unleash his dermic treasure had been a decisive one. He had other dermic treasures at his disposal, but he knew that they weren't as powerful as the dermic battleship. He wanted to cement his chances at winning the battle. "You wretched creature. Let's see you try and break this." The elder watched as the force of the attack sent Wang Baol stumbling back while the tree bark protecting his own body remained unharmed. He secretly released a sigh of relief. The resentment and hate in his eyes deepened. He began to activate the full power of his cultivation, planning to weaken the curse with attacks and end it prematurely. He had underestimated the strength of Wang Baol's will, though. A vicious, violent look had entered Wang Baol's eyes the instant he had let loose those mocking words. "You want to know how I'm going to break this? Let Daddy show you how it's done." Wang Baol roared as he staggered back from the attack. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, raised his right hand to the sky, and pointed heavenward before shouting once more. "Dermic battleship!" Shock flashed across the elder's face when he heard what Wang Baol had said. Wang Baol's blood-red dragonfly dermic battleship descended from the heavens and appeared above the giant tree. Wang Baol's voice, tinged with madness, rang out in the air a second time. "Self-destruct." The heavens quaked while the earth creaked and groaned. Wang Baol's dermic battleship burst into instant flames, sending waves of spirit energy surging outwards. It was like watching a meteorite hurling through space and entering the planet's atmosphere. And now, it was headed right for the giant tree. The force of the attack sent the heavens and earth shuddering. The clouds even began to boil as the planet rippled. Every cultivator from all corners of the planet was overwhelmed by awe and horror as their heads turned, unanimously, towards the region where the battle between Wang Baol and the Elder was taking place. Impossible! While Wang Baol screamed for his dermic battleship to self-destruct, the Elder's sound of disbelief also sounded. He remembered that the dermic battleship had been heavily damaged previously, but right now it looked almost fully repaired. Although it wasn't impossible to do so in such a short amount of time, the Elder didn't think that Wang Baol could achieve that. Without a doubt, the amount of resources and rare materials one needed to achieve that was hard to bear even for him. But obviously, such an impossible thing still happened. As the Elder's expression changed in shock, Wang Baol's self-destructing dermic battleship crashed into the Elder's dermic battleship tree. The heavens and earth trembled. The heavens seemed about to collapse, while the earth split apart. Instantly, most of the dermic battleship collapsed. Through that sacrifice, it created a giant hole in the tree. As the hole appeared, more and more cracks appeared on the tree until a silhouette suddenly charged out from within it. That silhouette was the never-ending clan Elder. The fact that his dermic battleship defense was broken through via a method that exceeded his imagination made him extremely scared in his heart. He also understood that he had to give his all in this battle. Truly, Wang Baol's determination made his scalp go numb. As the never-ending clan Elder charged out, a cold glimmer shone in Wang Baol's eyes. The arch armor transmogrified as he activated all of his divine justice shields and charged out as well. He also raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, numerous balls of black dark fire rumbled forth from the surroundings. As they gathered and engulfed the surroundings, a high temperature spread, and the stench of death became extremely intense. In that sea of fire, the two of them clashed. Instantly, rumbles echoed, and the two kept attacking each other within the sea of fire. They hit each other hundreds of times in just a short period of time. Although Wang Baol wasn't a spirit immortal, he had the arch armor and the reflection of the divine justice shield. Moreover, he had gone into a frenzy and had intense killing intent. He wanted to kill the spirit immortal even if it meant getting injured himself. That way, he was actually equally matched with the never-ending clan Elder. At the same time, because the disturbances were very strong in this place, and because a dermic battleship self-destructed previously, the disturbances created spread towards the surroundings and caused many cultivators nearby to shudder with fear. Yet, they couldn't help but rush there to look. As Wang Baol clashed with the never-ending clan Elder, there were already hundreds of silhouettes appearing in the surrounding distance one after another. They didn't dare go too close, so they could only watch the heaven-shaking and earth-rumbling battle with shock and disbelief. It's the army commander. Wow, that pig-masked man can actually hold his own against the army commander. Why is there such a huge change in the army commander's cultivation? Did you see that? There's even dermic battleship debris beside them. As disorderly inhales sounded, the surrounding crowd became even more shocked. At the same time, there were some descenders who rushed there cautiously. While hidden, they watched the scene from afar. After noticing Wang Baol, their hearts all trembled. On the one hand, they hated Wang Baol to the core. After all, the entire never-ending clan's frenzied search previously affected them quite a lot. On the other hand, seeing Wang Baol actually fight a spirit immortal had a huge impact on them. Also watching was the Flame Patriarch. Having watched from the start, right now he was watching with gusto and with utmost concentration. Towards all of the people watching, no matter whether Wang Baol knew them or not, he had no time to care about them. At that point, he focused all his attention on the never-ending clan elder, and his killing intent grew stronger and stronger as he attacked. If it continued on like that, it would be advantageous for the never-ending clan elder. But the battlefield was chosen by Wang Baol. As the dark fire burning in the surroundings grew stronger, it dispersed more heat and burned the never-ending clan elder even more. This affected the elder greatly. In the end, as Wang Baol weaved hand seals with both hands, the surrounding dark fire exploded forth and transmogrified into black flame fists, crashing towards the never-ending clan elder. Flame silhouettes were also transmogrified, and they kept circling around in the surroundings. The giant demonic eye behind Wang Baol also slowly opened again. It was as though its power of solidification was going to be reactivated. All of that made the never-ending clan elder shocked and anxious. That was especially so when he noticed that the curse on his body didn't dissipate. Instead, even stronger disturbances appeared. It seemed as though it was going to cut his cultivation down yet again. This threw the never-ending clan elder into a complete frenzy. He no longer wished to fight and seemed to be preparing to retreat. When the surrounding crowd saw that, they became even more shocked. After all, seeing Wang Baol clash with a spirit immortal and seeing the dermic battleship debris beside them already made their souls tremble. But now, the spirit immortal actually appeared to be preparing to escape. Naturally, the awe and shock caused by this were even more intense. And as the surrounding crowd's souls trembled, the never-ending clan elder retreated while letting out a loud growl. Trying to run away? The moment the elder retreated, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and charged out suddenly. But the moment he charged out, a cold glimmer suddenly flashed between the eyes of the elder, who seemed to be escaping. All of his fear disappeared, and viciousness took its place. His body rumbled at that moment, and a second and third head appeared on his neck. On his body, another 4 arms poked out in an instant. He had exposed his never-ending clan true body. It was supposed to have 3 heads and 6 arms, but one of his arms had been destroyed previously. So, his current true body had 3 heads and 5 arms. Never-ending seal. The moment his true body transmogrified, the elder's body stopped. He weaved hand seals with 5 hands, and his 3 heads growled as he pointed towards Wang Baol. Instantly, a star map transmogrified in front of the elder. His 5 arms were like galaxies, and his 3 heads were like eternal stars. When they appeared, they caused the surrounding heaven and earth to warp. A wave of sealing force spread towards Wang Baol. It all happened too quickly. In an instant, the seal landed directly on Wang Baol's body. But the moment its restraining power exploded forth, Wang Baol's body dissipated. Wang Baol seemed to be sealed, but that was actually just an illusory avatar. This scene caused the never-ending clan elder's eyes to narrow as he retreated rapidly. But he was still too late. In the void at the right side of his body, as the mist gathered, Wang Baol's true essence body stepped out. His eyes revealed intense killing intent. As he appeared, the arch armor dispersed a resplendent light, and he threw a punch towards the elder. His speed and the suddenness of his appearance left the never-ending clan elder no time to turn the never-ending seal. He could only growl while turning around and weave hand seals with his 5 hands to activate a new divine power. A black hand formed, grabbing towards Wang Baol. Shatter! Wang Baol growled. Not only did he not decelerate, he actually accelerated and crashed into the big hand. The moment they collided, he forcefully made all of the divine justice shields on his body collapse in exchange for maximum reflection force. The heavens and earth rumbled, and the loud noise spread towards the surroundings. At that moment, all of his divine justice shields collapsed, and the reflection force formed instantly made the never-ending clan elder's entire body tremble violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. As his body retreated violently and his expression turned pale, Wang Baol had already charged over. Seeing that, the never-ending clan elder bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood again. When the blood appeared, it instantly turned into a patch of blood fog. The blood fog formed many blood-colored blades, covering the air in front of him and blocking Wang Baol. At the same time, his body retreated more quickly as he tried to pull away. But Wang Baol was vicious not only to his enemies but also to himself. The blood fog blades made him feel an intense sense of danger, but Wang Baol still gritted his teeth and ignored the danger. He allowed the patch of blood fog blades to touch his body freely. Under waves of intense pain, and as many places on his body were ripped apart despite the protection of the arch armor, Wang Baol's body charged out forcefully, and he landed a punch near the heart of the never-ending clan elder. The sheer power of the punch, after being incorporated with Wang Baol's the arch armor and his cultivation, could cause the elder's heart to collapse. But the never-ending clan elder unleashed an unknown divine power and only let out a dull humph, seeming to shift his injuries. In the end, only one of his heads collapsed. Making use of that force, his body retreated even more quickly and pulled away. However, after pulling away, he still spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened a lot. Shock appeared in his eyes again as he growled towards the distance. "What are you waiting for? Come and assist me." While speaking, the elder kept retreating. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, but instantly, his eyes expressed his unwillingness, and his killing intent grew stronger. Not caring about his own injuries, he gave chase and instantly clashed with the never-ending clan elder again. After the surrounding cultivators and those who got there later saw that scene, their minds rumbled. It was obvious that, in that short period of time, the battle between the two was extremely dangerous. Scheming against each other looked easy, but in the battle where everything could change in a single second, one mistake would mean death. At the same time, all the never-ending clan members hesitated when faced with their army commander's orders. Even the never-ending clan, with its strict class system, couldn't be unwavering when faced with a battle that meant almost certain death. But the will to carry out orders deep in the bones of the lower-ranked members still made some never-ending clan members in the surroundings charge out while screaming. But the moment they charged out, the demonic eye behind Wang Baol turned around violently. As it opened, the nearby black dark fire spread and covered the surroundings. Wherever it went, the never-ending clan members who charged in all let out shrill cries of pain as their bodies were burnt and turned to dust. As they died, a large amount of black gas dispersed and was absorbed by the demonic eye behind Wang Baol. This scene made the never-ending clan members who wanted to charge over all inhale and hesitate instead of charging into the battle. Using that opportunity, Wang Baol's eyes flashed as he pushed through his injuries and unleashed the power of the arch armor again. At the risk of overextending, he forcefully activated the arch armor. The divine armament in the arch armor's right hand also instantly formed. Wang Baol charged out with a flick of his body, and his aura rose, forming one that seemed able to slash apart everything. But the moment he neared, the never-ending clan elder, who was retreating rapidly, weaved hand seals and pointed. Instantly, a dermic artifact flew out from his body and exploded. After pushing Wang Baol back, his body retreated again as he tried to keep pulling away. Damn it! Why does time pass so slowly? The elder's aura was messy. After once again pushing Wang Baol, who charged towards him again, back he growled towards the sky. Never-ending clan, hear my call. Come and assist me quickly. Those who disobey my orders will be executed. The moment these words spread, the expressions of the surrounding never-ending clan members changed. Seeing that their hesitation was going to be forcefully suppressed, Wang Baol furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Although a group attack by the never-ending clan could increase the power of his demonic eye art through killing, it was highly possible that he would let the never-ending clan elder escape with a single mistake. If that was the case, the elder would be able to turn the tables on him. So he definitely couldn't let that happen. So, as a vicious glimmer flashed between his eyes, he raised his left hand and waved it. Immediately, numerous battleships rose into the sky and covered the entire firmament. There were tens of thousands of them forming a patch of black. They caused the surrounding never-ending clan members who wanted to charge over to stop in shock and instinctively retreat. As they retreated, Wang Baol's consciousness moved, and the densely packed battleships in the sky all dispersed self-destructing disturbances and flew towards the never-ending clan elder. Compared to a spirit immortal, their explosive power was like a gentle breeze. But even if such large-scale self-destruction could only move the spirit immortal slightly, a gentle breeze could become a tornado if there were enough battleships. Suppress! Wang Baol growled, and instantly all of the battleships came down. Looking from a distance, because they covered the heavens, it looked as though the heavens were tilting. As rumbles echoed continuously, the sky trembled, and the earth collapsed. Disturbances that grew increasingly bigger and stronger gradually swept everything. The elder's expression was pale as he continuously resisted. But there were too many self-destructions, his injuries were serious, and the curse was still there. Gradually, he felt that he lacked the ability to do what he wished. That was especially so considering that Wang Baol was extremely crazy. Although he was knocked back every time he charged over, he was like a spring and kept charging back towards him nonetheless. His hostile gaze, crazy actions, and intense killing intent all made the never-ending clan elder's heart shiver. This scene made the surrounding never-ending clan members that arrived feel even more fearful. As they retreated again, the anxious never-ending clan elder fighting Wang Baol felt his aura become increasingly unstable. In fact, his cultivation showed signs of dropping again. All of this caused his eyes to turn completely red. He knew that he couldn't keep thinking about escaping and couldn't keep placing his hopes on buying time. He knew that he had to risk his life and give it his all. That was the only way he would have a chance to survive. If not, he would be killed by the damned pig-masked man, who had many tricks up his sleeve, there before he even had a chance to escape and before his cultivation recovered. So, as he growled, he weaved hand seals with his 5 hands. Not caring about anything, he blasted his entire cultivation out of his body. While it formed a storm that swept through the surroundings, his low growl also echoed. Spirit immortal essence body. As his words spread, the cultivation aura that he pushed out of his body immediately formed a vortex. In the blink of an eye, a giant statue transmogrified. The statue looked exactly the same as the elder, and the moment it appeared, the suppression force that it formed covered the surroundings and countered the explosive force of the tens of thousands of battleships. At the same time, as Wang Baol made use of the opportunity to charge towards him once again, the never-ending clan elder let out a scream. Let's see whether it's you who is risking your life and giving it your all or me. While he was speaking, one of the elder's 5 arms collapsed and formed an explosive force. It became an illusory black sea of mist and flew towards Wang Baol. Not waiting for the sea of mist to end, the elder gritted his teeth again and made another arm of his collapse, forming a second wave of the sea of mist and sending it crashing towards Wang Baol again. You either scram or battle with your life on the line, the never-ending clan elder bellowed. Each wave of mist formed by the explosion of his arms had astonishing power, and they were both heading towards Wang Baol. There were only 2 decisions in front of him. He could either escape or he could really battle with his life on the line. Wang Baol laughed as a cold glimmer shone in his eyes, and he didn't hesitate at all. Not only did he not decelerate, but he moved faster and charged into the sea of mist. The moment he came into contact with the mist, viciousness appeared in his cold gaze. The arch armor collapsed. Other than the right arm, All of its other parts exploded and formed a formless giant wave that spread towards his surroundings. While it resisted the first wave of mist, Wang Baol also spat out a mouthful of essence air. As he became weakened, 7 to 8 avatars appeared from within his body with a flick. You want to see who's risking their life more with me? Explode! Every avatar was a part of the essence technique. After they appeared, they charged out simultaneously and self-destructed consecutively. While they resisted the sea of mist, Wang Baol's aura rose again, and he charged out directly from the 2 waves of mist. Wielding the divine armament, he leaped up and slashed towards the never-ending clan elder. The frenzy in his eyes was like a brilliant flame, and it seemed as though it could burn the souls of the never-ending clan elder and all of the surrounding cultivators. Truly, the killing intent in his gaze made it seem like he didn't care for his own life. It seemed like even if he died, he would drag his opponent down with him. The scariness of the gaze caused the souls of all who saw it tremble. The gaze shook the never-ending clan elder even more intensely. His expression changed, and he was about to weave hand seals with his 3 remaining hands. But at that moment, the devouring seed in Wang Baol's body suddenly exploded forth, targeting the never-ending clan elder. As it exploded forth, Wang Baol's speed sharply increased as well. The change in speed in this scene was too sudden, to the point that the never-ending clan elder got a huge shock again as his soul shook. While his reaction slowed, the black eye behind Wang Baol also opened as he growled. The moment it opened, a wave of restraining force landed, seemingly able to notice Wang Baol's frenzy and killing intent this time. The demonic eye art's activation exceeded that of previous times. It was as though it was unleashing its maximum potential, and it was also as though the will within the demonic eye was also greedy for the spirit immortal's life. So, as he went berserk, he grew even stronger, causing the spirit immortal elder's body to be frozen for a moment. Moreover, with the activation of Wang Baol's devouring seed, his speed sharply increased. To him, the moment that the elder was frozen was the best time to kill him. He neared him in an instant, and the frenzy in Wang Baol's eyes was completely ignited. He wielded the divine armament and slashed towards the never-ending clan elder. This slash made the heavens seemingly lose its color as the wind and clouds moved. It also gathered all of the surrounding gazes and souls. As though it was splitting the heaven and earth apart, the divine armament landed on the elder's head as he struggled and screamed. The never-ending clan elder was extraordinary as well. During that dangerous breaking point, he actually cut off an arm and a head, making them self-destruct. After breaking free from his restraints, he also raised his 2 remaining arms to resist the falling divine armament. As his body trembled, he unleashed all of his cultivation. However, due to his own injuries and the continued suppression from his opponent's cultivation, he slowly couldn't maintain his resistance. Seeing how the divine armament was dropping towards his head bit by bit as Wang Baol growled, unwillingness and despair appeared in the eyes of the never-ending clan elder. As the elder laughed bitterly, his eyes suddenly grew wide. The despair in his eyes turned into hope in an instant. His weakened cultivation seemed to be recovering at that moment. And as Wang Baol looked, the blood-colored flower on the elder's face seemed to blur as though it was about to dissipate. Crap! Wang Baol's expression suddenly changed, and the viciousness in his gaze exploded forth. Without hesitation, his 2 legs self-destructed. This was the self-destruction of his essence body and affected him greatly. But at that moment, Wang Baol couldn't care too much about that. Using the instant boost of explosive power from the self-destruction of his 2 legs, he growled, "Kill! Nu!" The never-ending clan elder let out a shrill scream, but the divine armament above his head landed in an instant under the new boost of power. It slashed directly from his head down to his neck and torso, actually slashing his body in half. The remaining power spread outwards, and as rumbles sounded, the body he split into 2 halves collapsed and exploded. Even his essence soul couldn't escape it and was slashed by the divine armament. His body and soul were completely destroyed. At that moment, the surroundings became incredibly quiet. Even sounds of inhalation disappeared as giant waves shook the hearts of the surrounding never-ending clan members and hidden descenders. It was as though 100,000 thunderclouds exploded in their minds. The spirit Immortal was dead. The impact that the scene brought them was too great, and everyone found it unbelievable. Truly, to those never-ending clan members, their army commander was already a godlike figure. Besides planet realm cultivators and above, he was basically untouchable. But now, the pig-masked man slashed him in two in front of everyone, destroying his body and soul. The sense of shock that it brought them couldn't even be fully described by the words heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. That was especially so after a wisp of late-stage spirit Immortal disturbance appeared from the never-ending clan elder's body, which was split apart. But, like an ember, it was extinguished the moment it appeared. The aura seemed to remind the surrounding crowd that the person killed wasn't an ordinary spirit Immortal but a late-stage spirit Immortal. At the same time, the elder's essence soul was also turned to dust by Wang Baol divine armament. Meanwhile, a large amount of life aura was dispersed the moment the elder died. Bringing with it the aura of death formed when the elder's essence soul was destroyed. It headed straight for the black demonic eye behind Wang Baol. The black demonic eye had already unleashed its maximum power previously and was already bloodshot, looking as though it was about to collapse. That was especially so considering it got damaged again when the never-ending clan elder forcefully resisted by self-destructing and struggling. But now, one could see extremely intense greed within the eye. It seemed to be like a black hole as it swallowed the never-ending clan elder's fading aura. This aura was very concentrated to Wang Baol's senses, but outsiders couldn't see it. Even if it engulfed the surroundings and completely covered Wang Baol, no one could see the details clearly. However, although the surrounding crowd couldn't see the mist, they could see that the area surrounding Wang Baol had started to warp. The warping was very astonishing and gave people a sense of extreme weirdness as it blurred Wang Baol's silhouette, which was within it. This feeling, plus the previous shock, caused the surrounding silence to be broken by anxious and disorderly inhales. After that, the crowd couldn't help but let out sounds of shock. He's dead. The army commander died. That's impossible. As voices kept sounding out, never-ending clan members with quick reactions rapidly retreated with fear in their eyes. Wang Baol didn't seem to be in a very good state right now, but no one dared go close to him. His silhouette in the warped area was like a demon, exuding a mysterious aura that made people shudder in fear. Very quickly, more and more never-ending clan members retreated. In the end, all of the never-ending clan members surrounding the area retreated and escaped with maximum speed as they tried to leave. Even for those descenders like Wang Baol, there were many who trembled as they chose to go far away from that place. But alas, there were 7 to 8 of them who hesitated due to greed and only retreated several meters instead of leaving completely. They narrowed their eyes and suppressed the greed in their hearts as they stared intently at Wang Baol's position. As some people looked towards there, Wang Baol, who was engulfed by the aura dispersed by the never-ending clan elder's death, was experiencing titanic changes within his body. The black demonic eye behind Wang Baol healed rapidly after it absorbed the aura from the never-ending clan elder's death. Of course, it still had to contribute nearly 90% of its power to propel Wang Baol's cultivation towards a breakthrough, whether it liked it or not. This was due to the special trait of the demonic eye art. While the power entered Wang Baol's body and caused it to tremble, his previous injuries were all healing rapidly. Firstly, the 2 legs he made self-destruct could be seen reforming with one's naked eye. Afterward, the energy he lost after multiple self-destructions was being replenished. What was more important was his cultivation. After coming to this world, Wang Baol had already killed a lot. However, he was always just a sliver away from achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation. At that moment, as he killed the spirit Immortal, the sliver was past. At that moment, his cultivation seemed to have gotten an unprecedented boost, and a breakthrough was achieved. He was no longer a late-stage soul conduit. He had become a perfected stage soul conduit. In fact, he wasn't in a state of having just achieved a breakthrough. Instead, the moment he broke through, He reached the peak of the perfected stage soul conduit realm and seemed to be only a half step away from the spirit immortal realm. Accurately speaking, he was now a false immortal. Wang Bao's eyes opened. The moment they did, lightning seemed to disperse from them, and thunder rumbled in the surroundings, ripping apart the warps surrounding it. Instantly, the land collapsed, causing the descenders who had evil intentions to clearly see the light in Wang Bao's eyes and his condition. Also, the demonic eye behind him was no longer black. Instead, it started exuding a red glow, seeming to glow purple after neutralization. This scene immediately caused the 7 to 8 greedy cultivators' scalps to go numb. Without hesitation, they retreated and prepared to leave. However, they were too late. Wang Bao didn't move, but the giant purple eye's pupil behind him turned. It exuded a demonic feeling and actually disappeared from behind Wang Bao. As shrill cries sounded from the surroundings, Wang Bao furrowed his brows and looked coldly in the direction of the sounds. In his divine sense, the escaping cultivators had all wilted, and on every cultivator's body were a large number of dissipating eyes. Starting another reverse absorption? A cold glimmer appeared in Wang Bao's eyes. He raised his right hand and grabbed towards an empty piece of land in the distance. As he did so, disturbances instantly appeared in that area, and the giant purple eye that had left his body appeared in that area. It seemed to be struggling, but under the activation of the devouring seed in Wang Bao's body, the purple eye was still pulled little by little in front of him. I warned you previously. Gazing at the purple eye in front of him, Wang Bao spoke coldly. The eye also shone brightly for a while and slowly dimmed, seemingly choosing to yield after deliberating. Obviously, the method Wang Bao used to punish the will within the demonic eye art previously scarred it greatly. As for Wang Bao, he narrowed his eyes and was about to speak, but at that moment, a familiar voice sounded in his ears again. Help me, foreigner. Help me once. The voice that sounded this time was much clearer than the one Wang Bao heard previously. This made Wang Bao instinctively confirm that the voice came from underground, and the reappearance of the voice meant he couldn't help but have a change of expression. Who the heck are you? Wang Bao lowered his head and gazed at the land. Not only did he feel the direction the sound came from, but he also faintly felt the rough coordinates of the sound this time. Wang Bao lowered his head and looked towards the land. Deep underground, near the planet's core, under the thick surface of the planet, was an area filled with magma. Within the magma, at the top of hundreds of stairs, was a black tower-shaped altar. There, 3 oil lamps exuding ethereal fire were placed at 3 of its corners. Between the 3 oil lamps were 2 silhouettes meditating while sitting cross-legged. One of them was an elder. His entire body was wilted, and his aura was extremely faint. It was as though he wasn't far from death. There was a huge hole where his dantian was, and waves of rainbow light dispersed from within the hole. As it covered the surroundings, one could see that the source of the rainbow light was actually a shrunken planet. And opposite him, the other meditating man covered by the rainbow light had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was someone of the never-ending clan. The man looked middle-aged, and the expressions on his 3 heads were all extremely cold. He raised his right hand and was seemingly slowly pulling the rainbow planet in the elder's dantian out of his body. If this scene was witnessed by others in the know, they would see with one look that the injured elder and never-ending clan member were both planet realms. Moreover, the latter seemed to be refining the former. During this refinement, the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator opened his eyes and looked at the wilted elder in front of him. First, greed flashed between his eyes. Then, his gaze turned into one of ridicule, and he spoke with a cold laugh. Old fogey, you still won't give up? Faced with the words of the never-ending clan cultivator, the elder in front of him remained silent, his eyes closed the whole time. But the trembling of his body and the shining of the rainbow light at his abdomen showed that deep down, he was extremely scared. I'm definitely going to get your rainbow planet. Resistance is futile. The never-ending clan cultivator narrowed his eyes. When his gaze swept over the rainbow planet, greed appeared uncontrollably, causing his cultivation to be disturbed as he dispersed a strong planet realm aura. The two silhouettes on the sacrificial altar deep underground were both planet realm cultivators. One of them was the true never-ending clan army commander of the army camp there. As for the one Wang Baol killed, he was only the vice commander. The other cultivators in the army camp thought that he had left to handle some stuff, but in reality, he didn't leave. Instead, he was at the sacrificial altar deep underground, carrying out something which could be considered a rare opportunity for him. That was absorbing the rainbow planet of the Elder in front of him. It was impossible to describe just how much the rainbow planet attracted him. After all, to planet realm cultivators, the planets they fused with when entering the planet realm could be differentiated by level. Such rainbow planets were of a decently high level, and once he obtained it, it would bring extremely huge benefits to him. Normally, he wouldn't get this opportunity, but the invasion presented it to him. So he would definitely not let it go. However, this wasn't easy to do. He needed to spend a large amount of time while also having adequate preparations. So even when descenders came and caused a huge mess, he still crossed his legs and refined with all his might. Only his deputy vaguely knew what he was doing. So, even though the late-stage spirit immortal never-ending clan elder knew that the descenders wouldn't stay there for long, he chose to attack because he was worried that the descenders might affect the army commander. Even though that was unlikely, he dared not take any chances, thereby causing the events that happened up to that point. But at that moment, the disturbances of the battle between Wang Baol and the late-stage spirit immortal were too strong, which meant that the real army commander, who was refining the rainbow planet there, could no longer ignore it. The most important thing was, the cries for help from the elder in front of him caused the never-ending clan army commander to feel a sense of danger. "Old fogey, I'll make you give up completely." As he spoke, a cold glimmer appeared in the eyes of the never-ending clan planet realm army commander as he spread out his divine sense. It exploded forth from the underground sacrificial altar like a storm and appeared in the outside world after piercing through the land. In a single moment, it swept across the entire planet. To a planet realm cultivator, their divine sense was enough to cover the entire planet. Wherever it went, the land quaked as countless plants were bent, and numerous mountain peaks had rubble fall down. Never-ending clan cultivators and descenders alike had their bodies tremble violently as though they had lost control of them. Their minds also seemed to have thunder rumbling in them as their souls became unstable. The divine sense of a planet realm cultivator was like a storm. As it swept through the entire planet, it locked onto Wang Baol. As it did, a silent rumble exploded forth, and all of the divine sense coming from the planet realm cultivator seemed to turn into floodwater as it converged towards Wang Baol. At the same time, because the planet realm cultivator spread out his divine sense so quickly, Wang Baol, who had stopped at the previous battlefield, felt a wave of aura as he felt disturbances from the earth. The aura, which he couldn't struggle against or resist, and which might even be enough to kill him, was heading towards him from all directions like invisible waves. It was as though heaven and earth were being suppressed, and like signs of his existence were going to be wiped away. Hence, an intense sense of danger exploded forth in his heart. This scene made Wang Baol extremely shocked. He had no time to think too much. He instinctively unleashed his entire cultivation and prepared to escape with a flick of his body. But under the divine sense of a planet realm expert, it was hard for him to escape despite having reached the false immortal realm. Instantly, the planet realm divine sense coming from all directions arrived and suppressed Wang Baol. His whole body shook violently as all of his resistance methods became extremely fragile. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body was pinned to the ground. As the earth broke apart, all of the bones in his body let out sounds that signaled that they were unable to withstand the pressure. Under the compression, his entire body became blood red. His face, eyes, and skin all turned red. In fact, if one looked closely, they would see that drops of blood were being forced out of his body under the compression, making him look like a blood man. Extreme pain coursed through his entire body like a storm. All of this caused Wang Baol to feel like he was going to be squeezed into mush. Although the body was only his essence body, there was still a strong sense of danger that spread throughout his entire being. Although it was just his essence body, once it died, it would have a huge impact on his true body as well. So Wang Baol let out a low growl and tried to resist. If his true body were there, he could potentially have activated the power of his true devouring seed and essence scabbard. However, the essence body was just a projection of everything in his body. Could it be that my essence body is going to die here? Anxious, Wang Baol dispersed his body as he prepared to escape in his mist form. However, there was still no use in using his mist form. Under the suppression, he was forced to gather and form his essence body again. In fact, half of his body seemed to be about to dissipate and showed signs of being destroyed. Seeing how Wang Baol was unable to resist for much longer, the earth suddenly trembled. From where the sacrificial altar was, the elder sitting in front of the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator acted. The elder's eyes were closed and were unable to be opened, seemingly due to a seal. Despite that, his body trembled, and he unleashed an unknown technique and squeezed out a spurt of power, sending it towards Wang Baol. Immediately after, the spurt of power became a source of support and defense. It formed a ray of defense and helped Wang Baol resist the suppression coming from the planet realm army commander's divine sense. Loud rumbles spread around Wang Baol, and the defense became a weak light shield. This gave Wang Baol, who was struggling to withstand the suppression, some breathing space. As he panted, an anxious and ancient voice sounded in his ear. "Foreigner, I am the patriarch of this Tao planet. My clan was executed by the never-ending clan, and the planet in my body is being refined by that never-ending clan heretic cultivator. I can only protect you for a while, and I can't sustain it for long. Helping me is akin to helping yourself now. How do I help?" At this moment, Wang Baol didn't need to deliberate at all. There was only one path in front of him. If he wanted to prevent his essence body from dying, he had to help this man who claimed to be the planet's patriarch. "Come to me, step onto the sacrificial altar, and extinguish a sealing lamp." Very quickly, viciousness flashed between Wang Baol's eyes. He didn't believe the elder. Nonetheless, he still had to take a look at the sacrificial altar. Even if he were to die there, he still wanted to see who wished to kill him. As for the position of the sacrificial altar, although Wang Baol hadn't been there before, his previous sensing and the guiding he received now made his mind very clear. So after gritting his teeth, Wang Baol raised his right foot and stepped towards the land. As rumbles sounded, he turned into mist and headed underground, traveling along the cracks in the ground. He traveled as quickly as he could the entire way. The suppression from the planet realm cultivator's divine sense had a faint sense of anxiousness and frenzy and increased in power, but at the same time, the protective force coming from the other person was transferred towards Wang Baol at that moment, resisting the suppressive force. Although the resistance couldn't form an absolute defense, Wang Baol himself wasn't a weakling and could resist the suppression to a certain extent. At most, when receiving heavy damage, he would spit out a mouthful of essence gas. But under his astonishing speed, the mist he turned into quickly permeated underground and finally arrived at the underground cave deep within the planet. As rumbles sounded and Wang Baol's silhouette formed, he saw the magma in his surroundings and felt the extremely high temperature of the area. He also saw the tower-shaped sacrificial altar in the center of the magma, and the two people meditating cross-legged atop the sacrificial altar. An elder had his dantian ripped open and was surrounded by a rainbow. A middle-aged man had a savage expression. Behind him, the never-ending clan's essence disappeared and reappeared again. As Wang Baol saw them, their respective identities were already very clear to him. He also saw the ancient bronze lamps exuding an ethereal glimmer placed on each of the sacrificial altar's three corners. 3 weird beasts were carved on the bronze lamps. They were the 9-headed ghost, the 9-tailed wolf, and the 9-clawed bird. Their differences meant that the heads of the 3 bronze lamps were different as well. In fact, there were also obvious differences in the flames they dispersed. For example, the ghost bronze lamp's flame was black, the wolf bronze lamp's flame was red, and the bird's flame was white. The 3 flames were all burning brightly and dispersed their respective smoke. They floated above and around the Elder and the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator. As the smoke rolled around faintly, one could see it turn into a ghost, wolf, and bird sometimes. Every time it transmogrified, it would make the body of the Elder with closed eyes tremble even more. Besides that, if one looked carefully, the tower-shaped sacrificial altar on the magma was divided into 10 steps. Each step had a large number of runes on it. As they dispersed waves of ancient aura, they also gave Wang Baol an intense sense of danger and suppression. The danger made him stop in his tracks, and the suppression made his heart sink. That was especially so because he had already noticed that the rainbow light at the Elder with closed eyes Dantian was gradually floating away. It covered a fist-sized planet-like object and was being guided away from the body. This scene made Wang Baol's heart tremble and caused his breathing to turn heavy. At the same time as he arrived and appeared, the ancient voice that echoed in his mind previously sounded again. This time the voice was quick and anxious. "Little friend, come help me extinguish a bronze lamp, quickly." Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped forward while flicking his body. He was about to near him, but at that moment, the voice of the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator also sounded. "He's lying to you. Once you near the altar and walk up the step, your energy will instantly be sapped away. He's trying to trick you by asking you to extinguish the bronze lamps. What he really needs is your energy to strengthen himself and help him break away from my refinement." As his words sounded, Wang Baol's body stopped in its tracks. "Little friend, you have to believe me. My objective isn't to escape. It's to give myself a chance to self-destruct and drag this person to death with me." Hearing that, the Elder got a little anxious. When he spoke anxiously, his anxiousness caused his cultivation to become unstable. The ghost in the surrounding mist took that opportunity and grabbed his rainbow planet, pulling violently backward. Under the pull, the Elder's body trembled violently. He was already very old, but visibly he got even older. More accurately speaking, he wasn't growing older but was wilting. "Foreign descender, do you see this? This old fogey has wilted. Once you step on the sacrificial altar, you'll definitely be absorbed. I did indeed intend to suppress and kill you. However, compared to killing you, I don't want all of my efforts to go to waste. So, if you leave now, I'll let you off." Seeing that scene, the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator immediately spoke again. Wang Baol's expression became unstable as he stepped with hesitation. It was obvious that he was swayed. Seeing this, the Elder in front of the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator, who was being refined, spoke with difficulty. "Little friend, you have to believe me. Your life or death should be decided on your own. I've already promised not to go against you. Why must you gamble?" Wang Baol's breathing became unstable. Hearing the words of the two men, his face showed him obviously struggling. In the end, he raised his head and howled. "Silence! Old fogey who claims to be the patriarch of this planet. I can't completely believe your words. Never-ending clan, you are still suppressing me with your divine sense, so I also can't fully believe your words." As Wang Baol's howl sounded, the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator's eyes flashed slightly as he let out a big laugh. Immediately, he completely retracted his divine sense, which he had spread out to suppress Wang Baol. "I've retracted my divine sense. You may go now. Don't worry. If that old fogey dares to do anything to you, I'll suppress him." When he retracted his suppression, Wang Baol immediately relaxed. Although the Elder was protecting him previously, after he neared, his body was already nearing its breaking point. After he relaxed, he secretly chanted the Tao scripture in his heart. At the same time, he took a deep breath and bowed towards the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator with cupped fists. "Thank you, senior. I'll leave now." While he was speaking, Wang Baol flicked his body and made it seem like he was about to retreat. As for the Elder on the sacrificial altar, he started laughing bitterly. As he was about to speak, the moment that Wang Baol seemed to be leaving, the power of the Tao scripture exploded forth after a delay. It seemed to transcend endless boundaries to descend from deep within the cosmos, from outside of the never-ending star domain. As it descended, it engulfed the entire planet and went deep into the ground, descending upon the sacrificial altar in the magma cave. The power was extremely vast and astonishing, and it was as though the cosmos was suppressing him. Instantly, it made the expression of the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator change, shocking him immensely. He screamed, "This?" And as he screamed, Wang Baol, who was about to leave, flicked his body. He made use of the chance given by the divine sense being retracted and the Tao scripture descending to unleash all of his speed, heading straight for the sacrificial altar. He wasn't someone with a conviction that would be easily swayed. Once he had decided on something, he wouldn't change his mind easily. Since he had already decided to go there previously and help, he wouldn't be shaken by the words of the never-ending clan cultivator. Besides, Wang Baol had always strongly believed in one thing. Compared to hesitating, gritting one's teeth and just doing something wasn't necessarily a bad thing. However, the suppression from the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator that hit him previously was too strong. Even if the Tao scripture descended, he wasn't fully confident in using that opportunity to near the altar in an instant. So, he played along with the never-ending clan cultivator. Under the two chances given to him now, he seemed like a ray of lightning as he unleashed his speed and headed straight for the altar. In the blink of an eye, he leaped past the magma and appeared in front of the altar. When he tried to step onto it with a single leap, a repulsive force dispersed from the sacrificial altar itself. The repulsion affected Wang Baol's momentum and caused his body to stop. At that moment, the protective force that the planet's patriarch used on Wang Baol exploded forth, helping him suppress the sacrificial altar's defenses. In the end, although it was difficult, Wang Baol's silhouette successfully stepped onto the sacrificial altar's fourth step. Wang Baol also wanted to rush towards the top in a single leap, but he was unable to do so. Nonetheless, Wang Baol didn't give up. As his silhouette fell, he climbed again while growling, up the fifth, sixth, and seventh steps. Since he climbed 3 steps in a single attempt, although the elder was protecting and countering the repulsion coming from the sacrificial altar, it still made Wang Baol's body tremble. A mouthful of essence aura became blood, and he spat it out uncontrollably. But he didn't stop climbing, stepping onto the 9th step. It seemed to take a long time, but in reality it happened instantly. However, the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator wasn't a weakling. At that moment he also reacted, his eyes immediately becoming bloodshot. His divine sense exploded forth from all directions, crashing towards Wang Baol. "You dare lie to me!" The moment he tried to suppress Wang Baol stepped up and onto the 10th step. At the same time, as he raised his right hand, his index finger left his body and shot towards the hungry ghost bronze lamp closest to him. As his finger flew out, the suppressive force exploded forth. Even though he had the elder's protection, Wang Baol still let out a shrill cry of pain. As his mind rumbled, his essence body started collapsing under the suppression. But his broken finger landed on the hungry ghost bronze lamp at that moment. As it touched it, the lamp shook violently, and the black flames on it were extinguished. The moment the bronze lamp was extinguished, the elder, whose eyes had always been closed and who was being refined by the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator, suddenly opened his eyes and exposed his rainbow pupils. He also raised his right hand and waved it towards Wang Baol. "Thank you, little friend. If I have a next life, I'll definitely repay you." As he waved his right hand, a wave of gentle energy flew towards Wang Baol. It caused his collapsing essence body to stabilize instantly, and his body was also pulled back under the protection of the gentle power. At the same time, the elder's raised right hand followed its momentum and grabbed the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator's arm. Meanwhile, the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator's expression changed completely. The elder's strength got unprecedentedly large, and a heaven-shaking hatred appeared in his eyes as he spoke word by word. "You exterminated my clan, destroyed my planet, and even wanted my rainbow planet. I'll give it to you. Planet! Explode!" Although a planet realm couldn't be seen as an overlord of an area in the entire never-ending star domain, they were definitely not weaklings. Even within the never-ending clan, they could lead an army. After all, to become a planet realm, one had to fuse with a planet. To a certain degree, such cultivators were planets. The death of a planet was naturally shocking, let alone the self-destruction of one. Its power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. It would also cause the planet that Wang Baol and the rest descended on to collapse. As for the never-ending clan members within it, basically, they were most likely dead, except for those originally in the camp, who had been teleported away due to the late-stage spirit immortal never-ending clan elder breaking the heavenly Tao blessings. The rest were definitely dead. As for the descenders, such as Wang Baol, they were no longer within these boundaries. Although the cultivation of the Flame Patriarch watching the live stream was extremely mysterious, he wouldn't let the descenders die there after seeing that. So, the moment he sensed the self-destruction, the Flame Patriarch, who was eating immortal fruit and watching the twists and turns of the battle with gusto, activated the teleportation of the masks. It was just that the teleportation wasn't forceful and required the descenders to activate it themselves. So, at that moment, every descender heard the words from the mask echoing in their souls. Just silently chant return, and you can return back here. These words also echoed in Wang Baol's soul. He was currently being pulled by the protective force from the planet's patriarch, retreating from the magma. He retreated faster than he arrived and was pulled out of the ground instantly. He could only hear the elder's hatred and anger-filled words. Planet self-destruction? Wang Baol's expression changed, and his first reaction was to teleport and leave. However, he hesitated and forcefully resisted the danger he felt from his body, which was seemingly screaming for him to teleport away, and looked towards the land. As Wang Baol looked, the entire planet's land seemed to have mist-like dust appear first. Afterward, a weak rumble radiated from deep underground and spread around the entire planet as fast as lightning. It was as though a wave of indescribable power had already exploded forth from deep underground and was sweeping towards the outside world. In fact, it didn't even give Wang Baol time to retract his gaze. Under the heaven-shaking sound, the land collapsed, and the ocean on the planet was lifted up. The entire planet's surface was shaking violently, and the loud sound coming from all directions made Wang Baol feel like the world was ending. But he still gritted his teeth and chose not to teleport. Instead, he headed for mid-air with a flick of his body. As his silhouette rose, the ground he was previously on instantly collapsed. Not only did that place collapse, but the surroundings were like that too. Under loud cracks, giant rifts covered a boundless area. After connecting with the rifts from other areas, they covered the entire planet. Shrill cries and unwilling screams, as well as whizzing sounds caused by frenzied escaping, spread around every corner of the planet. The expressions of the living descenders, excluding Wang Baol but including that arrogant Baldy, all turned ghostly pale. They all silently chanted return. As for the never-ending clan army cultivators who went out to search for and try to kill Wang Baol, they were unable to leave. As the heavens and earth collapsed, they could only despair. In the next moment, the land collapsed. Chunks of land were lifted, and seawater gushed in from all around. High temperatures also exploded forth from underground. As they spurted out continuously, they created a thick fog. There was a giant bulge at the center of the planet, which was the land directly atop the sacrificial altar. The bulge was pitch black, and there were rays of lightning within it. But if one looked closely, they would see that as the lightning flashed past, there was a shattered rainbow planet deep within the pitch-black bulge. Rumbles sounded out continuously, and as they shook the heavens, the bulge looked like a giant light sphere from afar. It got bigger and bigger as it spread crazily towards the distance. Wherever it went, everything turned into nothingness. All of that caused Wang Baol to shudder with fear. Luckily, the protection given by the planet's patriarch was enough. Under the destructive waves, it was still pretty effective. This made it such that although he was in mid-air, he wasn't really affected. But the destructive wind the disturbances on the planet turned into had already swept past everything. This made Wang Baol's body sway and become unstable like a willow. I can't just leave like that, I have to see the never-ending clan cultivator die with my own eyes. Wang Bao's breathing was anxious. He didn't want to leave a hidden threat in this event. Although he traveled there while masked and wasn't scared of being remembered, his cautious and vicious personality made him do so. He could imagine that if the never-ending clan member didn't die, the one he would hate most wouldn't be the elder he refined, it would be him. With that thought, even though Wang Bao's heart shook, he still forced himself to look towards the planet with a flick of his body. The giant bulge had already covered 30% of the planet's area, but it didn't continue. Instead, the planet could no longer withstand it and started self-destructing. Rumbles sounded from everywhere as the planet collapsed. As though it was made from porcelain, it spread towards the surroundings as it shattered. It didn't completely shatter. Instead, only half of it shattered. As it shattered, and as almost all of the never-ending clan cultivators died, a shrill scream spread from within the bulge. A three-faced, six-armed silhouette charged out from the bulge. He's not dead. Wang Bao, who was straining himself to resist the storm, narrowed his eyes after seeing that scene. He wanted to kill him, but the surroundings of the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator was full of destructive power, and he was unable to get near him. As Wang Bao sighed with regret and prepared to leave while feeling helpless, his gaze was suddenly drawn back. The never-ending clan planet realm cultivator, whose clothes were torn and tattered and whose body had countless injuries, had a large amount of rainbow lines on his body. They surrounded him and seemed to want to cut him up. This caused the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator to let out an extremely shrill scream after he charged out, as one of his arms was chopped off. Afterward, his second, third, and fourth arm and even his 2 legs ended up like that. His body was also cut into 7 to 8 pieces as he charged out. It wasn't over, and his heads ended up like that too. His first head collapsed and his second head shattered. Seeing that, Wang Bao was excited. However, the rainbow lines created by the destructive power of the self-destruction of the Patriarch's planet dimmed and weakened after doing all that. The never-ending clan planet realm cultivator, who had 1 head left, charged towards the heavens while struggling. Wang Bao stared at that head intently. He was very far away from him, and the destructive power of the planet in front of him was too strong. At the same time, the protection outside Wang Bao's body had already weakened, and he could feel that the protection couldn't be sustained for much longer. Even if he wanted to give chase, he couldn't do so, but Wang Bao was unwilling to leave just like that. I want to scare him to death, even if I can't catch up to him. Wang Bao's eyes flashed, and he flicked his body as he muttered. Growling, he looked like he wanted to give chase. The head that had already charged out of the bulge glanced back and looked in the direction of Wang Bao with hatred. He then let out a frenzied scream and actually gritted his teeth. With a boom, he made half of his only remaining head self-destruct. Using the explosive power of that half of his head, he unleashed an unknown method and instantly disappeared. He really got scared? Seeing that, Wang Bao couldn't help but feel extremely happy. He also had fewer worries in his heart. He saw that even though the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator didn't die this time, it would be almost impossible for him to return to his original cultivation. So he took a deep breath, touched the mask on his face, took another look at the collapsing land and the bulge that was still spreading, and sighed lightly. Return! As he said that and the mask glowed. Suddenly, from within the giant bulge, a weak ray of rainbow light flew out, carrying 2 items as it headed towards Wang Bao. One of those 2 items was a fingernail-sized stone core that was dispersing rainbow light. The other was half a palm. The palm was the right hand of the escaped never-ending clan planet realm cultivator. It had 3 fingers left, and on its index finger, there was a storage ring. The storage ring was obviously extraordinary. After the self-destruction, it actually came out undamaged. Instantly, the 2 items appeared in front of Wang Bao, who was about to teleport away while being surrounded by rainbow light. After the items were grabbed by Wang Bao, the teleportation activated. In an instant, Wang Bao's silhouette disappeared. The time taken to teleport wasn't very long, but to everyone getting teleported away, The process was unforgettable. The feeling of time and space being elongated and their bodies being disintegrated into numerous particles and then regathered together at the end was enough to make everyone feel uncomfortable. Meanwhile, they couldn't help but think that if any accident were to occur during that process, their bodies might gain or lose a part after they regathered. The good thing was the teleportation power in the masks that the Flame Patriarch gave them was very strong, making it such that those situations didn't occur. As for Wang Baol, he didn't need to worry as much. His body was formed by his essence, so every part was the same. Even if his limbs were turned upside down, he just needed to transmogrify again. So, compared to others, Wang Baol, who was one of the last few people to be teleported back, had no stress in his heart. Instead, he was anticipating how many red crystals he would receive. After all, the number of never-ending clan members he killed, directly and indirectly, was immense. Moreover, he also killed a late-stage spirit immortal. What made Wang Baol especially excited was the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator at the end. I should probably be given all the credit. I worked so hard. Wang Baol blinked. After his body was teleported back, he looked around. It was the place that everyone was pulled into before being teleported away. In a place that was foreign, yet somewhat familiar, a large amount of debris floated around. The debris world was boundless and radiated waves of ancient aura. Moreover, signs of time passing were abundantly clear on every piece of debris. The cosmos was the firmament, and the void was the land. At this moment, on the numerous pieces of debris floating between the cosmos and the void, many silhouettes wearing different masks had already teleported back long ago. When Wang Baol appeared there, and when the others saw the pig mask he wore, waves of inhaling sounds sounded out uncontrollably. It's the bringer of misfortune. I saw it with my own eyes. He actually killed a late-stage spirit immortal never-ending clan member. So it was him who made this mission have unprecedented changes. The collapse of the planet afterward could be related to this guy. This guy seems like a source of disaster. We should avoid him as much as possible. Under the sounds of inhalation, the surrounding crowd sent voice transmissions to one another quickly. Probably because they had a common enemy in Wang Baol, those cultivators got closer. However, when Wang Baol's gaze swept past them, all of them stopped sending voice transmissions unwittingly. Fear and respect appeared in their eyes uncontrollably as well. It was obvious that Wang Baol's behavior and killing on the planet had already made them extremely shocked deep in their hearts. Even the 3 early-stage spirit immortal cultivators among the crowd felt this way. They didn't feel any disrespect towards Wang Baol because of their spirit immortal cultivation. In reality, they were very clear that someone who could kill a late-stage spirit immortal, no matter what methods he used, was already very scary. They also weren't very confident of winning if they were to battle. This guy can't only kill his enemies. He can also hurt his own teammates. After the 3 spirit immortals took a look at one another, they cupped their fists towards Wang Baol first. With a sweep of his gaze, Wang Baol saw that there were only 40 or so people left out of the original hundreds of descenders. He blinked and felt that the mission was way too dangerous. Luckily, he was lucky. If not, he would probably have been in danger too. After consoling himself and cupping his fists towards the 3 spirit immortals, he suddenly saw the bald bull-masked burly man and let out a laugh. "So, you're still alive." The body of the bald, burly man shuddered, and he was about to cry. Shuddering, he quickly greeted Wang Baol ceremoniously and shouted, "Welcome back, fellow Taoist. I survived this mission because fellow Taoist helped me. You have my utmost gratitude. Please accept my greeting." Seeing how the burly man said such shameless words, the other cultivators there all secretly called him shameless while also quickly cupping their fists and speaking in that manner. They had no other choice since everyone hadn't returned to where they came from yet. If they offended this bringer of misfortune, they were scared that they wouldn't be able to return alive. So, it wasn't wrong to be more respectful towards the pig-masked man. Seeing how much everyone welcomed him, Wang Baol was very happy. After letting out a huge laugh, he nodded towards the surrounding crowd and made small talk occasionally. Every time he said something, many would echo their agreement. This made the atmosphere of the small talk very conducive and friendly. As the crowd was teleported back while having a conversation with Wang Baol while sucking up to him, the planet which they previously descended upon continued collapsing. Half of that planet had already turned into numerous dust particles that spread into the cosmos. Looking from a distance, the remaining half of the planet seemed like a crescent moon. It exuded a sense of incompleteness and was still slowly disintegrating. Maybe the planet's collapse would only completely end after a long period of time. At that point, the planet would no longer exist in the cosmos. Even to the giant never-ending clan, such a thing was no longer a minor issue. Although it couldn't be considered a major issue, it was enough to attract the attention of some higher-ups. After all, they had lost an army, and their planet realm army commander was so heavily injured that he only had half a head left. At the same time, the planet that they occupied was shattered. So, a series of investigations and speculation were started immediately and caused quite a stir. At the same time, after watching the whole process, the Flame Patriarch couldn't help but admit that even all of the previous missions he gave out combined couldn't match the flashiness of Wang Baol's performance. He's a talent. The Flame Patriarch spat out the fruit core in his mouth and stared at the screen in front of him while narrowing his eyes slightly. The screen displayed the debris-filled land that Wang Baol and the others were at. After deliberating for a short while, he raised his right hand, weaved hand seals, and pointed at the screen in front of him. Instantly, waves appeared on the screen. As the waves spread, a wisp of the Flame Patriarch's divine sense spread out and fused into the waves. In the next moment, the crowd of people who were conversing pleasantly with one another in the debris-filled land all felt their souls jolt. Even Wang Baol felt the descent of a wave of immense power. When everyone, including Wang Baol, looked, they saw a ray of fiery light descend from the sky and stop in midair above everyone. It gathered into a flame silhouette. Although one couldn't see the appearance of the silhouette clearly, it contained an immense suppressive force. Anyone who took just one look at it would feel a stinging pain in their eyes and feel their soul rumble. Wang Baol's breathing quickened. When he quickly lowered his head, he heard the ancient voice coming from the flame silhouette in the sky. "You're all not bad. I'll now give you red crystals based on your performance." As the words of the flame silhouette spread, numbers instantly appeared on the masks of the more than 40 people present. The observation function in the masks could instantly calculate the rewards they deserved after they returned. So Wang Baol quickly felt the number on his mask. 13,000 red crystals? Wang Baol blinked and felt that it was a tad too few. Although he only needed 300 red crystals to buy all of the materials from Xianxia, he felt that he could be considered to have destroyed an entire army on his own this time. He felt that he had pretty much wiped out the entire army from top to bottom. But when Wang Baol saw the others' masks, he suddenly felt better. On the masks of the other cultivators, the biggest number was about 200, and that was for the 3 spirit immortals. As for the rest, the biggest number was around 70 or 80, while the smallest numbers were in the single digits. Added together, they could hardly compare to him. They're way too pitiful. Wang Baol couldn't help but cough. As for the cultivators that saw how many red crystals he got, they wanted to cry but couldn't do so. Some of them had participated in such missions previously and had earned hundreds of red crystals. But now they couldn't even get 10. "After getting your red crystals, you may leave." As the silhouette in the sky waved its hands, a large number of red crystals instantly flew towards everyone. After they were stored by everyone, they all cupped their fists helplessly towards the silhouette in the sky. Afterwards, their bodies became a blur one after another. When they disappeared, they left their masks behind, which flew towards the flame silhouette in the sky and fused into his body. Ah! Wang Baol felt that something was amiss. That was because he noticed that everyone in the surroundings had left. But he was still there. As he muttered in his heart, the calm voice of the flame silhouette in the sky sounded in his ear. "Young lad, would you be willing to be my in-name disciple?" A look of nervousness mixed with fear and gratitude appeared on Wang Baol's face when he heard what the figure engulfed in flames and afloat in midair said. It was a look with a complicated mix of emotions. Any other ordinary person wouldn't have been able to do something like that. But Wang Baol had familiarized himself with the high official's autobiographies since he was a kid. He had started practicing such looks then and had become skilled at it. But privately, he was already muttering unhappily to himself about how unreliable the old man was. If he wanted a disciple, he should just take one. Why was he taking an unnamed disciple? He just wants the reputation of being my master without dishing out any benefits. Does he take me for an idiot? At this juncture, Wang Baol had already decided that he was going to reject the Flame Patriarch. His master might have passed on, but his reputation was still sound. Besides, he already had an unreliable senior brother who was almost never around to help. The gears in Wang Baol's head began spinning furiously as he thought of ways to turn down the offer without causing any offense. The deceptive look on his face remained unchanged as he went through his options. The Flame Patriarch didn't seem to notice anything amiss. In fact, the thoughts in his head were that of approval. The young man before him might be a troublemaker, but he appeared to be a sensible one as well who knew his place. Esteemed senior. Wang Baol didn't take long to think. After a few seconds, he looked up with a look of gratitude on his face. He ignored the prickling pain in his eyes and tried to bring tears to his eyes. Then he looked skyward and gave a deep bow. This is an important matter. I have to consult Chun Qing. The Flame Patriarch interrupted Wang Baol with what seemed to be a smile on his face. The hair on Wang Baol's skin stood up when he heard that. A look of confusion settled on his face as he stared at the Flame Patriarch, seeming both lost and surprised. You plan to tell me that you'll need time to consider the matter, saying that we still have a long way ahead of us before you can come to a decision. Perhaps you're also thinking that I'm only taking you as an unnamed disciple to deny you the privileges and benefits of a true disciple. The Flame Patriarch spoke casually, a faint teasing look flickering in his eyes. Beads of sweat appeared on Wang Baol's forehead. He opened his mouth, but his attempt to speak was cut off by a wave of the elder's hand. So be it. You do need some time to think this over. If you do bump into Chun Qing, you can ask him for advice. Ask him if I, the Flame Patriarch, want to take you as a disciple, if he's going to agree to it, or if he's going to approve of it. Wang Baol blinked, then started muttering under his breath again. Didn't the two mean the same thing? But he knew that the Flame Patriarch probably had him all figured out. The essence technique that he had belonged to his senior brother. Powerful cultivators who were familiar with who Chun Qing was would naturally come to certain conclusions about Wang Baol. He might be able to recognize who Wang Baol was, but whether Wang Baol admitted to the fact was another matter altogether. Wang Baol kept the look of confusion on his face and pretended that he wasn't sure what the Flame Patriarch was going on about. He opened his mouth but held himself back from speaking, acting as if he were afraid of asking too many questions. Finally, he looked down and spoke meekly. Thank you, Senior. I'll let you know my answer as soon as possible. There's another matter. Your humble junior doesn't know how to contact you when I have made a decision on the matter. Why not? Leave the mask with me so that I may contact you easily. Wang Baol said with an earnest look on his face, cupping his fists and extending a bow towards the Flame Patriarch again. I have no objections to that. You've used the curse in the mask. There's not much use to the thing now. The Flame Patriarch laughed. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. He seemed to see right through Wang Baol. Wang Baol didn't feel embarrassed for being so easily seen through, though, continuing to play the fool as he spoke. Oh, in that case, why not seal a dozen more of those curses inside it? Your humble junior will be able to spread your name far and wide when I bring the mask out into the world. Stop having ideas about the mask. I'm not letting you have it. The Flame Patriarch replied coolly when he heard Wang Baol's request. How much of a miser is he? Wang Baol wondered with mild surprise. He thought about it for a while and decided to try again. He wasn't willing to give up just yet. Esteemed senior must be intending to impart the knowledge of how to set the curse in the mask as a gift to mark our fortuitous meeting. Is that why you don't plan to just let me have the mask? Please accept my thanks, esteemed senior. Wang Baol shouted and extended yet another bow to the Flame Patriarch. "You're about as shameless as Chen Qing," the Flame Patriarch said exasperatedly. But after giving the matter some thought, he realized that he could afford to be more generous. He hadn't planned on giving anything to Wang Baol, but his mind had changed after hearing what Wang Baol had just said. After a moment of consideration, he lifted his right hand. Then, with a swipe through the air, he summoned bead-like objects from the ruins around them. They darted through the air and gathered in his palm, transforming into a gray-colored jade slip. The Flame Patriarch blew lightly over the jade slip, and it turned black instantly. Then he tossed it into the air. The jade slip flew towards Wang Baol and was caught by him. "I've sealed the curse inside this jade slip. You get to use the curse once. You can also use the jade slip to contact me, but you also only get to do that once. If fate intends for us to be master and disciple, we will meet again. But for now, you should leave." After the Flame Patriarch said that, he gave Wang Baol a deep, meaningful look. His desire to have him as his disciple was genuine. He might be an in-name disciple, but the Flame Patriarch hadn't had a disciple for a very long time. The thought seemed to have brought certain sad memories to mind. The Flame Patriarch waved his hand, turned around, and headed for the distance. His retreating back was that of a solitary old man. Wang Baol's form began to grow indistinct. In front of him was the lonely, retreating figure of the Flame Patriarch. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he remained silent. Wang Baol eventually disappeared from the ruins, leaving behind the pig-headed mask. The mask transformed into a beam of light and raced towards the Flame Patriarch. It landed in the Flame Patriarch's palm instead of joining the other masks inside of his body. "If it's meant to be mine, it will come to me. If it's not, then we should let it be." The Flame Patriarch's murmurs rippled across the heavens. In the next moment, in Wang Baol's room in an inn in a market, there was a sudden flare of bright light. Wang Baol materialized in his room and immediately scanned his surroundings with his divine sense. Having affirmed that he had returned to the market and that he was safe, he released a long sigh of relief. Images of the various dangerous situations he had survived during the mission flashed across his eyes and faded away, leaving him with the final image of the Flame Patriarch's solitary back burned into his memory. "That's another man with a story," Wang Baol said. He took a deep breath and let his thoughts settle. Then he began to inspect his damages. First was the arch armor. 90% of it was damaged. Then the dermic battleship. Almost 90% of the dermic battleship was damaged as well, with its core components barely functional. Some of his other artifacts had been damaged as well. He had exhausted some items too. He wasn't going to forget the countless battleships that he had self-destructed in the fight. The mission had depleted whatever supplies Wang Baol had painstakingly stocked up. But his spoils were considerable as well. He had advanced his level of cultivation, and his storage bag was overflowing with new materials. They housed the contents of a fully stocked army warehouse that belonged to the Never-Ending Clan. The number of pills, dermic artifacts, and materials inside would turn anyone's eyes green with envy. He could definitely recoup whatever losses and damages he had suffered in the mission with what he had looted from the warehouse. In addition to that, he now had 13,000 red crystals. What he had wanted to buy from Xianxia only cost 300 red crystals. The purchasing power he now had with 13,000 red crystals was tremendous. He recovered a rainbow core as well. He didn't know its uses at the moment, but he was certain that the rainbow core must have something to do with the rainbow planet. It must be extremely valuable. In addition, he also got himself 1/2 of a palm that used to belong to a Planet Realm Never-Ending Clan cultivator. That could be used as a material for refinement. As for the storage ring left on one of its fingers, Wang Baol was sure that he could find some use for it and its contents. A storage ring that belonged to a Planet Realm cultivator. Wang Baol was rather excited. After going through the rest of his spoils, he pulled the ring off the maimed palm and extended his divine sense out for a scan. A frown soon appeared on his face. The seal placed on the ring by the Planet Realm cultivator was still in effect. Nothing Wang Baol tried could unlock the ring. Forget it. I'll just have to wait until I reach the spirit immortal realm. I might be able to chip away at the seal slowly then, Wang Baol said reluctantly. He had no other choice. He dared not seek help from anyone else. He would be exposing his identity as a descender if he did that. Wang Baol continued to take stock while studying the ring at the same time. A vast cosmic distance away, in a sea of blue planets, lay a land that was controlled by the never-ending clan's 19th army. Countless planets could be found in the cosmic region. An ancient palace sat on one of those planets. The blinding light of a teleportation had flooded the floors of the palace. One half of a head came flying out of the portal. It bounced onto the floor and rolled into a corner, shrieking and howling. The head belonged to the never-ending clan cultivator, who slipped through death's clutches after his fight with Wang Baol. His face was contorted with pain and madness. He was furious because he had never sustained such grievous injuries prior to this battle, and he was mad because he had lost his storage ring. In the storage ring, he had hidden away a treasure that he had kept a secret from everyone. It wasn't a powerful weapon, but it wouldn't be an exaggeration if he called it a cultivation golden ticket in the never-ending Dao domain. He had no natural talent when it came to cultivation. This treasure was the reason someone as mediocre as him could advance to the planet realm. With this treasure, he might even achieve a breakthrough and attain the Eternal Star Realm. He could possibly advance beyond the Eternal Star Realm. If anyone were to find out about this treasure, a war would break out amongst countless family clans and tribes as they fought madly to get their hands on it. With his mediocre cultivation, he would be sure to lose his golden ticket for good. Damn pighead. I swear I'll find you. No matter where you are. In comparison to the hatred and fury that the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator was feeling, the feelings that Wang Baol was experiencing were intense glee and delight. He eyed his storage bag and the spoils hidden within and thought of how great life was. He had struck gold. He was right. The losses that he had incurred might have been great, but he had gained a lot. He had, in fact, gained a golden ticket. He hadn't only recouped whatever losses he had incurred but managed to make a profit out of this endeavor. I'll just need to go through and organize what I've got, check what I can put to use and what I should sell or trade. His spirits soaring, Wang Baol sat down in a meditative pose and started his preparations for the necessary repairs ahead of him. First on the list were the arch armor and his dermic battleship. Both the armor and his battleship had suffered almost 90% damage to their functionality. The lack of materials would have stopped Wang Baol from trying to repair them, regardless of how much he wanted to. Things were different now, though, as he still had a good supply of stone bamboo. With that, he could restore the dermic battleship completely. Some of the materials in his storage bag could also help speed up the restoration process. With his refinement skill, the repair of his dermic battleship got on speedily. The next most important repair work was for the arch armor. It wasn't the first time that the arch armor had suffered such serious damage, so Wang Baol knew what to do. The best way to repair the armor was by using spirit chi. He had emptied the contents of an entire never-ending clan army warehouse into his storage bag and thus had an endless supply of supreme-grade spirit stones at his disposal. Wang Baol used up the materials he had like a rich man would spend his wealth. Supreme-grade spirit stones were ground to dust during the repair. Parts of the arch armor began to regenerate steadily all over Wang Baol. At the end of the week, a completely reformed arch armor enveloped Wang Baol once more. The end of the week also marked the completion of repairs on the dermic battleship. With his armor and battleship fully repaired, Wang Baol was at his peak combat strength again. The materials that he had depleted for the repairs took up only a third of his battle spoils. The gears in Wang Baol's head started spinning furiously again. He eyed the arch armor and his dermic battleship, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. An idea that he had been contemplating and running through his head for a very long time resurfaced then. Is there a way to merge the arch armor and the dermic battleship together? Wang Baol's breathing quickened slightly. He had been considering that idea for some time. He knew what a dermic battleship was meant to do. It was meant to be merged with a spirit immortal realm cultivator to enhance the latter's combat strength. He hadn't been able to achieve a merge, no matter how hard he tried. His cultivation had only been at the late-stage soul conduit realm then, which was weak when compared to his current false immortal realm cultivation. There are two ways to merge my armor with the dermic battleship. The first is to somehow trick it into thinking that I've fulfilled the necessary requirements for a merge. The second is to modify its internal structure and simplify those requirements. Wang Baol fell into a contemplative silence. He was of the view that the second option was vastly more challenging than the first. He might have some knowledge of the dermic battleship, but what he knew about the artifact wasn't sufficient to facilitate the construction of the artifact. If he couldn't build a dermic battleship, then he could forget about trying to modify one. We're left with the first option then. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. There's no shortcut to achieving the spirit immortal realm in a short period of time. That's why I have to transform the arch armor into a medium. That's the only way I can achieve a merge with the dermic battleship now. Is there a way or anything we can use to strengthen the arch armor? Wang Baol opened his storage bag and began rummaging through the items inside, trying to find some inspiration. Wang Baol had some idea of what he had stolen from the never-ending clan army warehouse. Through a process of elimination, he was left with a few supreme-grade spirit stones. His eyes flashed as he plucked those spirit stones out of his storage bag and tried to upgrade his arch armor. However, there was a limit to the number of spirit stones that could be fused with the arch armor. Despite how precious these supreme-grade spirit stones were, they were still lacking when it came to upgrading the arch armor to the next level. Frustrated, Wang Baol decided to step out and pay a visit to the shops in the market. He could try asking Xianxia for advice too. Just as he was about to step out, an idea popped into his head. He stared into his storage bag and at the red crystals inside. They were the size of his finger, and there were more than 10,000 of them in his storage bag. Red crystals. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. With a swoop of his right hand, he plucked a red crystal out from his storage bag and held it before him. His divine sense extended outward and entered the crystal. Before they could dig further inward, a powerful force emanated from the crystal and repelled Wang Baol's divine sense, blocking them from further entry. Wang Baol's eyes brightened. After some thought, he placed the red crystal onto his arch armor and unleashed the armor's absorption abilities at full force. The effects were minimal. It didn't seem to be working. The red crystal seemed to possess a life of its own. Some semblance of a strong-willed mind was hidden inside, fighting to stop the crystal from being absorbed and fused with the armor. What is a red crystal exactly? Wang Baol was curious. Narrowing his eyes, he prayed for his dear father-in-law to stay asleep and not wake up as he uttered the Tao scripture under his breath. A mighty presence from the other end of the universe descended upon the market a few moments later. Everyone in the market shuddered instantly. Xianxia had been sipping tea in his shop then. He spewed his tea out and looked up in shock. The red crystal that Wang Baol had placed on the arch armor lost all will to fight at that instant. Its power transformed into a red mist and was sucked straight into the arch armor. The spirit chi that had been housed inside the arch armor underwent a drastic transformation when the red mist entered the armor. The difference in power between the two types of spirit chi appeared to be far too wide. If the spirit chi inside the armor could be compared to a serpent, the red mist would be a dragon. The spirit chi inside the armor began to contract and was ultimately driven out of the arch armor by the red mist. As it dissipated in the air, the red mist began to flow through the arch armor. A power that far surpassed what had dwelt within the armor began to emerge. The strength of this power sent Wang Baol's heart racing with trepidation. The sensation was akin to gazing upon a distant planet and feeling the aura that it was exuding. Wang Baol's breathing quickened. There was no time to think. He pulled out a few more red crystals hurriedly and placed them on the arch armor to see if the crystals would be absorbed successfully by the armor. Within the blink of an eye, the crystals melded with the armor. He went through 20 crystals before the Tao scripture's power faded away. The arch armor appeared to have reached its limits and was now bursting at the seams. Numerous blood veins had appeared on its exterior. Hope and anticipation shone brightly in Wang Baol's eyes. He didn't hesitate at all as he activated the arch armor and unleashed its full power. An immense power erupted from the armor instantly. If he were to be precise about this power emanating from the arch armor, it seemed to resemble the power of a planet, though it wasn't exactly like it. Regardless, such power definitely met the requirements necessary to perform a merge with the dermic battleship. That was why Wang Baol raised his right hand and formed a hand seal immediately after activating the arch armor. He barked out, "Dermic battleship merge?" The dermic battleship had been stored away inside his storage bag after it had been fully repaired with stone bamboos. It trembled as soon as Wang Baol barked out his command. The dermic battleship's form had been that of a dragonfly, but it had transformed into that of a locust after Wang Baol had used his artifact refinement technique on it. The locust opened its mouth and let loose a silent howl as it trembled. Its physical form morphed into countless black threads that shot out of the storage bag and charged at Wang Baol. They seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The black threads surrounded Wang Baol and wove themselves into his arch armor. In the next moment, an eruption of immortal realm spirit energy sent the inn shaking. Every cultivator in the inn shuddered at the sudden explosion of power that had filled every corner of the inn despite the inn's protective array formation. While everyone in the inn was trembling with shock, Wang Baol was undergoing a transformation in his room. His black hair flowed loosely around him while a black armor covered him from head to toe. His chest plate was engraved with a locust's head, while the armor plate on his back had the engraving of a black dragon. His face was hidden behind a plain black mask. Countless black threads that resembled strands of hair danced fluidly around him like a cape. It was as if the god of war had descended upon the planet, as if the god of death had returned to these lands. Immortal realm spirit energy emanated from Wang Baol. The spirit energy might only be at the early stage immortal realm, but any immortal realm cultivator who was to see Wang Baol now would be blown away. The overwhelming power and strength that he was radiating hinted at how easily he could crush another early stage immortal realm cultivator at this moment. From now on, this armor will no longer be called the arch armor. It'll be called the Emperor armor. Wang Baol could sense the immense power coursing through his armor, and excitement coursed through his veins. He might not have reached the immortal realm yet, but he had obtained the power of a immortal realm cultivator. He didn't own it completely, though. After assessing the armor and the power housed within, Wang Baol concluded that he would only be able to sustain his current state for an hour. The red crystal's power would fade after that. He would then have to pump his armor with another round of red crystals. But that's enough. Since I'm so powerful now, I wonder if I'll be able to unlock the storage ring. Wang Baol tested his strength. The power that he felt pleased him and filled him with immense confidence. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out the storage ring that he had gotten off the never-ending clan cultivator. He leveled a fierce glare at the object and unleashed his divine sense, allowing them to envelop the storage ring completely. Unlock! Wang Baol roared and allowed the full weight of his divine sense to fall on the storage ring. But the storage ring was like an extremely hard rock. No matter how Wang Baol tried to crush it with his divine sense, it remained sturdy and unflinching under his attacks. Suppression. Activation. He kept yelling and unleashing increasingly stronger bursts of his divine sense on the storage ring. He even resorted to using the power of the Emperor armor. The lack of results was slightly embarrassing, to be honest. Luckily, there was no one around to witness it. Wang Baol coughed dryly, then quietly put away the storage ring, which looked no worse for wear. I'm not in peak form today. I'll try again another day, Wang Baol muttered. Then he shifted slightly. The Emperor armor on his body blurred and faded away. Wang Baol's aura dropped from its previous early-stage immortal realm level and returned to that of a false immortal realm. He then left the inn in a great mood. Time to look for Xianxia. After buying the materials I want, I'll head back to the Divine Eye Star system. Wang Baol patted his rather slim tummy happily. He smacked his lips and sighed at how much weight he had lost. Then, he conjured a bottle of ice spirit water with his essence technique. and started drinking as he headed towards Xianxia's shop. It didn't take him long before he saw Xianxia's shop in the distance. It was built like a palace, a loud beacon of unabashed wealth that stood out from the rest in the market. No other shops could compare with its opulence. It was the shop that reigned supreme over all other shops. The shop was filled with cultivators entering and leaving. It wasn't crowded to the point of being congested, but it enjoyed a good, bustling crowd of customers. That was the scene that greeted Wang Baol when he entered the shop. People filled the shop, and the staff ran around, busy with attending to customers. Despite the crowd, Wang Baol's arrival was noticed. The person who noticed him was the staff member who had attended to him during his last visit. His eyes brightened when he saw Wang Baol. He stepped away from the customer he was attending to and rushed towards Wang Baol, cupping his fists in greeting. "You've arrived, esteemed senior. Our young master says that you're free to go up to the second floor." The staff member had attended to Wang Baol when he had stepped into the shop. Wang Baol was pleased with his attitude. He coughed, then, amidst the startled looks from the crowd, pulled out a supreme-grade spirit stone and threw it towards the staff member as a reward. The staff member was clearly ecstatic as he held onto the supreme-grade spirit stone. He escorted Wang Baol to the staircase with bright, shining eyes, then took his leave. Wang Baol could sense the differential treatment that he was receiving. He could feel the looks of consideration and awe being directed at him from the crowd. He sighed secretly. That's what a rich man's life is like, simple and to the point. Wang Baol shook his head as he sighed, then made his way upstairs. He didn't see Xianxia when he reached the second floor. There was no one around. Just as he began to look around, he heard laughter ringing out from behind him. "Brother Baol, it's been a while. How have you been?" Wang Baol blinked when he heard that, and he pretended to freeze for a moment. After the moment was over, he turned around hurriedly. A smile filled with delight appeared on his face when he saw Xianxia, and he laughed out loud. "Brother Haiyang, we just met some days ago. Brother Baol, I've heard of your spectacular performance during the mission. You're amazing." Xianxia praised Wang Baol as they sat down. Xianxia eyed Wang Baol for some time and realized that he wasn't reacting to what he had just said. In fact, there was a look of slight confusion on his face. Xianxia muttered something to himself under his breath, then coughed awkwardly. "You're the pig-masked man, aren't you?" "Pig-masked man." Wang Baol blinked and continued to feign ignorance. It didn't matter if his act seemed exaggerated. He wasn't going to admit to things that he wasn't supposed to admit to. It didn't matter that he would be throwing handfuls of red crystals at Xianxia later and thus exposing his deliberate ignorance as an act. That would be a separate matter. "Baol, you're being too modest. So be it. It doesn't matter if you're the pig-masked man. I just want to let you know that he's famous now. He's incurred the wrath of the never-ending clan. They're doing everything they can to find out who he is. The only person who knows is the Flame Patriarch, though, and he's erased all evidence that points to the pig-masked man's identity. Besides the Flame Patriarch, no one else in the universe knows for sure who the pig-masked man is." Xianxia deliberately emphasized the words, "for sure," when he spoke. Then he gave Wang Baol what seemed like a smile. An imperceptible flicker flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. He knew this was Xianxia trying to give him a hint. He smiled as well. Xianxia was still too inexperienced. He hadn't learned the important principle of not speaking the truth even when he had seen through the act. The thought gave Wang Baol a sudden sense of superiority. He was reminded of the high officials' autobiographies and the countless invaluable lessons that he had learned from them. Xianxia had a seemingly deep, meaningful look in his eyes. He wasn't as composed as he seemed, though. In fact, he was still reeling with shock. The acts that the pig-masked man had committed had been extraordinary and beyond shocking. He hadn't stopped at killing a late-stage spirit immortal realm cultivator but had nearly destroyed a planet realm cultivator. He had caused the destruction of a planet. No one would have batted an eye if it had been a planet realm cultivator or someone of a higher cultivation realm who had done something like that. But most of the cultivators participating in the mission had been at the Soul Conduit realm. A soul conduit realm cultivator had been behind the catastrophic series of events that had taken place during the mission. He was probably going to bring about a few more disasters on a grander scale when he reached higher levels of cultivation. Damn it, it must be Wang Beol. He's the only person who can do something like that and not surprise me in the least. He's a walking disaster. He made a trip to Mars and sent Mars into an uproar. He made a trip to the ancient sword, and the vast expanse Dao Palace staged a revolt immediately after. Xianxia sighed secretly. Regardless, he was a little excited. Xianxia was a businessman and enjoyed hedging bets on people. The more things someone stirred up, and the better they performed, the more Xianxia liked them. He spent more time and effort on customers like that. Xianxia's eyes flashed at that thought, and he leaned forward to whisper to Wang Beol. Beol, I received an earth-shattering piece of information. Are you interested in paying for it? I promise that this information will give you a chance to break through from the soul conduit realm to the spirit immortal realm within the shortest possible period if you seize the opportunity and put it to good use. Information, you say? Wang Beol gave Xianxia an assessing look. Even though Xianxia wasn't as smart as himself, Wang Beol trusted Xianxia's abilities. He asked about the price. 3,000 red crystals, Xianxia said immediately. He was about to justify the worth of his information when Wang Beol stared at him and shrugged. Let's talk about those materials that I asked you for. Beol, once you get this information, you'll... Xianxia continued to persuade Wang Beol. It's too much. I'm not interested. Wang Beol interrupted Xianxia. He snorted secretly. This was clearly daylight robbery. The materials that he had tried so hard to get only cost him 300 red crystals. Xianxia knew how rich Wang Beol was now, which was why he had dared to ask for 3,000 red crystals for some stupid piece of information. Xianxia knew that Wang Beol had made up his mind. He felt slightly regretful over his hasty actions. He coughed and stopped his sales pitch. He then took out the materials that Wang Beol had placed an order for and began the negotiation for the transaction. After the deal was done, they chatted for a bit before Wang Beol suddenly told him his need for more materials. Just let me know what you need, Brother Beol. My shop has almost everything. I can have the materials that you want transported to my shop if they're not in stock. It'll take 2 hours, tops. You'll have them before you within 2 hours. Wang Beol pulled out his shopping list when he heard that. Xianxia took the list from Wang Beol with a smile and went to make the necessary arrangements. He got everything that Wang Beol wanted within an hour. It cost Wang Beol 2,000 red crystals. He could feel his heart bleeding. He believed that Xianxia had overcharged him, but there was nothing he could do about it. If he were to buy these materials elsewhere, he would surely attract undue attention from spending so many red crystals in one go. Wang Beol said a few words, then left. The smile on Xianxia's face grew wider as he watched Wang Beol leave his shop. A moment later he started to laugh, turning down a discipleship under the Flame Patriarch. Wang Beol, it seems like I still have much to learn about you and your background. Wang Beol didn't turn back as he walked down the street. If he were to do that, he was quite sure that he would find Xianxia standing in his shop, his eyes burning holes into his back. He wasn't overly concerned, though. He walked fearlessly down the street and into the distance, starting to explore the market. He wanted to find out if there was anything interesting or useful that he could buy from the market before he left. Wang Beol wandered through the market and finally decided that there was nothing else he needed to get and that he was leaving the market. As he made his way back, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a puppet lying in a shop. The puppet's appearance reminded Wang Beol of the diamond ape in the ethereal Dao College. He stopped in his tracks and walked towards the shop. This is a damaged dermic battleship. The materials required to repair it are too rare, so it has been trashed as junk. Fellow Taoist, are you interested in buying it for your own research and study? The shop was quite small and was manned by the owner alone, without the help of any staff. The old man had been sitting in the shop when he noticed Wang Beol eyeing the puppet and made his sales pitch listlessly. A dermic battleship? There was doubt in Wang Beol's eyes. He stepped forward and took a closer look at the puppet. The closer look left him with more questions. The animal was clearly a puppet, yet there were some remnants of life inside its body. Its level of cultivation didn't seem to be at the spirit immortal realm typical of a dermic battleship. It was considerably weaker. It seems like our fellow Taoist here doesn't know anything about the Foundation apes? The bored old man glanced at Wang Baol before taking out a pouch made from animal skin. He placed the pouch in his mouth and took a deep breath. He looked slightly more energized after that. Please, enlighten me, fellow Taoist. Wang Baol said politely as he turned towards the old man and cupped his fists in greeting. He had noticed something strange when he had stepped into the shop. The old man seemed ordinary and had a listless, almost sickly look on his face. But Wang Baol couldn't sense the level of his cultivation. Either he had a powerful artifact that was protecting him, or his cultivation was several levels higher than Wang Baol's. Either way, the old man was no ordinary old man. The fact that he could run a shop in the market was proof that he was no ordinary person. The Foundation apes aren't creatures of nature. They are artificially created by the Xia family. The apes serve as protectors of the Xia family and act as location beacons. They may all seem to be at the Foundation establishment realm, but depending on the quality of their make, each ape will have multiple seals of different levels inside their body. A Foundation ape's cultivation is enhanced by a full realm with the release of each seal. As to why their cultivation can be enhanced in this manner and how to release a seal, only the Xia family knows. The one before you is broken. That's how I managed to get my hands on it. 4 of its seals have been released, but to repair it I need materials. I also need to figure out how it works. That's why it's junk now. If it weren't broken, the Xia family would have recalled it. The old man slumped back into listlessness again. He held the animal skin pouch to his mouth and sucked in another breath. He noticed Wang Baol looking at him when he looked up. His mouth split into a wide smile as he held up the pouch in his hand. Don't know what this is either? Are you from some rural planet? This is a god pouch. One breath of it can make you happier than a god. You'll see wondrous things in your head. I have no idea which cursed person made this, but it's got quite a kick. I think it came from the outer realms. The old man continued inhaling from the god pouch as he spoke to Wang Baol. His words grew increasingly unintelligible near the end. Wang Baol didn't pay much attention to what he was saying. He stared at the diamond ape puppet in front of him. An image of Diame appeared in his head. Everything pointed to one thing. The diamond ape in the Ethereal Tao College was probably a Foundation ape. Xianxia had popped up in the college. Everything seemed to fall into place. After some time, Wang Baol asked suddenly, "Is the Xia family very powerful?" The Xia family. This whole market belongs to the Xia family. There are more than 1 million such markets in the never-ending Tao domain. The never-ending clan themselves owe the Xia family loads of money. Does that answer your question? The old man put his pouch down when he heard Wang Baol's question. He turned and stared at Wang Baol with his dead eyes. Wang Baol sucked in a cold breath of air when he heard that. He had always thought that Xianxia wasn't any ordinary person, but he hadn't expected him to be so extraordinary. Xianxia is really good at faking it, Wang Baol muttered under his breath. He wanted to ask the man a few more questions, but he could tell the latter wasn't very interested in answering them. After some thought, he gave the Foundation ape puppet a considering look and then asked the old man how much it cost. He didn't try to bargain for a lower price and got the puppet for 10 red crystals. The old man's mood brightened instantly. He had just sold a broken Foundation ape for a good price. He took a deep breath from his god pouch, then approached and generously offered Wang Baol a storage bag to store the puppet. Wang Baol basked in the feeling of being seen and treated as a rich man. Then he coughed. He took the storage bag, which now held the puppet inside, and said coolly, "Sir, I'd like to know how the Xia family conducts their businesses and the type of business they do. Would you happen to know anything?" The old man counted his red crystals and put them away. His face was glowing radiantly with a red light too. He laughed and told Wang Baol everything he knew. These markets form only one portion of the Xia family's business. They have 3 main forms of business. First, they market civilizations and develop planets as tourist attractions. These planets become places where tourists can go and have a good time. They also sell teleportation array formations. The massive teleportation array formations for cross-civilization travel are all made by the Xia family. Their third form of business is quite interesting. It's the main pillar holding the Xia family up. They invest in people who will become powerful cultivators in the future. A mysterious look settled on the old man's face when he said that. He then whispered, I heard that the never-ending clan managed to build their empire because they had the support of the Xia family. I also heard that the Xia family assesses the competencies of their children by looking at how powerful their investments turn out. An imperceptible light flickered in Wang Baol's eyes. He casually asked a few more questions before cupping his fists and leaving the shop. Waves of emotions surged within Wang Baol as he made his way back. He was very certain that Xia Haiyang was a member of the Xia family. He was also relatively sure that the diamond ape in the Ethereal Dao College was a foundation ape that had been placed there as a location beacon. Xia Haiyang's attitude towards him needed no further explanation. He was fairly confident that he was one of many cultivators whom Xia Haiyang was investing his resources in. Xia Haiyang's got good taste. Wang Baol rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes. The information that he had gotten for 10 red crystals was worth it. He had also realized why Xia Haiyang had recognized him in the first place. Since he had chosen to invest in Wang Baol, then he must have some hidden means of locating Wang Baol quickly. He understood why Xia Haiyang would want to be able to do that. No one wanted their investments to fail. If he were Xia Haiyang, he would do the same. What mattered was what Wang Baol could get out of this. So far, nothing bad has come out of our interactions. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes after giving the matter some serious thought. Even though there were slight differences between their species, the rules that governed the universe were similar no matter where one went. In which case, he simply had to make sure that Xia Haiyang continued to pour his resources into him. As Xia Haiyang's investment in him grew, whatever happened to him would become Xia Haiyang's concerns as well. I'll tighten the noose around him. Wang Baol grinned. He did feel some slight regret. It would have been so much better if Xia Haiyang were a woman. With such optimistic thoughts filling his head, Wang Baol left the market. Once he was outside, he raised his right hand and waved. The Emperor armor appeared instantly in mid-air and transformed into his Dermic battleship. The Dermic battleship's appearance was different. It looked more fearsome, and an overpowering sense of authority appeared to emanate from the locust. Wang Baol surveyed the transformed Dermic battleship before him before entering it happily. With a loud, thunderous boom, he steered the locust away from the market and straight into the cosmos. Perhaps the Dermic battleship seemed too quiet. Wang Baol began to look around. Then his eyes suddenly widened. I've forgotten all about the donkey and little Wu. At that thought, Wang Baol hurriedly released little Wu and the donkey. They had been sitting inside one of the self-destructing battleships in his storage bag. Little Wu had a dazed look on his face when he appeared, while the donkey started prancing around madly. It brayed at Wang Baol incessantly, as if trying to tell him how it had been going mad from being trapped inside the battleship for so long. Wang Baol had felt slightly guilty at first. He felt embarrassed for sealing the donkey away for so long for the second time. But as the donkey's braying grew increasingly louder, and as it continued to level an unhappy look at Wang Baol began to feel that the creature was in need of some discipline. So he glared at the donkey. Stop it. It was for your own good. Look at how dangerous it is outside. Besides, you're not the only one who was kept inside for so long. Look at how obedient little Wu is. Wang Baol pointed at little Wu and looked at the latter. Little Wu turned around, a dazed look on his face as he stared stupidly at Wang Baol. Seeing little Wu like that made Wang Baol feel more sheepish. Keeping him inside for so long must have turned the child into an idiot. Wang Baol glared at the donkey, which was giving him pitiful looks now. He coughed dryly and threw a supreme-grade spirit stone at the creature as a snack. The donkey snorted air from its nostrils, then turned its head away. It didn't spare the snack a single glance. Oh? Someone's learned how to throw a tantrum, I see. Wang Baol glanced at the donkey. With a slight flip of his sleeve, he pulled out 10 spirit stones. The donkey trembled visibly. It was clearly trying to control itself. With another wave of his hand, Wang Baol pulled out 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. They piled up like a tiny mountain in front of the donkey. The donkey's eyeballs were almost popping out of their sockets. It was even visibly drooling, but it seemed to be showing some spine this time. It forcibly twisted its head away again, causing Wang Baol to sigh. He pretended that he was going to store the stones and walk away. The donkey began to panic immediately. It lunged onto the pile of spirit stones and began munching noisily. It seemed to have learned the trick of wagging its tail while eating from somewhere. The sight sent Wang Baol bursting into laughter. He ignored the donkey as it happily munched on its snacks. He then sat down and began to plan how he was going to strengthen his army during his trip back to the Divine Eye star system. I'll have to speed things up when I get back to the Divine Eye civilization. Find a way to get my hands on the complete demonic eye art as soon as possible. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he thought of the hungry presence within his demonic eye art. An icy glint flashed across his eyes. First, the self-destructing battleships. Wang Baol muttered as he sat in his dermic battleship. After setting the course the dermic battleship was to take, he rubbed at his forehead. Ideas began to fill his head. It was going to take them some time to get back to the Divine Eye star system. Looking at how long they had taken to travel out, they needed at least 3 months for the return journey. This was the best time for him to rebuild his arsenal. Building self-destructing battleships will be easy. Besides, I still have plenty of puppets to order around. The important thing is maximizing the power released from each self-destructive explosion. But that's not difficult to deal with either. If I use materials of a better grade to build these battleships, the power that they'll release when they self-destruct will naturally increase. Besides, I still have the Divine Justice Shield. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Having decided what he had to do, he started to work, pulling out his puppets from his storage bag and retreating into seclusion. Time passed steadily. Hundreds of brand-new small battleships appeared behind the dermic battleship. They were black in color and exuded waves of relatively powerful spirit energy. Every battleship appeared to be as powerful as a perfected nascent soul realm cultivator. Their numbers increased as the days went by, and the rate of this increase crept up steadily as well, from the initial addition of a few hundred new battleships to a few thousand new battleships every day. After 2 weeks, a massive fleet of more than 10,000 battleships could be seen trailing behind the dermic battleship. Every battleship was equipped with its own Divine Justice Shield. It was an awesome sight to behold. Travelers from other civilizations who saw the fleet shuddered at the sight of it and quickly hid in the hopes that their presence wouldn't be discovered. Their reactions were understandable. Besides the 10,000-strong nascent Soul Realm battleships, Wang Baol had gone all out and used up 1,000 red crystals to build 1,000 super battleships that would release Soul Conduit Realm level power when they were blown up. These battleships looked exactly the same as the other battleships in Wang Baol's fleet. No one would be able to tell the difference without a closer look. Gathered together in a massive fleet, the battleships clearly posed a menacing threat to everyone in the area. Wang Baol's current fleet looked majestic and powerful. It was many times stronger than the fleet that he had started out with. In addition, he now had the Emperor armor, which gave him combat strength that rivaled a Spirit Immortal Realm cultivator. Ordinary early-stage Spirit Immortal Realm cultivators wouldn't be a match for him. Even if his opponent were to have a dermic battleship, victory would still not be guaranteed. If his opponent had no dermic battleship, Wang Baol would be willing to duke it out with them even if his opponent were at the mid-stage Spirit Immortal Realm. After all, he still had the Jade token from the Flame Patriarch, who had sealed a curse inside before giving it to him. The culmination of everything led to his brimming sense of confidence. It would be an exaggeration to say that he could now reign over the cosmos with ease, but it wouldn't be a stretch to call him a rising star in the Divine Eye civilization. He had rebuilt his Divine Justice Shield as well. To prevent history from repeating itself, he used up a considerable portion of his vast hordes of materials just to refine Divine Justice Shields for his personal protection. He made 100 of them in a single shot. Money's all I've got. Wang Baol burst out into laughter after getting a sense of how much more powerful he now was with his full arsenal of weaponry and artifacts. The donkey brayed a few times and started to beg for treats. Its braying got louder after it successfully earned a few supreme-grade spirit stones from Wang Baol. Little Wu, on the other hand, continued to remain in a daze. There was a lost look in his eyes. He seemed to be contemplating life, who he was, where he had come from, and where he was to go next. This child is quite pitiful, actually. Wang Baol sighed as he eyed little Wu. He realized that he had been too harsh on the kid. But life was cultivation. One had to go through all kinds of hardships in order to emerge stronger and more powerful. The thought of that made Wang Baol feel considerably better. Kid, I'm doing this for your own good. You still need more training. It's okay, your daddy will help you. Wang Baol coughed and looked away. After calculating how long the remaining return journey was going to take, he pulled out the partially maimed palm that had belonged to the never-ending clan Planet Realm cultivator. Only 3 fingers remained on the palm, all of which had turned black. However, they showed no signs of decomposition, and a strong Planet Realm aura still remained within the palm. The mere sight of the palm made Wang Baol feel stifled. The feeling wasn't as bad as facing a Planet Realm cultivator, but it was bad enough. Do all dismembered body parts of a Planet Realm cultivator feel as powerful? Wang Baol studied the palm before him solemnly. He considered merging it with his Emperor armor so that he might be able to wield a tiny bit of Planet Realm power. However, such methods seemed too coarse and brutish. In fact, it would be a waste to use the palm like that. Wang Baol was torn. After some consideration, he set the palm aside and took out the storage ring again. Do I have to be at the Planet Realm before I can unlock this thing? Is there really anything valuable inside? Maybe I can ask Xianxia to try unlocking it as a last resort? Wang Baol frowned. He cleared his mind and was about to study the storage ring in detail when he suddenly heard heavy panting. He looked up in surprise and saw the donkey standing a short distance away. It was staring unblinkingly at the storage ring in his hand. Its drool had dripped to the floor and formed a puddle. The donkey's eyes reddened. Without warning, it dashed towards Wang Baol, opened its mouth, and aimed for the storage ring, snapping its teeth shut. A loud crunch rang out as the donkey bit into thin air. If Wang Baol hadn't been quick enough, the donkey would have bitten off his hand as well. The thought of that made him furious. Just as he was getting to his feet, the donkey made a second charge at him. It seemed to only have eyes for the storage ring. It was going to fight for the ring again. Are you trying to revolt? Wang Baol sent his leg flying and landed a kick on the donkey's stomach. The donkey cried out as it was flung into the distance. It might have looked like a rather heavy kick, but Wang Baol had controlled the force of the blow. His intention had been to get the donkey away from him, not injure the creature. The blow seemed to have kicked some sense into the donkey. It sprawled on the floor and stared pitifully at Wang Baol. It seemed to realize that it had done something wrong. Even so, drool continued to drip from its mouth uncontrollably. Wang Baol glared at the donkey, then looked down at the storage ring in his palm. A strange light flickered in his eyes. He knew the donkey's character. The creature had eaten its fill of materials since it had been young, and it had grown to be picky about its food. It had also cultivated a great sense of smell for high-grade materials. Its crazed behavior was proof that there was something extraordinary hidden inside the storage ring. Did I just strike gold? Wang Baol's breathing stuttered. He then looked up and stared at the donkey. This time, he extended his divine sense and started to communicate with the creature. The donkey couldn't give a detailed description of what was inside the storage ring, but Wang Baol could sense its emotions clearly. There was an aura inside the storage ring that was driving the donkey mad. It was an aura that had squashed the donkey's reason, brought its primal instincts to the forefront, and led to the creature's offensive actions against its wonderful and dashing President Daddy. Save your explanations. Are you still trying to kiss my ass? You're just greedy. Wang Baol snorted. He decided that he couldn't hand this ring to Xianxia. The safest way was for him to unlock the ring himself when he had become powerful enough to do so. He was about to store the ring and the planet realm palm into his storage bag when little Wu, who had been in a silent daze, suddenly spoke. Daddy, I know a way to refine this palm into a powerful artifact. It'll be able to unleash a power that's almost as powerful as an attack from a planet realm cultivator. I can share this knowledge with you, but I want you to do one thing for me in return. Wang Baol cocked his head towards little Wu immediately and narrowed his eyes. He had his guesses about the secret surrounding little Wu's origins. He hadn't managed to find any memories inside the boy's head after searching his soul. What he knew was that the refinement technique that little Wu had shared with him was an extremely powerful technique. Could he really be some prince from somewhere? Wang Baol blinked. That didn't seem likely, though. A prince was supposed to look something like Wang Baol, right? Little Wu, be a good boy and tell Daddy. I promise that I won't ever lock you up in the future. A smile appeared on Wang Baol's face at that thought. He looked at little Wu kindly as he spoke to the boy. Little Wu eyed Wang Baol's smiling face with some hesitation. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and replied, Daddy, this artifact refinement technique is called the Black Earth Star Refinement Art. Theoretically speaking, you can use it to refine planets and stars. Little Wu stuck his right hand out and pulled out a jade slip. He imprinted a seal on it, then threw it towards Wang Baol. Wang Baol caught the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. His eyes widened instantly, and shock rippled through his thoughts. He looked up and stared at little Wu. What do you want me to do for you? Promise to send me home when I ask you to in the future. In Wang Baol's opinion, the Black Earth Star Refinement Art was an incredible refinement art. Even with his current level of refinement competency, he was barely able to understand the first chapter of this extraordinary refinement art. The refinement art consisted of 9 chapters and was rich with knowledge and wisdom. The 8th chapter described the possibility of refining an entire Dao domain. The Dao domain would become one's personal realm. The cultivator would rise above the cosmos then and achieve the supreme great Dao. Even though cosmic cultivation had become a way of life for Wang Baol, even though certain myths and legends no longer seemed as implausible as they had before, and even though Wang Baol now took such tales with an equal measure of doubt and faith, he couldn't help but think that the Dao domain that Chapter 8 was talking about was pure myth. The contents in Chapter 9 sounded even more preposterous. It spoke about a separate domain in which every living creature possessed the power to easily destroy another being. The author of this chapter might have been worried about the clarity of his description, so he had included an example. For example, one could paint a person on a piece of paper, then cut the painted image up. The painted person would be defenseless against those actions. One could easily tear it into shreds just like they could paper. Even if they had drawn something else other than a human, such as the most fearsome beast or the most powerful cultivator, the outcome would remain unchanged. They could crush them just as easily. The methods that were described in Chapter 9 were a kind of dream conjured out of thin air, where one could transform themselves from a mere painted image into an actual living being in that separate domain. Wang Baol was gasping by the end of it. The cultivation technique seemed like pure madness. However, it didn't matter if what it said was true or mere lies. He wasn't at the level of cultivation to consider such things. It was beyond him at the moment. He couldn't help but consider what the author had said in Chapter 9, though. He looked up. His eyes seemed to see right through the walls of the dermic battleship and into the cosmos outside. A long while later, Wang Baol turned towards little Wu again and asked him, "Where are you from?" Little Wu blinked. He then got to his feet slowly and swept his sleeve aside gently. His eyes no longer looked lost. A calm and composed look had settled over his face, and his eyes shone with a mysterious light. In that instant, he was no longer little Wu, the boy who called Wang Baol his daddy, but a mysterious cultivator. "I've told you before, I'm a prince of the Black Earth Empire. You shouldn't be asking who I am, but where the Black Earth Empire is." Wang Baol was silent. He took a deep breath, then asked again in a low, deep voice, "Where's the Black Earth Empire?" "That's not the question you should be asking. You should be asking if the Black Earth Empire is here, in this Dao domain." A transformation rippled across little Wu's aura as he spoke. One could sense the pride hidden deep inside him and the mystery surrounding his origins. The donkey's eyes widened then too. It even seemed to have gasped. There was a deep, meaningful look in its eyes when it turned and studied little Wu. The creature seemed to be trying to look into little Wu's soul. Wang Baol remained quiet for a long time. Then, he asked slowly, "Where is the real Black Earth Empire?" "That's not the question you should be asking." "To hell with that." Wang Baol exploded into a rage before little Wu could finish his sentence. He had been holding himself back the previous 2 times, but the rascal was just asking for a lashing. Wang Baol glared at the boy and gave him a kick. Little Wu cried out as he was flung into the distance. He had a thick hide, though, and sustained no injury from the kick. However, it still hurt. The memory of him being thrashed by Wang Baol for the very first time popped up in his head. Wang Baol had forced him to call him daddy. He shuddered violently then and hurriedly returned to his former self. A fawning look settled on his face as he spoke eagerly and almost desperately. "Daddy, don't be mad. I was wrong. I made a terrible mistake. I'm not from some Black Earth Empire. I'm just one of many princes from a small kingdom. The Jade Slip is our kingdom's national treasure. I stole it." Little Wu's face crumpled into a pitiful look as he explained the origins of the Jade Slip to Wang Baol. Wang Baol felt so much better after hearing that. That was how questions should be answered. But Wang Baol wasn't going to believe anything that little Wu had said. He still had his suspicions about the boy's origins. There was the information detailed in Chapter 9 of the Black Earth Star refinement art to consider as well. It blew his mind and made him look at little Wu differently as well. Could this fellow be from the domain that Chapter 9 wrote about? It seems unlikely. He's so weak. Wang Baol had that thought in mind as he continued to consider the Black Earth Star refinement art. After some time, he shifted his attention away from little Wu and sat down. He stared at the jade slip in his hand and began studying the contents of the first chapter. Time flew by and soon a month passed. During that month, Wang Baol's enormous fleet traversed multiple galaxies and encountered a few groups of cosmic travelers. Without any exception to the rule, these travelers panicked upon sensing the terrifying presence of Wang Baol's army and only released a sigh of relief when he left. Wang Baol wasn't in the mood to care about these strangers. He was immersed in the first chapter of the Black Earth Star refinement art. He had spent an entire month studying the chapter and had only begun to understand a small portion of it. This portion had to do with refining a planet realm cultivator into an artifact. "I need to find myself an eternal star," Wang Baol muttered. He looked up and stared at the cosmos outside his dermic battleship. His divine sense then melded with the dermic battleship. Augmented by the dermic battleship, his divine sense extended outwards into space, stretching into the distant cosmos. He pulled out a star map and began studying it in detail. Then, he adjusted the dermic battleship's course and began speeding towards the nearest eternal star. It took Wang Baol's fleet 7 days to reach the galaxy. There was a civilization living in the galaxy, but it was a primitive one and hence couldn't sense Wang Baol's arrival. Wang Baol wasn't planning to intrude upon the civilization anyway. As he approached the galaxy's eternal star, a bright red sun appeared in his sight. Its size and heat resembled the solar system's eternal star. Wang Baol squinted as he felt the scorching heat and immense destructive power radiating from the eternal star. The contents in the first chapter of the Black Earth Star refinement art, "The Way to Refine a Planet Realm Cultivator," appeared in his head. We have to modify the internal structure of an eternal star's fire and refine the fire in the divine sea. We have to transform it into our puppet. The steps might seem easy, but the hardest part is where one has to swallow the fire of an eternal star. Wang Baol fell into a contemplative silence. Swallowing eternal star fire was the first step to practicing the Black Earth Star refinement art. The practitioner needed a form of kindling inside him. As he continued his cultivation, he would add other forms of kindling to keep the fire inside him going. This would make him stronger and madder at the same time. There were great risks to this first step. A misstep would result in his being burned alive. There was a reminder in the Jade Slip that stated that one should attempt the Black Earth Star refinement art under specific conditions. It was inadvisable to practice it otherwise. 2 different types of special conditions were mentioned in the chapter. One had to practice on an eternal star that was on the verge of collapse or on a newly born eternal star. One needed luck in order to meet either of these conditions. Wang Baol wasn't lucky enough at the moment. But the Black Earth Star refinement art only discouraged practicing the refinement art without meeting either of those specific conditions. It didn't explicitly state that he would fail otherwise. That was why Wang Baol thought that he could still give it a go. He had an advantage no other person had. His current form was an avatar conjured by his essence technique. If I fail the first time, I'll try another 10 times. If I fail those 10 times, I'll just try 100 times. Wang Baol's eyes flashed as he lifted his right hand and formed a hand seal. His physical form grew indistinct instantly. Wisps of mist emerged from his body, gathered before him, and morphed into a smaller version of himself. This mini Wang Baol stepped through the walls of the dermic battleship and rushed towards the sun. It got as close as it could to the sun, then took a deep breath in. Flames surged towards the mini Wang Baol and flooded his mouth. In the next moment, the mini Wang Baol shuddered, then burst into flames. The avatar turned to dust instantly. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He carefully examined what he had felt from the earlier attempt. I tried to absorb too much energy. I should take in less. I need to tweak what the avatar does after absorbing the energy as well. Wang Baol dissected the causes of his failure and quickly summoned the second avatar. Lather, rinse, repeat. Wang Baol's fleet stationed itself next to the Eternal Star for an entire month. Wang Baol almost drove himself mad during that month. He made failed attempt after failed attempt, downing pills when he felt weak and eating other supreme-grade materials such as spirit stones to keep himself going. Despite all of that, he could feel his essence being drained away and the fading of his body. His repeated attempts weren't for nothing, though. Each failed attempt earned Wang Baol a great deal of experience. On his 173rd try, his avatar finally managed to swallow a ball of eternal star fire without exploding, successfully returning to the battleship. Wang Baol was elated upon its return. His physical form dissipated into pure mist, racing towards his avatar and transforming it into his primary avatar via the essence technique. His body shuddered violently at that instant. He could feel heat coursing through his whole body. A prototype of a sun had appeared in his divine sea. It was burning hotly. Dark fire surrounded the brightly burning sun, achieving a kind of balance between the 2 types of fire. I've done it. Upon sensing the eternal star fire inside his body, Wang Baol opened his eyes and revealed a flash of fire flickering in his eyes. The sight of the fleeting flames sent little Wu and the donkey shuddering uncontrollably. Even though Wang Baol was only at the false immortal realm now, the dangerous vibes that he was exuding had surpassed that of a planet realm cultivator. But this was merely an illusion. The illusion was the result of the scorching heat emanating from the eternal star fire inside Wang Baol's body. It wasn't possible for Wang Baol to unleash power at the planet realm at the moment. Even if he were to blow himself up with his current level of cultivation, he would only be able to injure a planet realm cultivator. He wouldn't be able to kill the latter. This didn't affect the effect he had on others, though. A Wang Baol who was radiating heat from eternal starfire could still manage to instill some fear into his enemies. The effect might be better if he were to unleash the Tao scripture and his eternal star fire concurrently. Wang Baol assessed the eternal star fire burning inside his body, then sat down happily. He pulled out the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator's maimed palm, planning to refine it then and there. Once I'm done, I'll be able to possess a little bit of planet realm combat strength. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. This was a serious matter. He was going to use this as his trump card in his coming days in the Divine Eye civilization. It was going to be a potential lifesaver. Time passed steadily, and another month went by. Wang Baol's journey was nearing its end. His fleet was slowly approaching the borders of the Divine Eye civilization. After a few more steps, they would enter the Divine Eye civilization. After a month of tedious refinement, Wang Baol finally successfully refined the palm. He housed it inside the eternal star fire in his body and began nurturing the palm with the fire. What's left is to nurture it. The longer it's nurtured, the more power it will accumulate, right up until it reaches its former peak. Wang Baol surveyed the planet realm palm inside his eternal star fire. His spirits soaring, he extended his divine sense out for a sweep. He then narrowed his eyes and lifted his right hand in a wave. Except for a few dozen battleships, the rest of his massive 10,000-strong fleet clustered together immediately. He stored the latter group away in his storage bag. The remaining battleships had been deliberately left out in the open because of their worn and damaged state. Wang Baol kept them in his active fleet. The entire army looked as if it had survived a difficult expedition and had escaped back to its home planet. Wang Baol remained dissatisfied with the army's appearance as his battleships entered the Divine Eye civilization. So he manipulated the Dermic battleship's appearance and made it look shabbier. He also concealed the Dermic battleship's strong presence, weakening it so that it appeared like an ordinary battleship. That's more like it. Wang Baol surveyed his results with great satisfaction. Then, he steered the Dermic battleship into the Divine Eye civilization. He didn't return to the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's protectorate immediately, heading for the Violet Gold New Dao sect instead. Didn't the Violet Gold New Dao sect put out a warrant for me? Well, let's see which idiot is stupid enough to appear in front of me. I don't care which Violet Gold New Dao sect legion I bump into. I'm going to give them a taste of my power. Wang Baol stuck his chin out arrogantly and drove towards the Violet Gold New Dao sect. Next to him, Little Wu and the donkey looked on with excitement and anticipation. Wang Baol didn't manage to get his wish, though. He couldn't intrude too deep into the Violet Gold New Dao sect's territory. Otherwise, he wouldn't be provoking the sect's armies but the sect's patriarch himself. He wandered around in the outer regions of the sect's protectorate and failed to meet any armies. Wang Baol found that slightly disappointing. He decided to leave. It was then that the heavens decided to shower Wang Baol with their blessings. Not long after he had chosen to leave and turned his fleet around, a vast army appeared in the cosmos ahead of his army. The army looked majestic with their pitch-black battleships, which exuded an overpowering and dangerous air. They charged forward like a blade thrusting into the air. They clearly weren't in the habit of avoiding others. Those who stood in their path should give way to them instead. The auras of 3 false immortal realm cultivators emanated from the fleet. Those who sensed their presence felt as if they were basking in the auras of 3 gods and were awed by their power. Standing apart from these 3 false immortal realm presences was another aura, which was more powerful than them. It belonged to a spirit immortal realm cultivator. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and immediately caught sight of a unique-looking battleship in the center of the fleet. It was shaped like a ferocious beast, one that resembled a black cheetah, and it was clearly a Dermic battleship. The Black Rift Legion? Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He wasn't the ignoramus who had just joined the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and knew little about the other 2 upper sects anymore. He knew that there was an army under the Violet Gold New Dao sect that ranked 3rd in the sect's rankings of most powerful armies. It was helmed by a Dermic battleship that was in the shape of a black cheetah. The name of this army was the Black Rift Legion, a spirit immortal realm and 3 false immortal realm cultivators. Forget it. I have no grudge against the Black Rift Legion. Besides, we have similar names. There's a rift in both our legions' names. That counts as fate too. I'll let them go. Wang Baol coughed and ignored the dubious looks that Little Wu and the donkey were giving him. He steered his Dermic battleship and his fleet of battleships aside and gave way to the Black Rift Legion. The Black Rift Legion charged past Wang Baol's army as soon as the latter shifted aside. They rushed forward and were about to go right past him when one of the false immortal realm cultivators suddenly extended her divine sense out. Her divine sense fell like a sudden cloak over Wang Baol. A furious voice and the sound of grinding teeth thundered in the cosmos after that quick scan. Long Nancy! Someone leaped out of one of the battleships in the Black Rift Legion. The battleship was clearly one of the more powerful ones in the fleet, second only to the Dermic battleship. It was a woman. She was the former commander of the Ink Dragon Legion. The Ink Dragon Legion had been defeated by Wang Beol. Even if they were to regroup, it would be a near impossible feat for them to reach their former glory. The Black Rift Legion had taken the opportunity to merge the remnants of the Ink Dragon Legion to its main fleet. The former commander of the Ink Dragon Legion joined the Black Rift Legion as well, becoming the third vice-commander of the fleet. The woman had found Wang Beol's fleet familiar. That had been why she had scanned it with her divine sense. The hate that she felt for Wang Beol had erupted instantly when she felt his presence. A violent glint flashed in Wang Beol's eyes. His aim had been to vent the frustration that he had felt from being hunted that day. Besides, he had given way to the Black Rift Legion earlier. This cursed woman was the one who had jumped out of her battleship, looking for trouble. Despite the violence flashing in his eyes, Wang Beol tried to control himself and steer his fleet away. Black Rift Legion, I'm Long Nanzi, the commander of the Soul Rift Legion under the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. I've just returned from a distant expedition. I've already given way to you, so what's the meaning of this? Don't push me too far. Wang Beol's voice sounded furious, as if he were on the verge of breaking down. He seemed to be panicking. Anyone who heard him would think he was panicking. That was why he had whipped out the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's name to escape the trouble that he had just landed himself in. His act proved to be effective. Fury lit the eyes of the former Ink Dragon Legion commander ablaze. She struggled to hold herself back as she turned her eyes towards the Dermic battleship, where the Black Rift Legion's commander was located. Commander! Her shrill voice rang out. A few moments later, a calm voice drifted out from the Black Rift Legion's Dermic battleship. Long Nanzi attempted to steal the Black Rift Legion's military secrets. Arrest him! The former Ink Dragon Legion commander was elated when she heard her commander's orders. She dashed towards Wang Beol instantly. The other two false Immortal Realm cultivators of the Black Rift Legion charged out of their battleships and rushed at Wang Beol like two shooting stars. They were clearly looking for a quick battle. Arresting Wang Beol was going to be a piece of cake for them. With three false Immortal Realm cultivators attacking Wang Beol jointly, the battle was going to be over in a second. Wang Beol laughed as he watched them charge at him. He had controlled himself earlier because he wanted to be seen as the reasonable one. He had wanted to assess the Black Rift Legion's attitude towards him as well. They had no grudge against each other, so it wouldn't have been right for him to strike first. Things had changed now, though. Wang Beol grinned and dissipated into a cloud of mist. He reappeared outside his Dermic battleship and sent his fist flying towards the former Ink Dragon Legion commander. Scram! A false Immortal Realm power exploded from Wang Beol's person as he sent his fist punching out. The punch held the force of a tornado. The former Ink Dragon Legion commander's eyes widened, and shock rose within her as Wang Beol's fist landed. The cosmos reverberated with a thunderous boom, and spirit energy rippled across the universe. The former Ink Dragon Legion commander shuddered violently, feeling a powerful shock wave lashing through her body. She puked out a mouthful of blood and fell back like a kite cut of its string. The sight sent the other two false Immortal Realm cultivators reeling back with shock. They narrowed their eyes. It was then that their commander's voice boomed from aboard the Black Rift Legion's Dermic battleship. Get into position, Black Rift Legion. We don't need him alive. Execute him immediately when you catch him. Upon that command, thousands of Black Rift Legion battleships thundered as they rushed into position, intending to surround Wang Beol completely. You're the one who's going to be dead. Wang Beol sneered as he stood on his Dermic battleship, gazing out into the battlefield. You've got quite an army, but mine isn't small either. With a wave of his hand, Wang Beol sent his fleet of self-destructing battleships charging out. More than 10,000 of those battleships surrounded the army forces. A deathly silence descended on the battlefield instantly. The cultivators of the Black Rift Legion, who had been condescending and proud a moment earlier, were now thunderstruck. If one were to look at the battlefield from a distance, it no longer seemed like a case of the Black Rift Legion having Wang Beol surrounded. Wang Bao's Soul Rift Legion had surrounded the Black Rift Legion instead. You were thinking of bullying me? Wang Bao stared into the distance, where the Black Rift Legion stood, and asked coolly. At that moment, the entire battlefield became deadly silent. No one spoke, and no one dared to move. Everything seemed to freeze at that moment. Truly, Wang Bao's battleships appeared too suddenly. At the same time, Wang Bao purposefully unleashed the auras of the battleships. The close to 10,000 nascent soul disturbances and thousands of soul conduit auras made the entire Black Rift Legion shudder. That was especially so for the former commander of the Ink Dragon Legion. She stared in disbelief and shock as her body trembled slightly. In reality, the aura that Wang Bao exuded gave her the illusion that she was looking at a mighty figure. Tens of thousands of nascent souls, thousands of soul conduits. This power. The former Ink Dragon Legion commander's heart was in turmoil. She couldn't help but compare Wang Bao's power with the Black Rift Legion. In the end, she found that, excluding the Black Rift Legion's commander, even if the 3 false immortals and the entire Black Rift Legion attacked at the same time, they would still be evenly matched with Wang Bao. The other 2 false immortals also felt this way. Even the Black Rift Legion commander, the middle-aged male within the Dermic battleship who had previously looked calm and spoke calmly, stared. His eyes revealed an unprecedented sense of seriousness as he took a deep breath after a moment. While the capability Wang Bao displayed made him very interested, he couldn't help but consider the consequences. Unless I can just kill him directly. That way, the Black Rift Legion commander narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. His voice spread throughout the silent battlefield, seemingly shattering the tense atmosphere. Leave half of your battleships here, and I'll let you leave peacefully. I'll also wipe away all grievances between you and the Ink Dragon Legion. As his words spread, the surrounding Black Rift Legion cultivators all heaved sighs of relief. Even though the former Ink Dragon Legion commander felt indignant, she understood that the strength of Long Nanzi now was different from when he was being chased down previously. So, although she still had some resentment towards Long Nanzi deep down, she could only tolerate it. However, Wang Bao, who was standing on his Dermic battleship with his hands behind his back, raised his eyebrows and laughed after hearing that. Arrogant as usual. But I want to ask you, Senior Black Rift Legion Commander, what gives you the right to make that statement? What gives me the right? Hearing that, a cold glint flashed between the Black Rift Legion commander's eyes as he laughed. While laughing, he shook his body and appeared outside of his leopard Dermic battleship. He was clad in black robes and had a head full of black hair. His skinny silhouette and proud and aloof appearance made the Black Rift Legion commander look extraordinary. That was especially so considering that the cosmos trembled and disturbances were created all around the moment he appeared. An early-stage spirit immortal aura also exploded forth, gathering to form a giant vortex outside his body. Looking from afar, he seemed to be able to warp the cosmos all around him on his own. That was especially so considering how all of the surrounding Black Rift Legion battleships made way as the vortex outside his body circulated. In fact, even Wang Bao's self-destructing battleships showed obvious signs of being suppressed. Such was the power of a spirit immortal. And it hadn't ended yet. As the Black Rift Legion commander appeared, he raised his foot and stepped towards Wang Bao. The moment his foot landed, the vortex outside his body neared Wang Bao. It was so fast that it seemed to ignore the confines of space. Afterwards, he raised his right hand and grabbed towards Wang Bao's neck. Now do you know what right I have? While his words were still echoing in the surroundings, the Black Rift Legion commander's right hand had already appeared in front of Wang Bao and was about to grab onto his neck. But at that moment, a cold glint suddenly appeared in Wang Bao's eyes as the arch armor covered his entire body. In the next moment, while his false immortal cultivation spread rapidly, he was also boosted by the arch armor. This gave him the combat strength of an early-stage spirit immortal despite not being a spirit immortal. It would take a very long time to describe all of this, but in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Wang Bailey raised his right hand, clenched it, and threw a punch towards the Black Rift Legion commander's right hand. This punch gathered all of the power of his cultivation and the arch armor. As the power was unleashed, the cosmos immediately warped. Disturbances spread in a boundless area, and the aura on his body also exploded forth. It also formed a vortex and suppressed the surroundings. Looking from afar, it actually seemed evenly matched with the Black Rift Legion commander's aura. This made the Black Rift Legion commander's expression change. But the two of them were already too close to each other, and it was too late for him to retreat. In the next moment, their fists collided together. As the fists collided, a wave of physically visible disturbance exploded forth from the two of them. Wang Baol's whole body trembled as he retreated a few steps back and stepped onto the Dermic battleship beneath his feet. The Dermic battleship trembled and absorbed most of the impact. As for the Black Rift Legion commander, his body also trembled. Because he had nothing behind him to absorb the impact, he flew back thousands of feet before stopping. He raised his head and stared daggers at Wang Baol. At that moment, his eyes were extremely red. At the same time, the disturbances formed when they collided were already spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. All battleships in every direction flew backward instantly. In fact, some couldn't take the impact and exploded. As for the Black Rift Legion cultivators, they all retreated in a panic and were in a sorry state. Many of them spat blood while wearing expressions of shock. But those who found it most incredulous were the three false immortals, including the former Ink Dragon Legion commander. Their bodies also retreated uncontrollably. They all seemed like they had seen a ghost. That was especially so for the former Ink Dragon Legion commander, who shouted out in shock. Spirit immortal? Impossible! Ignoring the chaos in the surroundings, and not looking at the former Ink Dragon Legion commander's expression, Wang Baol coughed. After taking care of the cultivation rolling around in his body, his gaze landed on the Black Rift Legion commander, who had an extremely ugly expression. Sorry, but I still don't know. What right do you have? At that moment, the killing intent in the Black Rift Legion commander's eyes was extremely intense. He raised his right hand and grabbed in the direction of his Dermic battleship Leopard while growling. Dermic battleship, return. As his words spread, the Black Leopard raised its head and growled while its body charged out, becoming a seemingly endless amount of black light. Instantly, it neared the Black Rift Legion commander. After covering his body, it became a ferocious armor, making the Black Rift Legion commander look equally as ferocious at that moment. His aura also increased, reaching the peak of the early-stage spirit immortal realm. His body also became a ray of black light with a flick. It charged towards Wang Baol again, seeming as though it could cut through the cosmos. I also have a Dermic battleship. Wang Baol laughed loudly as he leaped forward. Instantly, the Locust Dermic battleship beneath his feet became countless rays of light shooting towards him. Using the arch armor as a vessel, it fused immediately and formed the Emperor armor. As the power of red crystals within the Emperor armor circulated, a wave of spirit immortal disturbance exploded forth from Wang Baol's body, making him travel even faster. In the next moment, he collided with the Black Rift Legion commander in the cosmos and threw a punch again. Rumbles exploded forth with a power more powerful than before. This time, they spread towards a wider area, and the disturbances could be felt from very far away. As the disturbances rumbled, Wang Baol's advantage in combat strength was in full display. Despite having a Dermic battleship, the Black Rift Legion commander actually kept retreating under Wang Baol's ferocious attacks. This scene made all of the surrounding Black Rift Legion cultivators shudder in fear. They dared not believe what they were seeing. That was especially so after the Black Rift Legion commander was sent flying thousands of feet away as Wang Baol growled, and his right-hand divine armament landed. Long Nanzi, you tricked me. You acted like you're a soul conduit when you're actually a spirit immortal. You? The Black Rift Legion commander growled angrily, but he didn't finish his sentence and was cut off by Wang Baol. Your battleship army is weaker than mine, you're less handsome than me, your combat strength isn't as strong as mine, and you're not as rich as me. Black Rift, what right do you have to blackmail me? I stole your army's secrets? You dare bully me because you have the upper hand in terms of numbers? You think you can handle me just because you have a high cultivation level? I can't kill you. Wang Baol unleashed all of his power as he stood there like a deity. As he growled, he flicked his body. As the surrounding crowd watched in shock, he charged towards the Black Rift Legion commander, who was also extremely shocked, still in disbelief, and who was feeling extremely indignant and frenzied. He was as fast as lightning. He was far away in the previous moment but had already appeared in front of the Black Rift Legion commander in the next. Instantly, rumbles exploded forth in the surroundings. With the Emperor armor formed by the Dermic battleship and the Arch armor, Wang Baol's combat strength was equivalent to that of a mid-stage Spirit Immortal without a Dermic battleship. Although the Black Rift Legion commander had a Dermic battleship, due to the level of his cultivation techniques, his combat strength was only close to that of a mid-stage Spirit Immortal without a Dermic battleship. That was especially so considering he had underestimated his opponent at the start and sustained injuries as a result. And at his and Wang Baol's level, whether one was injured and whether one moved first became especially important. So when fighting Wang Baol, the Black Rift Legion commander started showing signs of being outmatched right from the start. As rumbles sounded, blood seeped out from the sides of the Black Rift Legion commander's mouth as he retreated again. His expression and heart were filled with shock and disbelief. He knew that while this battle happened suddenly, he had suffered a setback and lost reason. If it were others, they wouldn't care whether he was reasonable or not. But for fellow Spirit Immortals, reason was very important. Besides, he felt that if he kept fighting in his current state, it would be very disadvantageous for him. In his heart, he had already started regretting it, but his ego made him unable to apologize. Instead, he could only growl. Long Nanzi, this is the territory of the Violet Gold New Dao sect. Do you want to fight to the death with me here? Interesting. Didn't you say that I stole your army's secrets just now? Come. Tell Daddy, what did Daddy steal from you? Wang Baol naturally understood the threat in the Black Rift Legion commander's words and observed that his aura had weakened. But he wasn't a merciful man. It would be best if someone didn't mess with him. But since the Black Rift Legion commander did, then he wouldn't be the one deciding whether to battle or not. Even if they didn't battle, it would be because he stopped after deciding he didn't want to battle. So, with a sneer, Wang Baol flicked his body and neared the Black Rift Legion commander again. Rumbles sounded again as the disturbances caused by their battle in the cosmos became more and more intense. The Black Rift Legion commander felt extremely indignant in his heart. He wished to resist but couldn't do so. Wang Baol was obviously stronger than him. Although he wasn't that much stronger and couldn't kill him instantly, he made him retreat continuously and lose his reputation. Hence, a tinge of frenzy appeared in his eyes at that moment. Long Nanzi, do you really think that I'm scared of you? The Black Rift Legion commander roared. As he raised his right hand, a black moon silhouette appeared above his head. Within it, a large amount of black mist dispersed, forming ghost faces that let out shrill cries towards Wang Baol. Obviously, this technique was the Black Rift Legion commander's trump card. At that moment, he unleashed his entire cultivation and shook the surrounding cosmos, causing the void around him to warp as well. That exemplified just how eerie and horrifying the moon's silhouette above his head was. Faintly, something seemed to awaken from a slumber within the moon silhouette. It wanted to open its eyes and make everyone who saw it die. Ghost Shadow? Wang Baol blinked and laughed. Previously, he couldn't do anything to the Black Rift Legion commander. Although he could suppress him and beat him up, he was, after all, a Spirit Immortal. It would still be somewhat difficult to kill him. But now, it seemed as though a chance had presented itself. But as for whether to seize that chance, Wang Baol hesitated in his heart. It would be foolish of him to expose his dark art just to kill the Black Rift Legion commander. Besides, if he killed a Spirit Immortal in the Violet Gold New Dao sect's territory, it would be difficult for even the Sovereign Patriarch to protect him. After all, a Spirit Immortal was very important, and a sect's reputation was even more important. I don't believe that the Violet Gold New Dao sect's Planet Realm Patriarch would be unaware of our battle at this point. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, and a sharp glint appeared within them at that moment. If he's aware and he's still watching, it's a little dangerous. Thinking to this point, Wang Baol suddenly laughed. Do you think only you have a trump card? As he spoke, Wang Baol raised his hands and shook them violently. Instantly, the full power of his cultivation and the Emperor armor were unleashed, forming a storm outside his body. He made it look as though he was going to fight to the death with the Black Rift Legion commander. With a loud roar, his body moved. But he didn't charge towards the Black Rift Legion commander. Instead, he retreated instantly and headed straight for the former Ink Dragon Legion commander, who was watching the battle in shock from afar. He neared her instantly and raised his right hand, flicking a finger towards the former Ink Dragon Legion commander's glabella without giving her a chance to react. But, as Wang Baol's finger was about to land, a humph suddenly sounded from the direction of the Violet Gold New Dao sect. It formed a heaven-shaking disturbance as it exploded forth and descended upon Wang Baol. This wasn't the first time Wang Baol felt this way. The Never-Ending Clan planet realm cultivator on the planet that the Never-Ending Clan army was on made him feel that way too. So, in an instant, Wang Baol's body trembled violently. The feeling of the cosmos seemingly tilting and squeezing towards him made Wang Baol's soul tremble. However, Wang Baol dared to fight in the Violet Gold New Dao sect, not because of the power of his Emperor armor, but because of the eternal star fire in his body and the planet realm palm that he was nurturing. So, the moment the divine sense power descended, Wang Baol growled, and the eternal star fire in his body shook violently. Although it was weak, the difference in level meant that Wang Baol could still move slightly under the suppression of the planet realm divine sense. The finger he flicked stopped, then broke off, causing half a finger to shoot out and land on the glabella of the former Ink Dragon Legion commander. The former Ink Dragon Legion commander had no time to react to all of this. She only felt a huge wave of power crash forth and explode in front of her. Following that, she felt extreme pain in her body and her soul being torn apart. Cries of pain spread from her mouth uncontrollably while her body was blown back by the huge force. Instantly, half of her head, an arm, and a leg collapsed and dissipated away. Under the impact of the violent force, her meridians broke, her dantian was damaged, and part of her soul dissipated away. Her cultivation seemed to be completely destroyed. It fell from the false immortal realm, and she was no longer a soul conduit. Instead, she was beaten down to the nascent soul realm. Such a fall was caused by the collapse of her foundation. So, unless she had some extremely rare and precious materials, she would be completely unable to recover. After doing that, Wang Baol resisted the suppression from the planet realm consciousness as his body retreated. As he raised his right hand and waved it down, all of his self-destructing battleships returned immediately. Afterward, he turned into a long rainbow with a flick of his body and left while his voice spread in the surroundings. Senior Violet Gold, I returned after carrying out a secret mission the Sovereign Patriarch gave me and met the Black Rift Legion. A woman from this army slandered me and said I stole their army's secrets. After I tried to give way to them, they still tried to capture and kill me. I had no choice. I didn't kill anyone. I only administered some punishment to this woman. At the same time, I will report this to the Sovereign Patriarch and ask him to pass judgment. His words were neither supercilious nor obsequious, with all of them being very reasonable. Besides, Wang Baol did indeed not kill anyone from start to finish, and he did indeed try to give way numerous times. One could say that no matter how one looked at it, he wasn't in the wrong. That was especially so considering he evaded the crucial point and shifted the blame for slander from the Black Rift Legion commander to the former Ink Dragon Legion commander. Such a method of speaking displayed how proficient he was at handling issues. So, when his words spread, the planet realm divine sense covering Wang Baol stopped for a while, and a faint humph could be heard. But, in the end, the consciousness dissipated and stopped locking onto him. The turn in the course of events, the battle and leaving while speaking, happened in an instant. Seeing that his subordinate was crippled and noticing that his patriarch had arrived, the Black Rift Legion commander was about to speak when he heard the cold voice of his patriarch in his ear. Isn't it enough for you to embarrass yourself? Get your ass back here. Hearing his patriarch's words, the Black Rift Legion commander remained silent and stared deeply in the direction that Wang Baol went. His feelings of caution towards Wang Baol intensified after hearing his words. At the same time, at the location of the mountain gate of the Violet Gold New Dao sect, there was a world that existed in another space. The space was filled with mountains, and on a purple mountain peak, there was a hut. Within the hut, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. He had a head of purple hair and was clad in purple robes. Even his pupils were purple. He was like a deity guarding the heavens and earth. At that moment, his eyes opened as though they were gazing at the distance, and he slowly retracted his gaze a moment later. A wisp of mixed eternal star power. This long Nanzi, interesting. Planet Realm Patriarch. Within the cosmos, Wang Baol was sitting cross-legged in his dermic battleship after taking off his emperor armor. After recalling the previous scene, his eyes slowly narrowed. I still need to wait a while before I can have the power to fight a planet realm cultivator. Wang Baol felt the eternal star fire in his body and the planet realm palm that he was nurturing, but he still heaved a sigh after a long while. He was very clear that no matter how much he nurtured the palm, it would, at most, have part of a planet realm cultivator's power. He might be able to use it to escape from a planet realm or resist a few blows, but if he wanted to kill a planet realm, or even fight on level terms with them, it would be extremely impractical. Unless I can refine Wuchen's hand bones. A glimmer appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. The hand bones of Wuchen's previous life were fused with the arch armor after Wang Baol obtained them. Now, they could be considered his trump card. After all, they had already become similar to a divine armament. It was just that Wang Baol tried it before on his way back. However, his eternal starfire was too messy and too little. It could refine the planet realm palm, but it was difficult for it to refine the hand bones of Wuchen's previous incarnation such that they could unleash their original power. From this, it's clear that the cultivation level of Wuchen's previous incarnation was at least at the eternal star realm. Wang Baol went silent for a moment and suppressed the thought of refining the hand bones of Wuchen's previous incarnation. He closed his eyes and meditated, thinking about his plans after returning to the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Just like that, time slowly passed. After 2 days, Wang Baol's dermic battleship met no obstacles as it traveled and returned to the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's territory. He didn't pay respects to the Sovereign Patriarch, returning to the planet his Soul Rift Legion was on instead. When he first left, he had left many puppets and ordered them to build his base. So, after he returned, he didn't see the original barrenness. Instead, like an army camp, all kinds of buildings covered the surroundings, and he could see a large number of puppets busily constructing. Meanwhile, the number of battleships produced during this period had reached upwards of 10,000, causing the entire base to look very powerful. Of course, there would still be some differences in level. After all, materials were in short supply, so he could only use some slightly inferior ones to produce the battleships. Despite this, Wang Baol was still very satisfied. So, after checking, he ignored little Wu and the donkey, who were playing around, and sat cross-legged in his secret chamber, alone. After gathering his thoughts, Wang Baol wasted no time and raised his right hand. As he waved it, a jade slip appeared. The moment it appeared, he applied to the Divine Sovereign Justice sect to challenge a high-ranked army. The Soul Rift Legion wishes to challenge the Second Army. Wang Baol felt that it would be highly unlikely for him to succeed if he challenged the top army of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. And the army commander of the Fourth Army did treat him with kindness previously. Moreover, Wang Baol naturally wouldn't challenge Fairy Ling Yu's army, which was ranked 5th. Thus, only the Third and Second armies were left. He would inevitably suffer some losses during the challenge, and Wang Baol didn't wish to waste any time, so he decided to challenge the latter. After paying enough resources, such a challenge application still needed some time to be processed and approved because it involved a spirit immortal cultivator. And while Wang Baol was waiting for the result, news of his battle with the Black Rift Legion's commander also gradually spread and slowly shook the surroundings. It was very difficult to censor all information about that battle. After all, some cultivators from other powers saw the battle happening in the cosmos from afar. At the same time, the disturbances caused by the battle were pretty huge. A battle between spirit immortals would naturally attract the attention of others. That was especially so considering that the cultivation of the former Ink Dragon Legion commander was mostly damaged, causing the news to become even more sensational. Long Nanzi returns with a bang. He damaged the cultivation of the Black Rift Legion's vice-commander. Long Nanzi found extremely good opportunities in foreign realms. His cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. He stepped directly into the spirit immortal realm from the soul conduit realm. The Divine Sovereign Justice sect has another immortal. When Long Nanzi returned, he fought the Violet Gold New Dao sect and had the upper hand. All kinds of information spread gradually, alongside numerous inhales in the Divine Eye civilization. Naturally, the Divine Sovereign Justice sect cultivators heard it. In fact, what they knew was even more accurate than the rumors from the outside world. This incident already shook the Divine Sovereign Justice sect cultivators. Moreover, within the sect, news of the Soul Rift Legion wanting to challenge the Second Army spread. Hence, the Divine Sovereign Justice sect became lively again. Not only did cultivators below the Spirit Immortal realm pay attention to this, even Spirit Immortal cultivators couldn't help but pay close attention. For example, Fairy Ling Yu left her planet and headed to the Soul Rift Legion to meet Wang Baol at the earliest possible moment. They only met for 30 minutes, but when Fairy Ling Yu left, her Fifth Army immediately announced that Fairy Ling Yu was willing to become the Soul Rift Legion's vassal on her own accord. This was equivalent to Wang Baol's status in Fairy Ling Yu's army. At the same time, she announced that her army would be forming a deeper alliance with the Soul Rift Legion and that they would progress together from then on. And after Fairy Ling Yu left, the Fourth Army's army commander, who was originally lying on the black armored beetle near the border and had helped Wang Baol previously, laughed after pondering for a while. Afterward, he arranged for one of his subordinates to give a huge gift to the Soul Rift Legion. That already showed his kindness. All of this made the name Long Nanzi become discussed by everyone in the Divine Eye civilization. Meanwhile, Wang Baol, who was being watched closely by all forces, was holding a jade slip and sending off a cultivator in the cosmos. The one he was sending off was the vice commander of the Fourth Army, a false immortal with extraordinary cultivation. The jade slip was the gift that the commander of the Fourth Army sent. Within it, detailed information about the Second Army was recorded. Time Circle Legion. This name is pretty unique. After Wang Baol checked the jade slip and compared it with what Fairy Ling Yu told him when she came and with what he previously knew, he already had a clear idea of what the Second Army of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect was like. Army Commander Taoist Ku Ling has cultivation at the mid-stage Spirit Immortal realm. He has 5 false immortals as his subordinates. Moreover, their development method is different from that of the First Army. The Time Circle Legion doesn't have any branch teams and has gathered all of their strength within their army. Thinking and weighing the pros and cons, Wang Baol already had a preliminary analysis in his heart. The main point of this battle isn't Taoist Ku Ling but the 5 false immortals. Wang Baol lowered his head and looked at his palm. After flipping them, 5 rings appeared in the middle of his palm. The 5 rings all had different colors and were lent to him temporarily by Fairy Ling Yu when she came. Once he sacrificed them, he could seal a false immortal cultivator for 2 hours. Interesting. It looks like there are still many people who hate the First Army. Fairy Ling Yu gave me sealing rings, while the Fourth Army sent me detailed information. Although these are acts of kindness, they were done more so because they realized that my ultimate goal is the First Army. They want me to go fight the First Army and wear them out. A glimmer flashed between Wang Baol's eyes. With his intelligence, it wasn't difficult for him to realize that. So be it, we all have our needs. When Wang Baol smiled, he seemed to notice something and raised his head towards the heavens. And as he raised his head, the heavens rumbled, and a giant black hole was ripped open from the heavens. It was like a tunnel, and a dignified voice spread throughout the planet that the Soul Rift Legion was on. Soul Rift Legion wishes to challenge the Time Circle Legion. Approved. The challenge will begin in 10 breaths. So fast? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, and his body flew out with a flick. As he raised his right hand, The Emperor armor instantly covered his entire body, and his spirit immortal cultivation exploded forth. His silhouette didn't stop as it shot towards the black hole in the sky like a shooting star. He entered in an instant and immediately disappeared. When he appeared, he was to the northwest of the sovereign planet. He appeared in a barren land filled with meteorites. There were many meteorites there, and they spread towards the surroundings. Looking from afar, it was like a sea of meteorites. That was where the Time Circle Legion was located. All the meteorites had bases on them, and at that moment, numerous cultivators dressed in black were staring coldly at where Wang Baol appeared. Looking at the place, the sheer number of cultivators there was uncountable. There were also numerous battleships floating between the meteorites, seemingly forming a border that could seal everything. That was especially so because, within the numerous cultivators, there were 5 auras that shook the heavens and earth like 5 moons. Those were false immortal disturbances, and they brought with them a sense of destruction along with their swift fierceness. And on the meteorite between the 5 auras, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. The man wore white robes and had a head of long hair. He seemed elegant, but he held a beast bone in his hands and was opening his mouth, swallowing it mouthful by mouthful. This scene landed in Wang Baol's eyes and caused him to faintly narrow them. He cupped his fists towards where the white-robed man was and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Taoist Ku Ling. Long Nanzi, do you dare to come forward and have a few drinks with me?" Taoist Ku Ling tilted his head, and an eerie glint appeared in his eyes. He flashed a sinister smile as he suddenly spoke. If his true body were there, Wang Baol might say he didn't dare. But his essence body was almost impenetrable by all poisons. It wasn't that nothing could poison his essence body, but things that could do so were so valuable that very few people would be able to bear using them to poison him. So Wang Baol raised his eyebrows and immediately chuckled. He put on a bold and generous aura and made himself look as though he didn't fear death. Or, in other words, he made himself look as though he didn't know what death was. Long Nanzi naturally must drink fellow Taoist Ku Ling's wine. As he spoke, Wang Baol flicked his body and turned into a long rainbow. He charged forward and sped past countless layers of meteorites. He didn't even look at the Time Circle Legion cultivators who were glaring at him hostilely. He traveled past the 5 false immortals and arrived at the meteorite Taoist Ku Ling was sitting on. He wasn't reserved at all, choosing to sit directly opposite Taoist Ku Ling when he arrived. He grabbed the wine glass on the table, tilted his head, and drank up all the wine. He didn't care whether the wine tasted nice and started praising it immediately. "Good wine." The moment he spoke, a glimmer appeared in the eyes of Taoist Ku Ling, who was sitting opposite him. He sized Wang Baol up thoroughly and put down the beast bone in his hands. He didn't care that his hands were greasy as he picked up his own wine glass, downed the wine, and spoke calmly. "Long Nanzi, with your false immortal cultivation, you still dare challenge my army, which is ranked 2nd. Are you out of your mind? I won't know unless I try." Wang Baol laughed, picked up the wine gourd, and poured himself another glass. "What if you lose?" Taoist Ku Ling's expression was normal as he continued questioning him. "I probably won't lose." Wang Baol downed the wine in his wine glass and licked his lips. He wasn't wrong when he praised the wine previously. Its taste was indeed extraordinary. "What if you win?" Taoist Ku Ling spoke again. "After winning, I'll naturally start preparing to challenge the top-ranked army." Wang Baol blinked and looked towards Taoist Ku Ling. Taoist Ku Ling narrowed his eyes. After staring at Wang Baol for a moment, he suddenly laughed and slowly raised his right hand. Instantly, his entire cultivation exploded forth. His mid-stage spirit immortal aura immediately spread towards the surroundings. At the same time, the cultivations of the 5 false immortals around him also spread. The surrounding 100,000 Time Circle Legion cultivators all did the same. They made it seem as though a storm was sweeping through the cosmos in the meteorite area. Looking from afar, one could faintly see that a giant vortex seemed to form in that area. It was like the mouth of a beast that wanted to swallow Wang Baol whole. As for Wang Baol, a cold glimmer also flashed between his eyes. As the red crystals circulated, a spirit immortal disturbance also exploded forth. There was also a suppressive aura that spread forth. To a certain degree, although it wasn't as strong as Taoist Kuling's, it made people feel as though he could hold his own against him. On the one hand, the feeling came from his previous experiences and confidence. On the other hand, he had the eternal star fire in his body. The confidence formed by this was immediately noticed by Taoist Kuling. A glimmer appeared in his narrowed eyes. After thoroughly sizing Wang Baol up, he actually slowly put down his raised right hand. As he put it down, the cultivation disturbances of the surrounding Time Circle Legion cultivators all dissipated, and the same went for the 5 false immortals. When Taoist Kuling's cultivation also dissipated, the previously tense atmosphere vanished. This scene caused a deep, profound glimmer to flash between Wang Baol's eyes. He had a suspicion in his heart, so he removed his emperor armor and continued sitting there while staring at Taoist Kuling. Separated by the table, they gazed at each other for about 3 breaths of time. Afterwards, Taoist Kuling retracted his gaze and spoke calmly. "Do you like my wine?" "Not bad." Wang Baol seemed to be thinking about something as he spoke with a smile. "I'll give you the wine then." The Time Circle Legion admits defeat. Taoist Kuling stood up and raised his head to look at the cosmos. His voice was like thunder and seemed to want to be spread deep into the void. After he spoke, he laughed, turned with a flick of his body, and left the meteorite. All of the surrounding Time Circle Legion cultivators and battleships retreated. After they all flew up, they followed Taoist Kuling and sped deep into the meteorites. Very quickly, there were no other cultivators in the area other than Wang Baol. Interesting. Wang Baol sat there, narrowed his eyes, and picked up the wine gourd. After he took a large swig from the gourd, he was already very clear in his heart. In reality, when he went to that area, he already had a guess in his heart. After Taoist Kuling's display, it made his guess even more accurate. The guess was that Taoist Kuling didn't wish to fight. Just like Fairy Ling Yu and the 4th Army's commander, they chose to help him to a certain degree. Their aim was to wear the other armies out. Although their aim was the top-ranked army, it was naturally good if they could wear the 2nd-ranked army out as well. As for Taoist Kuling, the fact that he could become an army commander and reach the mid-stage spirit immortal realm showed that he wasn't a foolish man. Obviously, he had lofty ambitions too. So, after he noticed Wang Baol's cultivation and combat strength and combined it with some information he already knew, he decided to admit defeat after finally confirming that Wang Baol did indeed have the capability to threaten the 2nd-ranked army. To him, admitting defeat wasn't embarrassing. His goal was very simple and couldn't even be considered a sinister plot. Instead, it was a legitimate strategy. He wanted to see Wang Baol fight to the death with the top-ranked army. That way, he would have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Compared to obtaining that opportunity, Taoist Kuling didn't care about whether he won or lost now. They're all sly old foxes. After finishing the wine in the wine gourd, Wang Baol stood up, flicked his body, and left the meteorite layer. Just as he was about to return to his Soul Rift Legion, right as he was about to step into the teleportation vortex, Wang Baol stopped in his tracks. He then tilted his head and looked towards the cosmos in the distance. The moment he looked, a loud rumble sounded in the cosmos, and one could see 2 palms that seemed to stretch from another dimension in the void. They grabbed the surrounding void and pulled outwards. As the sound shook the heavens, a giant rift was ripped open. Within the rift existed an extremely large silhouette covered in black. The silhouette had sharp spikes all over its body and seemed to have an extraordinary aura. The cultivation disturbances almost reached the mid-stage spirit immortal realm. The silhouette was Xianxia from the top-ranked army. Behind him were 9 waves of disturbances. There were both males and females, and all of them wore extraordinary armor. Although they were not dermic battleships, they could still boost their combat strength. The 9 disturbances were all false immortals. Naturally, the 9 of them were the 9 combat immortals of the top-ranked army. Behind them, an uncountable number of battleships spread across the horizon. The scene was enough to shake the souls of whoever saw it. Moreover, within the numerous battleships there were 5 dermic battleship which were dispersing spirit immortal disturbances. The 5 dermic battleships made Wang Baol's pupils shrink. Also, at the very back of all of that, a palace floated. One couldn't see the people in the palace. However, from the heaven-shaking aura that could suppress the cosmos and sweep past all spirit immortals coming from within the palace, one could already tell the identity of the person within. It was the top-ranked army's commander, Gu Mo. He was second only to the sovereign patriarch within the divine sovereign justice sect and was at the perfected stage spirit immortal realm. Long Nanzi, I'll give you another chance to join the top-ranked army. While Wang Baol's soul shook, Nianzi spoke calmly. His voice spread towards the surrounding cosmos through the space rift. It wasn't an invitation, but a threat. It also wasn't a question, but a warning. Wang Baol went silent. He didn't care about Nianzi and the 9 false immortals, but the 5 dermic battleships gave him a lot of stress. Also, there was the issue of Gu Mo. Not speaking? So be it. Then I'll give you another chance. Don't you dislike me? I'm waiting for your challenge. Nianzi narrowed his eyes and spoke again. Wang Baol raised his head and gazed at Nianzi calmly. He also saw the army at the ready within the rift. He didn't speak a word as he turned around, stepped directly into the teleportation vortex, and disappeared instantly. When he disappeared, a tinge of regret appeared in Nianzi's eyes. If Wang Baol really challenged them just then, everything would have fallen into place. To a certain degree, it would be considered challenging the top-ranked army. So be it. He's not a fool after all. He definitely saw a problem with that. Nianzi muttered, then turned around and bowed respectfully towards the palace in the distance. Afterwards, he raised his right hand and waved it. The void rift that was ripped open instantly closed, and the cosmos went back to normal. At the same time, Wang Baol, who teleported back to the Soul Rift Legion, had his expression turn extremely gloomy the moment he walked out. He stood there and remained silent for a long while. Then, decisiveness suddenly appeared in his eyes. With his right hand, he took out the communication jade slip that Xia Haiyang had given him and sent him a voice transmission. Fellow Taoist Haiyang, the news you spoke about previously. If it really contains a chance for me to become a spirit immortal, then I want it.